Hello and welcome to the preview of all the games featured at Seattle Indies Expo 2023. 6 is a one-day in-person celebration of up-and-coming independent games made in the Pacific Northwest. At Hilton Motif Seattle from 12 to 9 p.m. for 6 2023. Then in October, we'll present 6 Online, a live-streamed event covering the game enemies and become legend.
Hello, and welcome back to Seattle's Indies Expo. I'm your host, Macnatee Lees, joined by the incredible Trisha. Today we have with us Tim, our executive director, and Rebecca, the treasurer of Seattle Indies. Good morning, everybody.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. So excited to be here.
Yes.
Tim and Rebecca, can you let everyone know what's in store today?
Yeah, I mean, we're about to see 30 or so of the best games from the Seattle Indies community, the Pacific Northwest, and a few from other spots around the world that submitted to our annual expo. We do the in-person version during PAX weekend here in Seattle. That happened at Motif Hotel and had a great time there. And today we're going to let other people from all over get to watch and see what games we're making here in Seattle.
And some of these folks have also had their games featured at Geek GrowCon this year.
Woo!
Yeah.
I am so excited to see what we have in store this year. This is honestly one of my biggest highlights of the year, is just seeing what all the indie devs in the area are creating. What went into picking and choosing the games that are going to be showcased today?
So there's a whole jurying process that started back in May. Actually, we open up submissions. People submit their games, and then we have a whole series of volunteer jurors from our community who play all the games and provide feedback. And then we pick the top scoring 25 games to show from that selection. And it's really like, even if people's games don't make it in, they still get the feedback from the judges, and it's all industry veterans who are judging your games. And it only costs $6 to submit your game to Six, coincidentally. So you'll just for that small investment, you'll get at least 5 really solid pieces of feedback from other game developers who are going to play your game. So it's just worth it for that even.
6 for 6. I like that a lot. That's really cool. And I love that, for $6, these indie devs can get their games out there. And like you said, even if they don't get selected for Ultimate, they're getting that feedback, which is so, so important.
Yeah.
And I was at the in-person Six during PAX West this year, and I saw so many great games. So I'm excited to revisit some of those today. Now, are the games that we're showcasing today the same selection that we saw at PAX, or are there some new titles thrown in there too?
Yeah, it'll be all the same ones, plus 4 or 5 more that for whatever reason they couldn't make it to the in-person version, or we had some alternates come in. So yeah, there's a few extras that are going to be featured today that people get to see for the first time, or maybe again if they've already seen them. So
really cool.
I just love that it's a chance for game devs to really get feedback, because that's the most important currency when you're making a game, getting that feedback. What kind of feedback do the judges give?
it's all sorts of different feedback. Like, we asked them to pick 2 things that they really liked about the game, and then at least 2 things that they would improve. So and then they have room to just add their own thoughts, but usually it's pretty actionable. And we try to tell them to act like you're talking to this person in real life, face to face, when you're giving this feedback. So try to be mindful and not crush their hopes and dreams
No.
too harshly. Yeah.
Very important. Do you see the same titles coming back year after year, or is it usually a brand new mix of titles?
There's a little bit of both. Like, we only allow games to show twice at Six. Like, the idea is they should be quote unquote graduating and going to PAX or GDC, or Six is really a low risk way for them to learn how to exhibit a game at an expo and get that experience, and then hopefully move on to bigger and better things.
Cool.
Also,
Very exciting.
our community is so strong where even if they don't get in, most of them actually end up volunteering anyway. So it's really rad for them to kind of show up in other ways as well.
Well, from what I gather, Seattle Indies is such a big community, and it feels really communal, like a big friendship. There's a Discord people can join. People are constantly talking games in there. Can you talk a little bit about the community that Seattle Indies has created?
Sure. So it's very much like pouring into one another, especially during this time. We have our own little subgroups, such as the Writing Room. Shout out to the Writing Room. I am the admin for Diversity Collective, which is our BIPOC and LGBTQIA focus group. Funny enough, next year we're actually trying to send a couple of people to the Game Developers Conference. So help us make that happen. A lot of supportive engineers and artists and folks helping each other get roles. And I can't leave out our mentorship program as well that Tim helps head. So yes.
Yeah, we started that last year. It's a free program for people to enter. Every 6 months or so, we open it up for submissions, which will be next week. We'll be opening it up again for people to join and say that they want to be either mentors or mentees. We have over 100 matches, I think, right now, and we try to put the emphasis on underrepresented folks in our community and give them like first crack at the mentor pool that we have available. And we've heard just nothing but good things about people working with the like next generation of up and coming people, or just people who are, need some guidance in their career from the veterans. The Seattle Indies has been around for over 10 years now. So like we have people who started their careers 10 years ago and are now veterans in the industry and are giving back, and they're still a part of Seattle Indies, much like me here. So yeah.
That
Now,
warms my heart.
It's so lovely. I'm such a fan of diversity and stories that we're told through games. Tim, as far as the mentorship program and stuff like that goes, do developers who are interested in getting involved, do they need to be kind of located in the Pacific Northwest?
No, they don't. I mean, we try to prioritize folks in Seattle and give them access, but we have other people who have joined from all over, and now that people are a lot more used to doing online meetings, they do a lot of like Zoom calls or however they, whatever platform they use to meet. So no, it's not just limited to Seattle or the Northwest.
Great. And if we are talking to indie game devs who maybe want to get more involved, where would be a good place to point those people?
You can look at our website, seattleindies.org. It's got all our information there. We also have our Discord, which is linked in the chat, which is very active. We have thousands of members there, tons of different channels for just about everything. So yeah, it's all that we're here for you.
Woohoo!
Woohoo! And if I'm not mistaken, there's a little Steam sale possibly going on right now with potentially the games that we're about to see.
There is, yeah. If you go on Steam and you can find Seattle Indies Expo, I'll post a link for that in the chat in a bit. But yeah, there's all the games that you see today that have Steam pages are featured on there. You can either buy them now on discount or wishlist them if they're not out yet and get notified when the game is available. That helps. Wishlisting helps the developers and pushes them up in the algorithm so the game gets more popularity. So go ahead and do that now.
Ooh. We have a packed day today. Upcoming, we have a hype hour. We're going to talk about all the exciting games. We're going to see their trailers. We're going to talk to so many devs. It's a pretty big day. I'm so excited, Tim and Rebecca. Just thank you guys for putting this on and allowing us to just celebrate indie games today. It's going to be a good time.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
Thank you, Tim and Rebecca.
Thank you. Yeah, have a great day today. We're looking forward to the show, and we know you always do such an awesome job for us and just make all the devs look great and all the games look great. So yeah, we're excited.
Oh, they make themselves look great. You know that.
Hi.
Hi. Yeah. We're getting ready for hype hour. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a really, really good time. We have Stephazoid with us and Alchemist. Yo!
What's up, guys?
Are you guys ready for hype hour?
I am hyped. I am genuinely hyped for all of these games every year.
I am always hyped for it, but my wallet weeps openly every six. Like as soon as it starts. Matter of fact, from about the start of hype hour through the end of it, my wallet is just openly weeping.
It's honestly, if you don't have Steam open during hype hour, what are you even doing? You need to be wishlisting everything as it's coming up.
It's very true. I do an indie game showcase on my Twitch channel every Tuesday, and so many of the games that I saw at 6 at PAX have now been featured on there, and I hear the same thing from everybody all the time. Like Alchemist, you said, you know, your wallet weeps for it. People got Steam pages open, wish listing. That's what this is all about. Like, I always, as a player, am hyped to see new indie games from 6, but also as someone that just loves supporting greater indie game causes at large, it's like, let's get the names out there. Let's get these games out there and support these devs. So I'm hyped. Let's do it.
100%.
All right, what do we have first? I'm so excited. These trailers are probably some of my favorites to just look at and see what's going on. All right, so like a fighting game, battle,
It's
a
almost
little
like an auto
strategy
battle.
action.
Explore a tabletop world. Okay, already in on this.
Love this. So this is Abalon right now is what we're watching.
Yes. So there's a card element to it. It does look like it's turn-based tactical battle.
I love a turn-based game.
Like things to it as well.
So yeah, we've got cards, we've got dice already built in.
Build a deck out with your enemies. Yes, deck building, baby.
This is right up Max alley
Dude,
right here.
Slay This Fire is one of my all-time favorite games, and it
Great
introduced me to like deck building in a different way. And so I just, yeah, it's one of my favorites, which I learned was on Seattle Indie several years ago. So I didn't know that.
It also has goblin birthday parties.
Yep.
Okay, I'm already excited.
Oh, I love the old music. It's so good.
Okay,
What is
more
this?
card stuff. Love it.
This is the Game Boy feel.
Yes, like nostalgic almost. It just like takes you back.
Abbott's Gamble.
Abbott's Gamble. All right, I'm writing that one down.
I totally don't have Steam open on my other monitor. I'm clicking wish list for everything.
Oh.
Okay. So this one, I actually got to see, I want to say it was like last year, there was a Seattle Indies there was a smaller event that they had. And this game is really cool because when I say, I'm an old man, so I call people kid very often, but there's a kid who actually designed this game. And it's a twin stick, like you each can control the rocket together. So if you're playing with like, a kid or you have someone that you want to kind of join with you, you can like play this game with them as well. And it's absolutely amazing.
And it's PS5 only, it said?
I think it's also
It's exclusive.
on Xbox.
No, it's an exclusive.
Oh, exclusive.
Interesting.
Astral
Maybe I'm
Lander.
thinking of a different. Yeah, okay. Huh. I might be thinking of a different thing.
Dark
So
Fracture.
I was going through the list and there's a few like slight horror games that are coming out on the
Yes.
18th, and I'm so excited for them.
Just in time for spooky season.
Exactly.
This looks really creepy.
It's right up my alley.
Why do I have goosebumps right now?
Atmospherically creepy, which is my favorite kind.
Yes.
See, when it comes to the horror games, I'm dumb. So if I see a hole with like runes around it, I'm like, cool.
We gotta
Like,
jump in
just
the
going
hole.
in. You have to. I'm contractually obligated to chase stupid in horror games.
What's
Like, I
in the
can't help
hole?
I feel like I'm contractually obligated to look behind every waterfall in video games, so we're similar in that sense.
That's not even
This
contract
feels
anymore,
very
that's a law.
like Stranger Things upside down
Yes.
meets. Oh, and we're taking pills.
Okay.
Okay.
It's a little Matrix moment.
Oh, I
That's
don't
bug.
like that.
Oh, with a skull. Okay.
Bug. Guy's got a long neck.
I'm very interested to talk to this dev about art direction and style and focus. This is so, oh my gosh.
It's a very like classic style of art for horror games.
Very fleshy and insect-like.
Just make you suddenly feel kind of itchy. You're like, that's bug.
Oh?
Ooh, like this.
Use your computer.
Alchemist, you said you're old, right?
Mom.
Desktop Explorer.
I am.
It teaches you how to use your computer.
I love
Okay,
it. Eat the
so when
pumpkin
I say I'm
crust.
old, I'm still tech age old. So like I remember when Windows looked like this, wise guy. So like for me, this is just going back to what I remember. Also, please don't make your file. Don't make your password ever, please.
What about password 123?
Oh, look at this. Not all secrets should be uncovered. There's more to the game than you think. I got to see this one at PAX. It's super cool.
So you know.
If you like those like meta fourth wall breaking titles, you're going to be into this.
Okay. Desktop Explorer, love it.
There were chains around Project
The music's
X.
actually really good for this too.
It is pretty dope.
You think it's chill, but it's not.
It lulls you in. You're like, oh, this game is great. Let me click this Project
Break all the
X
pots.
with this chains on this. Trish.
Oh yeah.
All the pots. Break all the pots.
They're
Break
like,
the pots.
this is a game that speaks to you. 'Cause I know
It
your love
does.
of
It
Legend
does
of
speak
Zelda.
to me. But I need to know like what's similar and what's different to the typical Zelda inspired dungeon crawlers, right? Like
Sure.
where are we sitting in that world right now?
Ooh.
I like the Game Boy aesthetic.
It almost
Got a
reminds
puzzle
is
aspect
it
too.
Links to the Past, like a Link to the Past or Link's Awakening?
Link's
It's
Awakening.
kind of like that. I like it. I like it.
This is Draco and the 7 Sea Scales.
Okay.
I saw this one at 6 as well, and I think I stayed at this particular station for the longest. I think there was this and like 2 other games that I just was transfixed. Like other people were playing, and I was still just sitting there like,
Okay.
Mesmerized.
just enthralled. Is that a flintlock?
Oh.
Yeah, that's what they said. Picked up a flintlock.
Looks like it, yeah.
Is it a key to another area? Maybe now he has access somewhere he couldn't
Yeah.
go before.
door.
Show me big monsters. That's
Go
all
back.
I'm missing now.
Oh boy.
What about a little Faye?
I'm okay with
You need to have a little Faye.
You expect me to swim there?
They showed the way.
You know pirates can't swim. That's why they're on the ship. Duh. Oh my gosh, I love that this is like a little pirate moment.
And just a little pirate fairy moment.
Yeah,
Right?
it's adorable.
Where, Faye? Where are you? Don't leave. Okay. Faye
There
decided
it
we're
is.
just gonna leave. Oh, that's cool.
Okay, yeah.
So
I love the
puzzle
puzzle
traversing.
aspect. Yes. Yes.
Oh,
There
that's
we
cool.
go. Ah ha ha.
I'll
It
be
seems our
honest,
player has done this before.
Yeah, if I was playing this for the first time, would not have figured that out.
Give me my big monster fights.
The
Let's
puzzle
go.
aspect
I mean,
makes
this
this
looks like it.
pretty unique.
I
Yes.
agree. Very cool. Let's let our swords do the talking. Here's that boss battle you were looking for.
I'm all about big. Oh, that's a big.
Wait, is this a big old pirate?
It is just a big old pirate.
Our steal their booty.
He's very spry though. Look at him hop around.
Yes. Okay. Get him, get him.
It's got some
Also
pretty
has some really
intense
cool
movement.
combat yes, the combat mechanics are also pretty cool as well.
So the same flint that he was using before, he can now use as a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
And it has knockback when you fire it. So I bet you there are going to be some people who play this who speedrun it and have the it got grabbed, got divided. Sorry. Oh, cool.
Yeah, you
got
did
the booty.
it. Get wrecked.
Steal his
Boss
beard.
down.
Wait, sorry.
Mini boss or big boss?
Ooh, I'm not
a good question.
sure.
Okay. Return to your ship. Okay, so that was the big boss.
Ironar. Irono.
Cool.
Love the music already.
Yes.
Mhm.
Oh, this is gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
I was looking this one up, and the art style for this is what entirely got me. It looks fantastic.
Wow, it's beautiful. So this is fall for you.
You could definitely fall for this game. This is amazing.
Right in
Sorry,
this
that was
one
a bad
down
pun,
too. This
sorry.
looks cool.
But like the booming bass makes me think there's more to it. Right?
It's keeping you on your toes.
Oh,
Yes.
for sure. Something's uneasy. Everything
Yes.
here looks like a lovely story, but something's not right.
Or like, is it though? Maybe this person's missing.
Okay.
Or maybe there's something more sinister happening.
Santa Cruz, Earth, Paramedic.
Oh,
Judgment, except that are rejected. No.
Oh.
So I went through a lot of these games last night to go through everything and kind of get an idea of what we're walking into because I was so excited for everything. And this one just stood out so much.
Wow.
And I'm so excited to talk to the devs about this one. There's a few games that kind of sort of fall into this category.
Sure.
And
Okay.
I'm so excited.
This does have a free demo on Steam right now too, it looks like.
So it's a rhythm-based game. We didn't catch. So that's why I'm so excited about it. I think we have 2 or 3 games that are rhythm-based today, and they're just so cool.
I think I have a sticker for this game on my laptop because I got to see this at 6 at the event
Really?
in PAX.
I'm mesmerized right now. So I'm wondering if you like dash through the red lines, like similar. Have you guys at PAX ever played Just Shapes and Beats, where you have to like dash through the lines and
Oh yeah.
yeah, I love these like rhythm. Like I see arrows. I'm so interested.
This looks tricky.
Yes,
It does.
yes.
And it seems like every attack like spawns hearts over people's heads, so maybe you're not so much attacking enemies, getting them to. Okay,
Oh,
this is
maybe
gonna
you're
be very
like
corny,
to
but
fall for
getting them to
you.
fall for you.
Oh my gosh, so that they can not be rejected and maybe go to the other side.
Hi, my name is
Hi.
Peter Norton, and I'm Lee Jones, and this is our game Favor, Gods of Oera.
Ooh,
Favor is an epic action-adventure tile placement board game for 3 to 6 players.
Board games!
this one.
Favor is a competitive game where you play as one of 6 adorable
I always love your excitement for board games, man.
I love board games. Not me over here. Excited for board games.
The object of the game is to be
Mac, you do board game nights too, don't you?
I do. I love board games so much. I am a little bit of like a like people are like, let's go out to the bar, and I'm like, let's play board games.
It's way better.
You know, in Los Angeles, there's some bars that do both.
You know, that might be up my alley.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, look at this. I love like a
Is this a
good
ruin?
strategy. I love all of it. I love you're like kind of building out your board. Have you ever played
Betrayal at House on the Hill.
Yes.
Yes, I have.
I wonder if it's a similar concept where each time you play through this, the routes change, right? Depending on what cards you're drawing. So that could be really interesting if that's the case.
I'd be willing to bet it is. I wonder if this is a build. So you know how board games fall into really 2 basic categories. They are build friendships and ruin friendships. I wonder if this is a build friendship game or ruin friendship game, because it looks really, really cool, and it just looks like it has that lovely ruin friendships moments that I would love.
I don't know. Everyone's smiling here.
Depends on how much you are altering what your friends can do.
You've
True.
played games with me, Steph.
I have, but it's just a question of whether or not that is something that you're doing within this game. You know what I mean? Rather than like it is a execute to get to a certain point kind of game.
I just heard the words I needed. Attack or hex your opponents.
There you go.
I'm down.
There you go.
So this is gonna ruin friendships. So we've learned.
So we have these every Friday, so that we can do
I
it
just-
on Monday.
I
In the
just
right
love
mindset.
how colorful all the pieces of this game are. Like, they did a really nice job with the art style. I think
Yes.
sometimes some of these strategy games can feel too complex when everything's all the same color and it's a little hard to tell apart, which is like such a subtle difference in game design, but I think means so much.
It does.
Maybe you choose a character with high fight stats and aim to
Oh, look
eliminate
at the little crab guy.
or a charm character.
Little leaf guy.
Oh, I love him. I
It's
need
got a
him.
little leaf bag.
Or maybe you're an explorer and passionately hunt
Wow.
gods.
I love this art.
So this isn't a wish list game. This is a when will this be in stores game.
Yeah.
Opportunities and gameplay developments are endless, making Favor a fun and unique experience each and every time you play.
That's what I want to hear. I love those types of games where it's different every time you play because it eliminates the excuse of like, yeah, well, we played that game before because like, yeah, well, we played last time and the board looked like this. Like this could
now
be
it could look like
game.
this. Yep.
Plus, board games bring people together. Like there's like Trish was saying, like I know there are bars where you can do this, but there's nothing that really beats like gathering a bunch of your friends at your house, you know, making some snacks, getting some drinks, and playing a game like this. It's just relaxing. It brings people together until the game starts.
Until the game. Note to self. Favor Gods of Oera. Love that. Owl.
Who cares?
Who cares?
I'm dying.
Oh.
This is a Fishbowl Kid.
Whoa.
This is cool.
Whoa. Interactive story. I'm already in love. About coping with depression. Oh my gosh, we all need this. After the couple of years we have all had together. Oh my gosh.
I got to talk to this dev at PAX as well, and this game was one of the more intriguing. Like, this was probably one of the more intriguing stories I got to hear from one of the devs because, like, it was nice to see how he used this game to cope with his own depression and then use this game to kind of help other people deal with it. And I love those types of stories when it comes to game dev. What is this? Oh,
He who watches.
We love dungeon crawlers here.
Yep.
Oh, this is giving me Portal vibes.
Ooh, He Who Watches has a demo on Steam right now too.
I'm totally not clicking wishlist on that one.
I know life all of my platformers off stream.
Love games like this.
This is beautiful.
It looks like the puzzles are really complex too.
Yeah. Like you have to think it through. You have to do it a couple times to like really figure out what's moving what element.
Yeah. Cool.
It's a very dynamic one.
Very much so. I want to talk to the devs about how they design their like puzzles for.
We were talking about this in the pre-show.
So Right on Your Parade was at Seattle Indies, and we talked about this last year, the year before, and it's a fantastic game. I played the poo out of this.
Yes.
And now you get to be
Now you can poo.
poos on people, and you have no idea how excited I am about this.
Oh, this is gonna be. So first of all, Kubazor always makes amazing games. Like he made Rain on Your Parade, and it was really awesome to see it like go up on Xbox Game Pass, which made it so more people could experience it. I am pretty sure I bought this game on PC, Switch, and Xbox when it was Rain on Your Parade. So I'm sure that Just Crow Things is gonna end up being on all three platforms because you got to take it with you sometimes if you're traveling. If you're going to like TwitchCon or PAX, you gotta have Just Crow Things, and when you're at home, you want Just Crow Things.
I played a lot of Just Crow Things at 6 in Seattle during
It's
PAX.
so good.
Signaling the arrival of the rains.
Ooh.
And like manna from heaven, the
More
sun
board
breaks
game
the storm
tabletop-y stuff?
clouds, radiating and warming
I'm here for
life
it.
on
I'm here
Earth
for it.
like a worn, familiar blanket. And what does this life do? Life
Actually, this is the game I think it is.
It bears
This
its
one
fangs
is.
and emerges.
It's
not
called
just a board game.
Caloria, if I'm not
Yes,
mistaken.
So this one isn't just a board game. There's also a tabletop simulator version of this. So you can either play it physically or you can get it on tabletop simulator so you can play it as well.
Caloria.
This is the perfect
Build your
infection vector for people that have like always been kind of wary of board games because you can play it on tabletop simulator with them, get
Sneak
them used
peek
to it
of
by playing,
Caloria's tabletop simulator
over a
version,
distance,
now
and
available
then
on
when
the
they come
Steam
to visit,
Workshop.
you can just have the physical
The
game there as
TTS
well.
version of Caloria allows you to play with up to 4 players anywhere in the world. Quickly learn
I'm
to
like
play with fully scripted
enamored to
rules,
figure out how it
gameplay
works.
hints, and automatic calorie placement. Play with all your favorite tiles from the
The
East
only time I'm
Texas
gonna be happy
Pinewood
counting my
set,
calories.
and challenge your friends to see who has built the best biome. Caloria. Build your biome.
Also, playing this game with a niece or a kid is also cool because it also teaches science. It also teaches like biology, like games that extend past just the game itself. It's always amazing. I didn't eat enough breakfast this morning.
Yeah, listen, I can go for a local mogul right now.
Ooh,
That's what that was, and it looked amazing.
Oh yeah, this game's awesome. I got to play this at 6 at PAX as well. Really cute, really fun.
This is kitchen sink Aloha.
okay. Let's throw.
Yeah,
the
I
kitchen
love
sink
it
at the
already.
door.
Look at this.
Bam wasabi. Oh my goodness. I went into, so unlike Steph who like researched all these games, I wanted to go into this kind of blind so I could have my like in the moment reactions. And the one thing I forgot to do is eat, because games like this show up and now I'm worried that my stomach is going to be picked up by my mic now. So if you suddenly hear and this light goes dark, it's to pay no attention to anything going on.
The thing I really liked when playing Kitchen Sink Aloha, just in the short demo I played it, is that a lot of kitchen and cooking games can be very high stress. Like you got to do all these 10 things all at the same time. And this doesn't feel like that at all. Kitchen Sink Aloha is like a relaxing, chill cooking game. It's fun. So if you're someone who gets overwhelmed by the management type of cooking game, I think you'll love this. Oh, you, Mac?
Yeah, honestly, like my ADHD runs wild and I'm like, I'm gonna do this. Oh my God, the kitchen's on fire. And so I need something chill. Otherwise, like I'm high strung all the time. Like I recently got back into Stardew Valley and I'm like, why is this game so stressful right now?
Now I'm also going to want to look up those recipes as well because I make them in the game and then I'm going to want to make them in life.
Ooh, what's this?
Oh, I love this. Meet the characters. Life After Magic.
I know this one. So this one you play as a magical girl who's basically graduated from her magical girl kind of life and now she's having to go through regular life. So it's a really cool kind of interesting game because everyone's seen magical girl animes, from Cardcaptor Sakura to Sailor Moon, and they're all at a very specific point in time. So this game kind of explores what happens after that moment, which I think is really, really dope and a really cool concept.
Yeah.
Cool. Life After Magic is just free on Steam. You can just play it.
I would love
I
to.
mean, yes.
I have to post this because if not, I would be playing everything. It's just not paying attention to anything.
Oh boy. So are we trying to get a job?
Feels like it.
This is a job interview simulation kind of thing.
You can't make me. I don't want
Survive your nightmare. Oh, yeah. This is the job simulator game. So this was a cool one. Another thing. I'm going to say this like 50 times. We need to counter for how many times I say this. But I played this one at PAX as well. And one of the things that was cool about this game is that it was based on their actual experiences with interviews. And so one of the things you can kind of do is that if you do have like interview anxiety, this game can on a very mild level kind of like, it's not the same as like going to actual therapy to go over that, but it does let you kind of like mitigate that and like gamify it a little bit, which I think is kind of cool. I've definitely been in interviews where I've wanted to scream. So
I think we all have.
Yep. I get sweaty and I'm like, oh God.
Oh no.
multiple endings and real life job advice. Okay.
There it is. Acid. Okay.
Acid.
Chapters
1 and 2 available now.
I wonder if they're going to add in more chapters for different, maybe career types.
Oh,
or maybe different career levels. Like, hey, you've been at this company for a while. Now it's time to negotiate for a raise.
You do get to talk to the devs, so those are questions you can ask.
I 100% will.
I wonder if that type of game would be good for like training people how to do job interviews.
That too.
That would be probably better than training people to deal with job interviews.
And listen well to this, the curious.
I love these graphics already.
If you
oh yeah, I played this one. I know this game.
Potions, yeah.
You'll be more than
okay, as a person named Alchemist, anytime there is a game with potions in it, I am 100% sold.
You have to play it.
I have to. It's
the meta.
Again, it's a
It's the meta,
contractual
exactly.
obligation. I cannot help myself.
curious and other trick.
Oh my gosh.
You'll gather toadstools, bits of newt.
So you're like able to
berries,
explore.
thyme,
It looks like a little bit of like open world, but there's like more to
some
it.
salamander.
Yeah, you gotta gather ingredients to make the potions to do what you want to do to progress.
Inside deep
So it feels like you play some potions, and then you have kitchen sink Aloha as a palate cleanser, and then after you get all of your like ability to think critically on crafting recipes with things you find in your kitchen, then you go to Passage and get ready to interview to be a head chef. Like I feel like I'm
There you
seeing a
go.
particular path here through all this.
I think you're just hungry.
I cannot disagree.
Oh, look at her.
She's called me a morsel. And then nope, not okay with that. I was
Very-
okay for a moment, and then the giggle happened, and now I'm like, I don't know if I want you calling me a morsel. That seems more like cute morsel instead of cute morsel.
Taking
Little
a
Hansel and
lull of
Gretel moment.
inspiration.
Watch out for the turkey. Ooh.
So this is a nifty little looking
I
game.
love this already. I love like a good strategy puzzle moment.
Is this multiplayer as well?
It looks like it. So in this moment, are they facing other friends or is it online? I'm interested to talk to the dev about this.
Mm-hmm.
Pot work. Or potworky?
Potworky?
Potworkle?
Worky. Yeah, I believe it's an I, and if I'm not mistaken, when I read through earlier, is that it means little monsters.
Bright strobing,
Oh,
flashing lights,
That
scary
explains little
imagery,
eyes.
and loud sounds.
This is another one of those like spooky games on the list that
Yep.
looks really good.
Gloves up. Skulls with
Oh,
fire
very
eyes.
creepy.
Oh,
An
yeah.
entirely interactive haunted house.
That was
Interactive haunted house?
Mhm.
No. No, no, no.
Yes.
No, no, no.
Yeah.
Gimme.
Give me with a weapon and then we're good. Like, don't put me in
See-
a haunted house without no weapon.
Horror games stop being scary. You've never heard Alchemist's shotgun corollary, but the more shotgun shells you have in a horror game, the scarier, like the less scary the game is. So
Exactly,
if they
yes.
don't give you a shotgun, it's automatically the scariest thing you can play.
I
give you a
couldn't
lantern, you'll be
outlast because there's no weapons.
Yeah, when all you have to
hide.
do is be defenseless and run. Terrifying.
Don't make
Running-
me run. I don't want to
running is a
run.
weapon.
Don't make me run.
I've always said that I'm only doing cardio if I'm being chased and I'm out of ammunition, and this game is gonna make me get back into cardio quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Nope. We only doing cardio. We'll be LARP on Sundays. That's it.
Well, I'm sorry, Queen Mac, but it seems like you're gonna need some more cardio to deal with presences.
You get baby.
Love being slung into the wall.
Okay, presences. Presences. Dark Awakening. Scary. It looked
gonna give
really
you
creepy. If that's your
presences.
vibe, it looked right up anyone's alley.
Hey, if anyone wants to get presences for spoopy season, it looks like it is currently 30% off on Steam. Just saying.
Just in time for
Okay.
Halloween.
What is this?
Game is if you've ever heard of Phoenix Wright,
Pro
Oh
Philosopher.
yeah, Phoenix Wright's
Yeah, yeah,
great.
yeah.
Yeah.
this is
great.
a Phoenix Wright style game, but you are a philosopher and you will debate against other classic philosophers. And the reason that I even ended up stopping at this game booth is because there he is. They call him Machiavelli.
We're fighting Machiavelli?
Yes, he is one of the philosophers you compete against.
Pro Philosopher.
Dude,
It's
that
so
sounds so fun.
And instead of going objection, you say nonsense, and it's just mwah, it's
Nonsense.
It's fantastic.
That's fun.
Oh,
This is another one of those
What?
semi-spoopy games where you can go through and
No.
you are an urban supernatural investigator. I think it's Project Anomaly.
it's too cute to be
How
spooky.
well,
strange.
okay. That one, they were cute until the skull had eye snakes coming out of it. then we. Oh, but you can charm the monsters.
Oh, so kind of like a Pokemon Snap, but for monsters.
It's an adventure mystery game.
Cool. collect them all. Look at them.
Very cool.
Look at them. Little ears.
Was that Guy Fieri?
I think it was. I had to say that was the first thing that came to my mind
Pretty
too.
sure.
Instead of Guy Fieri, it's Dude Ferrari. I love it.
That's funny. That's really funny.
Oh, this looks dope.
Oh, yeah. Oh, she's cute.
Ghosties?
Yeah, I like this.
Human shaped hole in the wall. All right. Oh, and it kind of plays with perspective a little bit because it seemed like they had to align the person with the photo in the background. Urban supernatural investigator.
Cool.
Okay, I dig it.
I like it.
Oh.
Oh. I think this is Prospector.
It is.
Yep, good call.
Called it.
Space age sandbox simulation, man.
Yeah. There's also kind of a crafting element to it as well. If I'm not mistaken, you're shipping things back. Like you're going to this planet and you're extracting resources to send them back for them to make things. So it has a little bit of kind of like survival kind of crafting element to it as well. But you also build different things while you're on the planet to increase your production and things like that. So it's a lovely little combination of like that, like maybe Don't Starve in Factorio, maybe?
Okay. I love me a good simulation game, so sign me up.
That's a mecha. Oh,
Simulation plus meth.
Uh-oh.
Don't blow up, don't blow up! Sounds like blow up-y sounds.
Those did sound like blow-up-y sounds.
Didn't they? Like something was like a reactor was about to explode or something.
That's a lot of tentacles.
Oh.
And a lot of friends. The gentleman with the tentacles summoned a lot of buddies.
It's fine, everything's fine.
Okay, so this one I was excited about. This is RAM.
Okay.
It's Random Access Mayhem. And I'm here for mayhem and chaos all the time.
You are a little chaos gremlin, aren't you?
Yeah, I am.
Dude, this music slaps
Yes.
Music's so good.
I think this was the first game I wishlisted at PAX. Like I think I was in the middle of doing interviews with devs, and in between devs, I wishlisted this game.
I thought you were about to say in the middle of the interview, you just stopped and went
Not just that, it was in between. But the thing that makes this game cool, and you may have kind of picked up on it, is when you take out an enemy or you get taken out by an enemy, you can possess the enemy that took you over and continue fighting. So you get to the boss and you get your cheeks clapped. You can then possess that boss and use his abilities to continue through the game. Every enemy has different strengths and weaknesses, so it might be more beneficial to like grab a lower level dude who might have a advantage against something a little higher on. And it's hyper chaos. It's spectacular.
We had the question in chat, and I wanted to touch on this because you had mentioned that you can take over other people. There is no player character. There is none. There is no differentiate in the player character, so you get to take whatever you want and be that character.
Oh my gosh, that's gonna be epic.
And also, this does have a free demo on Steam for anyone watching that's like, I need to play that right now. Do it.
Okay, so we're just gonna, instead of opening it up on my PC, I'm just gonna open Steam.
I'm so excited to try this.
Yes.
So this is a very, very unique and interesting game, and we have a couple of them that are
visuals
made for
at all.
None. So this game is completely playable by people who are visually impaired.
Love that.
And people who can see completely. And it's really, really cool. It's a very nifty, unique, different thing that I personally have never seen in gaming. So that's really cool to me.
Of course, that would defeat the whole
I saw a guy
purpose of my
playing
game,
this at
and we cannot have that.
PAX, and he was having a little bit of an issue while he was playing the game. And it's watching people play these games live is amazing because you watch people have those monkey touch monolith moments of like enlightenment. He was playing and he was struggling a little bit, and then I watched the guy literally just kind of close his eyes and continues playing, and you see that the head nod, and you have that moment of like, okay, something in that man's mind just clicked, and now you could see he was kind of like he's playing, and the moment his eyes closed, you could just tell he was in the zone.
Wow.
I love it.
But it's entirely music based, and it's so cool. I think we have. Go ahead.
Rococo also helped work on a couple of other like music and rhythm based games, so you know that the audio quality is just spectacular.
Yeah, it said Guitar Hero on there, and so I was like, "Whoa, this is gonna be epic."
Yeah, I've gotten to cover a few indie games over the last like 5 to 10 years that are kind of accessibility minded like that, where you take away one sense and play with your other senses, and they're always so cool. So cool.
Ooh, I love a roguelite.
This is Rogue Labyrinth, funny enough.
Make anything a projectile. This game is the definition of hit someone with someone else.
So there's a lot of monsters, a lot of narrative, which is cool. So they're bringing in that story aspect to the roguelike, which you don't see as often.
And the art for this, by the way, is amazing. Iris, the main character, they had a giant cutout of her at PAX, and I think I asked 3 different times, like, so when you guys are done with PAX, like, what are you gonna do with Iris? And they're like, oh, we'll probably ship it back. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, if you guys don't have space, like, I'm sure I could, like,
I got you.
like, I could toss it in my bag because I mean, look at that art style. That art style is amazing.
It's beautiful.
Very cool.
I really like roguelites. There was one a couple of years ago that is now escaping me, but it was like a Plinko where you like shot a little dude and
Peglin.
Yes, dude, I still play that on my Switch. I love that game, and I think that was a Seattle Indies like several years ago.
It was.
I actually got to interview them and play that game on the Seattle Indies channel.
Yeah, I played it
a week before it kind of like hit. Like, I think it was right before it left early access.
Yes.
And to play it and talk to them because the music in that game slaps.
Oh, it's great. It's great. That's why I love getting to see games like this, because I'm like, oh my gosh, we get to actually talk to the devs and then have a new favorite, something new that you just love that you go back to time and time again.
After that, it blew up so much, though. Like, if you played it a year ago, because I think when we did it at 6 last year, Steph was playing while we were talking to the devs.
Yes.
If you played that game then and you were to load up Peglin now, it is a completely different experience. They've added in new pegs, they've added in new classes, they've added in new relics. There's new like 3rd chapter bosses. One of them is a gigantomongous dragon who has handed me my Peglin behind once or twice in the past. I can neither confirm nor deny. But it's just so much fun to play. I think I'm on Crucible 8 now. So Crucible 8.
City Royale?
I'm all for PvP tower defense.
Okay.
Wait, is that what this is?
I think this is Bridgemancy.
That's what it said.
If I'm not
Trish, me and
mistaken.
you. Battle Royale, like Tower Defense Battle Royale. Let's go. Me and you.
Let's do it.
Right now. Throwing that. Come on. Me and you right now. Okay, maybe not right now. Maybe in 2020. But the point
after 6 online is done, for sure.
Yes, after 6 online.
Oh, it's TD Royale. Okay.
Yeah,
they aren't going to be on today, but
they're not going to be here today, unfortunately.
I can drool from a distance. It's okay.
You guys can battle it out come in 2024.
I
like to see it.
I'm serious.
Perfect.
I'm coming to this, Trish. When this game comes out, I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna gift it to you, and I'm gonna expect a showdown.
I love it.
You
I'm
heard
here
it here
for it.
first, folks.
Okay, this is the one I was talking about. So Bridgemancy is a term that makes me so happy.
I didn't even know it was a term, but now I need to know everything about it.
Exactly.
Solve puzzles, love that. Up my alley.
Bridgemancy?
Wait, are you like a little witch who's making bridges to get across to like the end point or to go to the next level?
This has a demo you can check out on Steam right now too, for anyone that wants to jump right in. It's really cool.
Totally not typing the Bridge Master in.
I think again we can go back into this, that if you don't have Steam open during the hype hour, you're doing it wrong.
Yep.
Listen, hold on. If the hosts have Steam open right now to wishlist games, you have no excuse to not have Steam open and wishlist games, because we're multitasking.
We're
doing
multitasking
games,
here.
That's
we're
true.
bantering back and forth and wishlisting everything. I don't think there's been a single game yet that I have not wishlisted or just flat out purchased. So, again,
Your
my
wallet
wallet's
weeps.
like, what are you? I can hear I can hear my debit card going, what are you doing right now? Please stop.
That's why you use credit. No, I'm kidding.
Also, that game originated at the Seattle Indies Slow Jam, and I think that there's going to be a 2024 Seattle Indies Slow Jam starting next week.
Okay.
So
Awesome.
if you are a game dev in the audience and you would like to maybe, because game jams are always a really cool kind of extension of game development, because it lets you, it's almost like improv, but for development.
Yeah.
So if you want to get into that, even if you're, again, like they talked about earlier, if you're a writer who wants to just kind of help with narratives, or if you're an animator, like one of the coolest things about Seattle Indies is that you don't have to be a game dev to get into game dev.
Yep.
You know, you can go in and just offer your services as a writer, as a voice actor, as a as the art director, as any of those things to any of these projects, and not only gain valuable experience and enrich, you know, just these projects, but also make a couple friends along the way, maybe build your resume a bit. So it's a I cannot overstate how important Seattle Indies is to the indie game community, not just in the Pacific Northwest, but just worldwide.
Yeah.
Well said. Well said. A new one loading up.
Mac, you're gonna love this one.
I already love this one.
So this is Throne of Bone.
Oh my gosh.
And it's a card battler.
I love card
And a
games.
roguelike.
Give me
And
more.
turn-based.
Throne of Bone, also free demo on Steam.
You know what, Trish? I've never heard more beautiful words than free demo on Steam, because now my wallet doesn't have to cry now. It can cry in like 2 weeks. So
Yeah,
it's-
right? So you can get in, you can play your like 20 minutes now, fall absolutely in love with this title, but then feel like better when your wallet cries because you're like, I know it's a good purchase.
I've already played it. It's going to be
I already
great.
know this game is good. Wallet. What are you concerned about? And it's like every other
Right?
thing you need to take care of as an adult. I'm like, but I'm a gamer.
But.
It's in my job description. I think. Let me check my job description. Yes, it is in my job description. I just that was stressful.
Oh yeah, this looks tricky.
That little red laser seems concerning. Is anyone else getting concerning vibes of seeing that? That just don't let it touch.
Go. Almost there.
Okay.
Almost there.
Ooh, okay.
This one's really cool because it's a vertical platformer.
Yeah.
And it's got that cyberpunk feel that we absolutely love.
We do. We love that.
No one has escaped the place alive, y'all.
I'll be the first. I'm okay with that. I just have to. Oh, okay. So don't let the light touch. Gotcha.
Red light bad.
Red light bad.
Red light indeed. Oh,
Red light roll bad.
Vaporize.
Go.
Go.
Is
You're almost
the
there.
red
Oh my
on
god.
the
No.
wall?
Ow. Oh.
What happened to? Oh no.
So what we're hearing or seeing is that this game is hard and unforgiving.
Mm-hmm.
The red does not stop for nobody.
And I guess you can't touch the red walls either.
Mm-hmm.
No. And it looks like it takes a second for you to even exit the stage. Could you imagine finally getting to the top of the stage and it's like just right behind you?
Right there.
And
It's
you
right there.
take into account that like 2 seconds and then get oh, can you imagine? This is a game that I feel is perfect for any streamer who has a community that enjoys reveling in their misery. So all of us,
like people. No.
Yeah.
yes,
That'd be me. I'm gonna sound like a broken record here, but also a free demo on Steam, just in case.
Let's go.
Anybody wants to know.
We love it.
Trisha's being the real MVP, making sure we all know which games have free demos right now.
Making sure everybody can download all these demos right now.
My accountant is going to name their firstborn after Trish because it's like, oh god, okay, that's another free one. You won't be buying this one. Okay, good.
Oh, and apparently the completionist, Gerard, stopped by 6 this year and was super into Towerbolt, which is awesome. Gerard actually has Indie Land going on right now, too, which is this big weekend-long fundraising stream for in honor of dementia research.
Oh, wow.
And so, yeah, that's going on this whole weekend, supporting indies, too. Love for the indies!
I love indies.
But yeah, Gerard's a big supporter of indie games in general as well. Absolutely A+ dude.
Let's go.
I just love indie games so much because it allows people to really play and figure it out. There's no stakeholders. You're just like, this is my idea, this is what I want, and play it. I love it.
And this game, it's funny you mentioned that, Matt, because this game is the perfect example of no. This is Video Hole episode 2.
Okay.
So we did this
on Video Hole last year, actually. And this is another one of those games that, like you were saying, like indie games allow devs to really push the boundaries of what games can do.
Sure.
I mean, from Fishbowl Kid, talking about depression, to Caloria, talking about building different biomes and biology, Kitchen Sink Aloha, maybe having you try some, cuisine you haven't seen before. Like, indie games let you not only play something you probably wouldn't play anywhere else, but it also expands what that fandom can kind of understand.
Right.
So it's always so cool to see what indie devs are doing. And the more we support indie devs and the more we kind of build them up, the more they get opportunities to take those ideas from the indie stage at Seattle Indies to maybe somewhere like PAX. Maybe one day we'll see them at a PAX presenting one of these really cool games. And
I love that.
Once that happens, the whole industry has to become more interesting. You get games like, Towerbolt the Bridgemancer, which then kind of inspires games like maybe Wizard with a Gun, which then inspires some big AAA game. And that, although it doesn't always feel like it, sometimes that kind of trickles down. It becomes a lot easier for indie devs to get funding because they go, oh yeah, I've seen that concept before. I'm much more interested in kind of like supporting.
Right. I love that this is coming sometime in 2022. Probably.
That's
the best I've ever seen.
Year? Am I?
Nope, you're right.
Nope, you're correct. It's a probably.
That's why the probably is.
That's why the probably exists.
Gives you that little bit of leeway,
Give me a word game.
This one's really cool to me because this is another one of those visually impaired games that is good for everybody. So this is another one that brings in that accessibility portion, and you can play fully blind or fully sighted in this one as well, which is really heckin' cool to me. And it reminds me a lot of like Words with Friends.
That's cool.
Word Voyance.
I wonder if that's on PC too, or if that's just an app.
I think it is on PC as well because Trish, you said you were at 6 at PAX. This was the game that was in the back that had the Braille typewriter out. Because when Steph said that you can play it like completely sighted or completely sightless, people with Braille can play using a Braille keyboard to still play this game, and you can play it with people that are fully sighted. So if you have someone, maybe an older family member that enjoys games like Words with Friends, but their vision is starting to get a little bad, this lets you still game with them. And anytime a game lets you connect with more people, it is always a home run for everyone involved.
Yep.
Totally agree. And I'm looking right now, you can play this in your browser on PC, or it's on Android, iOS. It's in the Amazon App Store as well. Wow. So there's a lot of different ways to play this. So yeah, Scrabble-inspired game for everyone, says it all.
So I think that was the end of our hype hour. I have to ask, and this, I know I'm putting everyone on the spot, but that's kind of what I do. Top 3 games that you are going to want to play after 6.
Max got this like written down. She's ready.
I did. I wrote down games, but I don't even know. Like Fishbowl or the Fishbowl Kid looks so interesting, so visually interesting. The Bridgemaster, I already am in love. I wrote down. I'm really bad. My handwriting, I'm realizing, is terrible. So I wrote desktop.
Desktop Explorer.
Yes, that one. I wrote. I don't even know what I wrote there, but Desktop Explorer looked interesting as well. What about you guys? What are you interested in? What's on your list?
For me, Desktop Explorer is definitely up there. Rococo for sure. Cannot wait to check that out on stream. And probably also Towerbolt, just because I think I'm going to be so bad at it, but it's going to be so much fun in a live stream capacity. But honestly, I took down so many of these games to, I have like a running indie game doc list that I have for the indie game showcase I do every week. Because every week I get to play 5 to 7 new indies. So I'm like, always sourcing new indie games to feed in. I like to do like a mix of genres every week. So I always say it like pendulum swings back and forth as to the type of genres that I'll layer in there so that there's something for everybody. But so many games from today have made it to my like 2 feature list if I haven't featured them already. So this hype hour was a win for me, friends.
It was
nice.
Yeah.
Steph,
what about you, Steph?
Man, I've got 6. I can't narrow it down. I've got 6 at bare minimum that I need to get, and like I'm definitely gonna play a crow because I need to be a crow and poop on people.
Crow things.
Like, I have to. Like, you can't tell me not to be. Fishbowl Kid looks really good. I think that's a very interesting concept that I think is good for everybody to go through. Dark Fracture, because who doesn't love spooky games? And it's that season, it's that time. I love them. Rococo is just too cool. It's just too different of a genre to be in play to not want to play it. Throne of Bone, because it looks great.
Yeah.
It looks so good. And I think my last one that I need to play is Ram, because the soundtrack is great. It looks really cool. Everything about it just screams something that I would just love to play.
So I know I said top 3, and choosing top 3 is going to be difficult. But I do have I have 2 sets of 3. So games I want to introduce other people to. Caloria, definitely, because that one looks like that one's going to be a whole lot of fun, and I can play it both online and in person. In addition to that, I also was looking at, let me scroll back up to look at my notes right quick, because I want to say it was, where is it? Where are you? Favor, Gods of Oera. That's another one that I want to like play in person with people. And then Rococo seems like that would be a fun game to just like, oh, well, I can't really be a gamer. I can't really do that. Oh, really? Headphones. Go. I promise you can do this. Yeah. And then for my own personal enjoyment, Ram, definitely. Towerbolt looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. And Potions looks like it's going to be really interesting. It looks like I can't really not try that game. But Draco and the 7 Sea Scales is another one that I just have to take a look at.
Yeah. They all look super cool. There's so many.
Good.
Desktop Explorer too. Like I love fourth wall breaking. Alchemist, why'd you have to say 3?
Because 3 is always, because 3 is the low. Okay.
Alchemist is 3 and then goes on to list like 7.
Yeah.
I also didn't want to, like, of course, just Crow Things is one that I wanted to say, but I also wanted to not say ones that, you guys have also brought up. So as you were going through, I was like, well, that one's
Can't talk about that one. Can't talk about that one.
Let's be honest. All of these games are all on my list. Okay, let's just get that out there. Like at the end of this stream, I am literally going to take the doc we have that has all of the games, and I'm just going to go wish list. This one, download. My Steam library every year around this time, just 10 new games
explodes,
just spontaneously show up.
But that's the best part about Seattle Indies, because now if you saw something that you like during Hype Hour, we're actually going to get a chance to talk to most of these devs. So we're going to hear about the inspiration behind the game, the struggles, the aha moments, and some of the art direction. Like, this is my favorite part, is just getting to talk to really passionate people about the game that they spent so much time and put so much energy into. So I'm excited for the rest of the day.
It's going to be so much fun. And I just have to say, this is my first year getting to join for Hype Hour. Thank you so much for having me. This was incredible. And I'm so excited to see what else everyone has in store for the day.
Thanks for joining us, Trisha.
Thank you, Trisha. Thank you. And if you want to check out any of the other games, don't forget to check out 6.seattleindies.org for more info on all the games that you're going to be seeing here today. And there is a Steam sale happening right now. We've talked a lot about this, where you can find a link in the chat to get discounts on some of the released games you're seeing today. And you can wishlist them. They aren't out yet, so you'll get notified when they do get released. And if you want your very own 2003 t-shirt, head over to the store page on seattleindies.org to buy one for yourself. And I can't leave without plugging the Patreon. 6 would not be possible without our generous sponsors on Patreon. And thank you so much to all of our Patreon supporters. For as little as $1 a month, you can support Seattle Indies and help us put on great events like 6. So go to patreon.com/Seattle Indies to find out more.
Let's go.
Ooh, and we also have some more headline sponsors. So thank you to Hooded Horse. Hooded Horse is a publisher of strategy, simulation, and role-playing games, including Old World developed by Mohawk Games, Terra Invicta developed by Pavonis, and Interactive Falling Frontier developed by Stutter Fox Studios, Alliance of the Sacred Sons developed by Cathawk Studios, and The Way of the Wrath. And Perfect Day Games. Perfect Day Games is a highly creative group of game developers who share a passion for creating engaging and immersive games. Our teams are consisted of individuals from diverse career paths, each bring their unique perspective and expertise to the table. We believe that they are the key to success is our ability to work together seamlessly, leveraging our collective strengths to create exceptional games.
It's fantastic. We also have some champion sponsors. We have Play Everywhere, Pre-Mac Rogers PC, 4Culture, Megacrit, Epic Games, and some partner sponsors at .fun Domains, and our wonderful community sponsors of Unbound Creations, AIE, Galvanic Games, Seattle Composers Alliance, and 3R Technology. So huge shout out to them because you are all amazing. And we'll be back with some more indie games.
Hey there, my name's Todd Darcy. I'm the solo developer at Stutter Fox Studios, and for the past 3 years I've been working on a game called Falling Frontier. It's a sci-fi strategy game that just mixes the close action of naval combat as well as the grand scale of building throughout a star system. It focuses heavily on line of sight mechanics and really visceral combat systems that are layered upon each other. So you'll see projectiles bouncing off of ships, penetrating the whole way through, oxygen venting out the other side. You'll see crew trying to get out, and you'll see these really large explosions, and the ships just get torn apart by physics and they go everywhere. It's fantastic to watch. There's a whole bunch of celestial bodies and a whole range of other places to explore, like a nebula. Ships travel faster than light. They have to jump between points and they consume fuel. Crew have to eat, so they consume food, and of course ships spend munitions whenever they fire. So there's all of these logistical considerations to actually think about when you're actually playing the game. So it's got a lot of the classic things that you would find in a normal RTS, like base building, but it also borrows different elements from the 4X genre, such as ship design, and you can actually come into this ship editor and you can change the different types of weapons that you put on a ship. These all get unlocked via research, and you can just have these custom configurations to just really suit your actual purposes for your flotillas. Further to that, you've also got ship internals as well. So every ship has a bridge, crew quarters, jump drive, engine, stuff like that, and again, you can unlock different components and apply these to every ship just to have a really unique, customized flotilla. But you can also add special abilities like the ability to lay a minefield, or perhaps attach a ship to maybe the underside of an asteroid so it can lay in wait and perhaps do a bit of an ambush or perhaps do a bit of recon. There's really a whole bunch of different options, and it's just really exciting just to have all of these things jammed into sort of an old school RTS. As well, you've got crew, so you've got both enlisted and also command crew. So command crew are really important. They are physical objects on the actual ships, so they can be killed, injured, and they can also be upgraded too, so they can learn perks and skills that will enhance the ships. And here we've got a ship just jumping into the combat area. As mentioned previously, they are physicalized objects, so they're going to push through different asteroids. Projectiles will bounce off of space stations and ships. Some will penetrate through and cause internal damage. Ships can be disabled or they can be destroyed depending upon what kind of damage they actually take. So you'll see ships just starting to lose control and just sort of list away into the distance. You'll see crew trying to actually just escape, which can be captured if it's an enemy crew, or they can be rescued if they're friendly crew. In the event that you capture crew, then they can be interrogated, and perhaps you can find out some different bits of information about your opponent's ship movements, or perhaps there are actual installations. So we can see this space station that's just been destroyed. You need a classic blue light for a big explosion. It's almost a requirement for a science fiction. And you just see this hulking mass just on fire with smoke and flames going everywhere. So yeah, that just kind of sums up what Falling Frontier is, just this visceral space combat experience. Thank you for taking the time to check this out, and yeah, just look forward to seeing you in game. Thank you so much.
And we're back.
Yeah. Hello. We're still back with Alchemist and Stephazoid, and joined by Ross. What's going on, Ross?
Hey, good to be here. Very excited. It's been a great show so far. I've been watching in the background. You guys do a great job.
Oh, thanks. Hype Hour was super hyped. We were super hyped about Abalon. So yeah, tell us about your game.
So yeah, Abalon, it's basically a synergy of Dungeons & Dragons and Magic the Gathering.
Love that.
Yeah, I'm a huge tabletop fan. I've been playing those kind of games like, I don't know, Hero Quest, D&D, Warhammer, like I said, Magic already. But the thing was, we used to get together with my buddies, and then as we kind of grew up and had full-time jobs, it got harder and harder to get together. So that was my inspiration to create this, have a way for us to experience all those epic tabletop moments, but be able to do it digitally, so you could do it anywhere.
So does that? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No,
Steph.
go ahead.
I was going to say, so that lends itself to some multiplayer then.
Oh yeah, multiplayer's coming. Gotta have multiplayer. Yeah, it's coming.
Boop boop. Steph, what were you going to say?
I lost what I was going to say, so give me a second and I'll come back to that.
I have a question in the meantime. So, working on a game like this, and you had all of these different kind of inspirations, what was the thing that you kind of wanted to add to your game that would kind of make it stand out amongst those other games?
Yeah, excellent question. Well, the thing is, with a lot of these games, they are very, very complex. Like the Rule Hammer for I'm saying this wrong. The rule book for Warhammer, one of my all-time favorite games, is about this thick. It's massive. Right. And, we'd always get into, this typical fights like, do I have line of sight to your troops or not? And sometimes it'd be pretty intense because you're like 2 hours into a game. It's like dice rolls can determine whether I slaughter you or I am slaughtered. Right. So with this game, the real thing I wanted to bring to was, how can I take the things that make these games great? Right. Like for me, it's the creativity. It's the, mind against mind strategicness. It's getting to do all kinds of outlandish things to solve problems, and take the complexity of that, but make it simple, streamlined, and elegant enough where anybody can just kind of pick it up and play. And yeah, so I think that's what we've done. We've found a way to just kind of take the rules, simplify them, but make it more accessible and easy to get into. Yeah.
Well, I kind of want to see it. Like, I know we were talking about it, but I kind of want to see the trailer. So can let's take a look at the game. Because I definitely want to see more of this. Do 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 do.
Do do boo do boo.
Gotta have some transitional music. So while this is coming up, I know that I got to talk to you a little bit at PAX. So one of the things that we kind of discussed there was just how you were like going about creating this game. You can choose different summoners in this game. How did you go about kind of balancing the different types of summoners you can summon?
That's a great question. So one of the things that we're really big on at D20 Studios, it's kind of like our core value is community-driven development. So this game, since its inception, has been in development with players that were part of my first game, Hero Mages. And we used to get together for like weekly Google Hangouts calls and talk about it, and I'd show them really early prototypes. And a lot of the really interesting characters, like we've got a druid that hurls squirrels at people and then mutates them into superhuman Hulk squirrels. Those were all actually player ideas. They were kind of things that they would be, recanting their favorite D&D campaigns where the DM got really creative with stuff and they wanted to recapture that. We've also got things like steampunk time-traveling rats, which was my wife's idea, actually. She said, how do we take the sewer rat mutant concept and make it something that people won't expect? Why do they have to be all grimy and gross? So let's have them prim and proper. She had this whole idea for them like wearing top hats and monocles and steampunk kind of garb, and so then we made them control the power of time. So
I love it.
Yeah,
steampunk time traveling sewer rats.
It's perfect.
That wasn't on my bingo card at all. Was that on anyone's bingo card?
No,
today?
but I couldn't ask for anything more. It's literally perfect.
Yeah.
So does that mean that a lot of like the community and the people around you helped you kind of land on the art direction and where to take the game?
Yeah, like everything we've done, art style. We had a contest actually when we did our Kickstarter for like choosing the game trailer. So like the music was entirely decided by community.
Wow.
Yeah, it's huge. Like I like that because it's cool to create something that people feel like they can have. Like it's partly theirs too. And I just like seeing people light up and they play it and figure out like energies and combos and different ways to play the game and then, of course, it creates this challenge for me. Like we've been doing this thing lately where we've been actually beta testing the PvP, and the stuff that players have come up with is like, I never would have thought about it. I'm not the best player at my own game by any means. Like some of these players are just like they're just synergy geniuses. They'll come up with these decks and ideas I've never anticipated would have happened, and so I'm always back to the drawing board. Okay, how do I make this like still fun but not like crush their spirit, but also make it a little bit more balanced so that the other person playing doesn't get killed on like the first turn. Yeah.
So oh no, go ahead.
How many summoners are there in this game?
There are 20 right now.
20.
Yeah.
That is such a vast collection.
Yeah. We started with 8 and we've grown consistently since our early access, and we're in 1.0 now, and so we just rounded out and have the 20 of them now. But each of them are very distinctive and unique. They all play very differently. They command different schools of magic. They've got really weird different powers. Like this one right here playing is the pyromancer. So if you like direct damage and meteor showers and fireballs. We've also got like, the mind manipulating guys, like the blue magic guys in Magic. They'll counter spells and mind control. Or we have a psychic lizard wizard that controls gravity. There's so many weird, interesting characters.
I want to be a psychic lizard that controls gravity.
Something that I always love to ask devs is, what was your biggest hurdle when coming up with the concept and making this game and turning it into what it is now? What was that like just trudging through mud moment?
Oh man, it's a tough one. I'll say one thing I can say for sure offhand was the art style was a huge challenge. I think we spent 9 months getting the art style figured out.
Wow.
Yeah, and that was largely because we had some key goals for it. We knew we wanted to make something that would be playable on any platform. So we are working on a mobile version as well that's also in testing right now. And so it was key that the characters are all readable, that you could look at a glance, and also the top down is really hard to do well. It's important because we wanted it to feel like a tabletop game, like as if your like little miniature pieces kind of came to life and were looking up at you. But top of heads is not the most exciting thing to look with. You can't really connect with the characters in that way. And so we had this idea, like, what if they just like sort of look up at you for orders, like break the fourth wall kind of a thing, and it makes you have this like eye connection with them. Exactly. Yeah, Alchemist has got it. That's right. Hey God, command me. Yeah. So, and that's kind of where we came to it. And it just also, we also want to switch to something original too. Like a lot of games have gone like, there's been a lot of awesome pixel games, a lot of awesome like kind of dark fantasy. And so we wanted to try to find a space that would be like, we want to like have our unique look. This is our game, so when people see it, they know like, oh yeah, that's Abalon. That's the game from D22. Yeah. So, but it was challenging. We tried a lot of different styles, perspectives. It took a long time to get to that like perfect spot where you feel it's pretty good.
It's beautiful. You landed on a great one.
Thank you. Hi, thank you.
Speaking of perfect spots, there's a question I have to ask based on something you said earlier. So you said that you're adding PvP into this game, and initially it was a PvE game. How does the balancing process work when you're adding PvP elements into a PvE-based game? Because when it's PvE, you can let the players kind of just go nuts. But the moment that there is another player across from that, one person going nuts starts to be real unfun for the person that's getting their butt handed to them.
Yes, it is very true. Yeah, you're right. PvE, it's like if it gets unfairly balanced, it's typically in the player's favorite. They like to win, so it's easy. But yeah, that's where we're struggling right now. Like I've got a really small beta test going on right now, and I've kind of like invited our players that are in the Steam game right now to come join us and check it out. And it's been cool, like I said, to see they've got so many different strategies. So the way I look at balancing in general is think of it like a big game of rock, paper, scissors, right? So you don't want to take and nerf anything. That's like the worst way to balance. It's like, oh, let's make this guy weaker. He's too powerful, right? That's like the typical thing that a lot of people go. I like to think of it as, no, I want everything to be like awesome. Like, so you feel great when you play this combo, you play great with this card. So the key is just make sure there's another rock to smash those scissors, right? You have to have something awesome on the other end that can balance out whatever they were doing to make it more fair. And then just look for those inconsistencies, right? Like in PvP game, if somebody's able to win in like the first turn or the second turn before you've had a chance to really do anything, that's a major problem. Like I'd like to have like some back and forth where as long as another player can feel like they have some agency and some chance to recover from whatever crazy strategy their opponent's playing, then I think it's a win.
Oh, nifty. We like that a lot. So one more question before we send you off to make more great games is, what does it feel like and how exciting is it to get your game to a 1.0?
It feels glorious. I was going to say that. It feels awesome. I mean, we've been in development for a long time. I think it was 6 years until we got to the early access, and then we've been another year since then. And it just feels very validating, like to see how players react to it. We've got a really good fan base. The community has some really diehard fans that are they surprise me every day with what they can do. Like I just put out an update yesterday to our new Horde survival mode for the Halloween thing, and they've already beaten it. I made it so hard that I'm like, this should be impossible. And speaking of, there it is. Yeah, so they've already beaten it. I see the screenshots. I'm like, oh my god, like the things they have, like the little strategies, their decks they showed. And I'm just like, this is incredible. Like I love seeing that kind of passion, like to make something as a career where you get to create something that unites people from around the world in a positive experience where they get to use their brains to outwit my crazy DM monster. It just feels really cool. It feels very satisfying that people are taking enjoyment. It really does.
That is amazing. So before we send you off, Ross, can you tell us where we can find this game? And then we'll head out and catch a break here.
Sounds great. Yeah, so our game is available on Steam. It's called Abalon. It is currently on sale for the Six Fest for 40% off. And as I said, we just recently did a major update for Halloween. We've added Horde Survival, so it's a whole new game mode separate from our adventure mode where you basically pick your team up front and take your supplies, and you have to fend off against waves of enemies. And you beat it after 8 waves. After that, you can choose to either continue into the endless mode, and we are actively adding new waves to endless modes as players defeat them. So if you want to take a crack and see if you can be one of those first players to make it to the end, and then I'll put some new content in your honor into the game.
That is fantastic. Thanks so much, Ross. I
you to that.
appreciate you so much for coming in, showing us your game. Guys, go check out Abalon, and we will catch you in a second.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Been a pleasure being here with you guys.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Seattle Indies Expo 2023. I am Alchemist, joined by the illustrious Mac and Cheese Please and the incomparable Stephazoid, and we are also joined by Joshua Rosen, who is here to talk to us today about Abbott's Gamble. So, Josh, the first thing I have to ask you is, how did you set upon the music style, just that 8-bit kind of classic nostalgic music that
It's
you
beautiful.
included in this game?
Oh yeah, I'm glad you like it. For me, it was more a question of limitations, I think. So this is the first game that I've made, and I wanted to do kind of everything myself. So okay, I'm not really an artist. I'm not really a musician. Let me sit down and think about how can I limit myself to still create like a full experience, but with there's no animations in the game because I haven't done that before. So just card game, 2D art. And that's kind of how it came about.
Wait, if I'm hearing this right, you did everything yourself?
Yes. Yeah.
Wow. Wow. That's incredible.
Yeah. So it's kind of a smaller scoped game because of that. Because I knew that game development is hard and it would take a while, and it took even longer than I expected, even after scoping myself down to this kind of small little quick games of this competitive card game.
What was the biggest challenge you had since you were a solo player in all of this? What was the biggest thing that was in your way when creating this game?
Oh, that's a good question. It really is just like time, I think. You think that, oh yeah, I'll just whip up some quick, some quick cards, and I'll just add this button here or throw in a sound effect there, and it always takes so much longer than you think it's going to. So yeah, just encountering like lots of different roadblocks, I think. It's hard to just pick one.
That's fair.
And is this the first game that you've made?
I've made some other games before when I was in college with friends, and I've done some game jams as well, but
Sure.
This is the first like full release, I suppose.
So, what inspired you to go with like a card route direction? Are you a big avid of a big player of card games yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. Played a lot of Hearthstone, a lot of Marvel Snap lately. The Gwent standalone game, I played a lot of that as well. And then recently, Inscription was great. A lot of people mentioned that when they saw this game.
Oh yeah.
It was not an inspiration for me. I was already partway on this when I played Inscription, but I still fantastic game. So yeah, I played a lot of card games for sure.
So one thing I kind of want to ask, because you said that you're a solo dev on this, so that means you've had to do everything kind of on your own. How much did the Seattle Indies kind of community, how much were you able to lean on the Seattle Indies community in the process of developing this game?
I kind of found out about the Seattle Indies community after I was like partway through. So it was great just being able to talk to other people about their experiences. I think that for my next game, I'd really like to utilize more of like getting direct feedback from Seattle Indies, like while actually developing it. But for this game, it was mostly just like sort of getting a foothold in the community, going to social events, talking to people, learning, what other people are working on, and just chatting about various things in the industry, I guess.
Perfect. Well, with a follow-up with that, do you have any advice for any other devs that are facing the solo dev life?
Don't make an MMO. Start with something small. Your limitations enhance creativity. If you intentionally limit yourself to like a limited color palette or a limited art style or limited game mechanics, it'll force you to be more creative and come up with really cool solutions that you might not have come up with otherwise if you had all the resources in the world.
I like that limitation bringing out better out of you. That is really great.
Yeah.
Well, with that, did you have like an aha moment when things started coming together for you with this game?
Yeah, so I prototyped this game out with physical cards, like just playing on a table.
Sure.
Before I started developing it, which I think helped a lot because I already knew it was kind of fun at that point. And the moment where I felt like it was really fun was when we played a couple games together with like a friend of mine, and when one of us won the game, the other player was like one turn away from winning. They're like, "Oh, I was so close to winning when you beat me." And that was consistent with this game. And I was like, okay, that's a really great feeling to have because, you feel like you're so close to winning. Oh, just one more and then I can get it, right? Versus just a blowout either direction. And that was when I was like, okay, I think I could actually make this a full game.
Like, it's so close. It's so close. And I feel like games are the most fun when it's almost close the entire time. It's not a complete blowout or wash, and when it feels truly balanced and you're like, oh my gosh, we have something here.
That's exactly it, yeah.
So you mentioned that this started as a physical game. Do you still have copies of the physical cards like kind of hanging out? Like, is there ever a chance that one day that might be like a collector's item when this is like, on the grand stage at the Game Awards winning Best Indie Game of the Year?
So it was I just like grabbed a random pack of cards and like put sticky notes on them. That was my prototyping. I've thought about like actually printing physical cards. I think it could maybe work, but I'm more of a video game player than a board game player, so I don't know how that whole production route goes. But
it is fun to think about, though. You're like, maybe we do produce this, Or...
Yeah, maybe I'll revisit it.
I don't know. I like the sticky note aspect to it. I feel like I would still buy a collector's edition with like cards that had just sticky notes of
they're all signed
icon on it. I think that'd be fantastic.
Oh, thank you.
Awesome. Well, so where can people find you if they want to play this game?
Okay, so it's if you go to my website, joshuarosen.dev, it's got a link to the itch page right on there. But otherwise, you can just search it on itch, and it's playable for free in the browser.
Wonderful.
Perfect.
Well, thank you so much. Is there anything else that you wanted to share about your game?
No, I mean, I think we covered it all. Like I said, pretty small scoped. Just check it out and give it a try if you're interested.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to give this a go. Joshua, you've been great. Up next, we have Astral Lander, so don't go anywhere.
You have been chosen to govern a land of great peril and promise. It has suffered long from the scourge of banditry, but there is another threat, an illegitimate baron who claims the northern territories as his own. Will you prove yourself worthy of this honor, or will you perish by the traitor's steel? Chosen to govern a land of great peril and promise.
We're back with Astral Lander. I know Alchemist was super excited for this. Max, what's up? How are you? Thanks for joining us today. Tell us a
Thank
little
you for
bit-
having me on and putting on this amazing event.
Oh man, we're so excited. Tell us a little bit about Astral Lander.
So Astral Lander is a PS5 exclusive local co-op game featuring dramatic cinematics, intense action, and lush levels. Two players work together to control haptic and their sidekick feedback. Two adventure-seeking robots on an adventure to save the MVPs, most valuable programs, which are a combination of game systems and CRT TVs.
Very cool. I feel like, were you here last year? Have we talked to you before?
Yeah, I was here last year with the original PC Steam version, but I've totally revamped the game for PlayStation 5 to really immerse players, especially with the DualSense features.
So how was it revamping like a PC game to be fully ready for PlayStation? Like, what was that process like?
It was really an amazing experience. I've totally overhauled the graphics, and obviously I want to make use of the DualSense since it's such an amazing feature. Everyone still talks about Astro's Playroom. And for example, in the video here, you can see a haptic hiding in the seaweed, and you'll actually be able to feel it bristling up against your ship, as it's like the haptic really immerses you, and there's memory cards and whatnot.
Very cool.
That is exciting. Go ahead, Alchemist.
I was gonna say, so the last time I remember talking to you about this game, this was something that was going to be coming to Game Pass. I see now why you kind of brought it to PS5. What was that process like, kind of being able to bring your game to be a PS5 exclusive? Because like exclusive games are a pretty big deal. Like that's not something that every game gets. And for your game to be a PS5 exclusive is amazing.
It really has been an amazing experience. The game has received a lot of press coverage, and I'm just going to interrupt you really quickly. I sort of wanted to show these are the cyber cracks in that section, which are a laser duck robot with robot eyes and lasers. And they're sort of a little bit inspired by, if you've ever seen the PS3, they had a PS2 and PS3 tech demo with rubber ducks for PlayStation, and they're sort of inspired by that. And in this next section here, you can sort of see haptic flying through the cave. So the CD pickups give you abilities. So in this case, you have to shrink to navigate tight spaces. So in this case, the cave. So it's sort of inspired by movies and sort of cinematic experiences in other games. And it really provides like a different level of immersion for players.
Yeah, this is wonderful.
I have one more question, Max, and this is something that I know I asked you when I first saw this game. I know I talked to you about the last time I saw you at 6, and I'm going to ask it again here. As a game dev and as a young game dev, how did you get to a point where you went from I want to play games to I want to make games?
It was really just my sort of experience programming in the past, and then realizing with software like Unity that you can really make your own games, and at a relatively simple level too. And that was really something that allowed me to make games such as Astral Lander now.
That is fantastic. Do you have any plans for more games or more Astral Lander in the future?
There's possibility of maybe a sequel or even a trilogy for Astral Lander, but I don't want to spoil too much right now.
Do you have a roadmap for like updates to keep the game fresh and keep the players that are currently playing it still playing it?
Not right now. I'm planning on releasing the game in 2024, and there's probably going to be more levels added in the future and maybe new content updates. I'll have to see when it comes out.
Sure, definitely. How many people helped you make this game? Is it a solo dev project? Do you have a team behind you?
Yeah, it's a solo dev project. I occasionally have assistance with music and some of the other main features, but most of everything of like the graphics and the programming and whatnot, I do myself, and it really has been an exciting experience.
Wow. What was the hardest part of doing this by yourself?
It's kind of a difficult one. It's all really difficult, but I have to say it's really sometimes there's tough deadlines to me, but that's really exciting as well because you get to see so much progress on the game in such a short period of time.
That's fair. I did ask this question previously as well, but do you have any advice for anybody who is going for that solo dev experience as well?
Really, I recommend joining communities like Seattle Indies. They've really supported me and allowed me to showcase Astral Lander and get feedback on the game, such as right now at Seattle Indies Expo. Talking with other developers and getting advice from them, and exhibiting at shows is another great opportunity to get feedback on the game and reception and adjust what you need to with the game.
Very cool.
I have a follow-up question on that. When with being a part of Seattle Indies, what kind of feedback did you get on the game, and how did you receive it and take it and possibly change your game as a result?
Sure, there's events such as Feedback Circle, which allowed me to sort of showcase the game to other devs. And then at shows, Seattle Indies hosts various booths at other shows. So I really got to exhibit there and get feedback from players in the community. And some people would even show up at multiple shows and play the game again. And as I was iterating on the game and adding new levels, you could sort of see that progress continue.
Right. Was there any like pivotal feedback that had you alter course?
I wouldn't really say that. Initially in the original game, it was a bit difficult. With the new version, I'm trying to bring it more as an adventure game. So you'll have to sort of fly through, navigate tight spaces, but also there'll be alternate paths occasionally. There's abilities you'll pick up, as I mentioned before. And various other mechanics, especially with the DualSense. So back there with the cyberquacks, you could sort of use the touchpad to cause a tidal wave to flip them over. And in this section of coming just right past the cave here, there's going to be a boss battle, and you'll see in a second. The mega cyberquacks will drop down, and you can see Feedback's trapped there. He'll deploy tidal waves at you, and there's a shield. I didn't want to show the entire boss battle just because I sort of want to showcase it for the final game, but I'll have more exciting stuff. And if you follow me on socials, I'll be showing more gameplay in the future.
Very cool.
Fantastic. And how do you balance the different skill levels of the two players in Astral Lander when you're playing co-op?
It can be actually easier for some people since it's less, one player can focus on one part of haptic while the other can handle the second part. But I'm really trying to make it on an easier game for all players of all ages and all skill levels. I'm not trying to make a very difficult game. I want everyone to be able to enjoy the experience, especially kids with their parents. Anyone can really enjoy Astral Lander.
Very cool.
So there's something I need to say. And first of all, if you are in chat and you have any questions for Max or any of the other wonderful devs we have on, make sure you throw them in the chat. We will try to get to those questions and try to ask them during our segments. But there's one thing that I have to say, and I've said this to you. I think this will be the third time I've said this to you. Max, I cannot express how tremendously proud I am of you to see your game go from something that I played on an Xbox at one point to now seeing it as an exclusive PS5 game, to see that you've revamped it, you've gotten to kind of add in all the haptics. Like, I cannot express how proud I am to have watched this journey with you, and I hope that this is just the beginning of watching you make amazing games for years to come.
Thank you. I have a lot more I'm playing for Astral Lander. Right now, I have also a Lush level that you can see in the trailer, and there'll be dragons in there and some various other creatures you'll have to fight off. And there's a lot more in the future I've planned, and that'll obviously be posted to my social. So stay tuned at @lost_cartridge on Twitter.
I was just going to ask you, where can we find you? But clearly that's one of the places we can find you. In addition to that, make sure you guys go, if you have a PS5, that you go and start looking for this game now, so that as soon as it is available, it can be picked up and you can start playing Astral Lander.
Yes, please wishlist it on the PlayStation Store. I'm planning on releasing a public demo on the PlayStation Store in the coming months, probably December, January. I have to see But I'm hoping to release that soon and allow people to try it out and get really a feel of what you would come to expect with Astral Lander. It's really something you have to play, especially with the DualSense. It's not really the same as when you play it, especially with like there's a speaker on the controller, so you'll feel sort of 3D audio experience with audio coming from the TV, but then also from your controller. So depending on the actions, if it's more ambient, then you'll sort of hear it in the TV, but if it's closer to you, you'll feel it in the speaker. And it's really provides a sort of different level of immersion, even when you're underwater with a bit of like a small little underwater effect. It really changes the whole experience of the game.
Love that. Oh my gosh.
That's great.
Guys, you please, for the love of all that is good in the universe, make sure you wishlist Astral Lander so that Max can get all the recognition he deserves and so you can play this game. This game is amazing. But we are going to take a quick break. Once again, Max, thank you for coming on and showing us this amazing game. And we are going to be back after this break with Dark Fracture. So stay tuned and don't touch that dial.
And we are back for Dark Fracture. So we don't have the devs of Dark Fracture here with us today, but we are going to watch some gameplay. We're going to talk about it. We have Tim to bring us in with more information about it and talk to us a little bit more about this game.
Yeah, so the developers of this game actually are based in Israel, which I didn't realize, and clearly there's a lot going on there right now, so we're able to get their video made, and they still want to be a part of the event. So we're going to show a little gameplay video that they sent us, and you all can comment on that. We hope everybody's staying as safe as possible there, and don't want to make this a political broadcast at all. So just everybody happy to be able to show their work and hope for the best for them. Enjoy.
Absolutely.
Go. So Dark Fracture, we saw it in Hype Hour, and I was super excited about that. It is a psychological horror experience in which you explore an ever-changing world where reality and nightmares collide. So that's super cool to me. I'm just going to kind of read you what's written on Steam here. And this is walk on the edge of madness in the shoes of a tormented soul as you descend into the darkest depths of the human psyche and question everything you see. I'm so excited for this.
Yes, I'm already questioning everything I see. So it's like we're in a dreamscape almost, but I'm interested to see how the story progresses and are you trying to get out? Like, there's so many questions I have about this, and it's right up your alley, Steph, isn't it?
It is. I love it. I know this is definitely in the alley for Alchemist as well. He does love his horror games. He likes to talk as much smack as he can during them. There's so many things that go into this because like I'm an art kid, so I love like little type of nuanced things into this, and there's so many things about this that just play together to give such a good delivery at the very least of what this game is.
A lot of little details that just bring it the whole thing together. And wait, did I hear you say Alchemist likes to poke fun at the horror? Like
all the time.
You're
All
talking
the
back
time.
to the horror poke?
Always. That's like his combat to being scared. He's got to talk his smack.
Well, so that's actually, so you say that, but one of the things about most horror games, right, is that a lot of the ways that they create horror is by taking power away from the player, right?
Sure.
So not having weapons or ammo scarcity or health scarcity or things like that. And in games like this, where it seems like there's not very obvious kind of combat in the game, can also be a really good thing to kind of take that kind of power away from a player. Now, as much as I enjoy a good spooky game, like even if I'm not on stream, when I'm streaming them, sometimes there are games that are really amazing games that people want to play, but because of the horror aspects of it, it might just be too scary for them for whatever particular reason. So by talking trash to the monsters in the game, it turns the game that you're watching from a horror movie to an action horror movie. It's the difference between Dawn of the Dead and the Evil Dead, like the original one.
Sure.
Dawn of the Dead is a very dark, it's a very dark movie. It's very grim dark. There's a lot of really bad things happening. You look at Evil Dead and it's also very dark and very grim. But when you have Ash taking you through it, saying groovy, baby, and making all these other jokes, it becomes a lot easier to watch. So it lets more people experience these things. And especially for indie games, like making it as accessible as possible should be the key for anyone that's streaming an indie game. So I talk trash to big monsters. That's just kind of my thing.
I like your reasoning. I didn't think of it that way, but now that you put it that way, I'm gonna start trash talking those monsters to make me feel a little better. So it looks like we're in this exploratory phase right now, kind of figuring it out. So it almost, have you ever played oh no, it's escaping me. It starts with an L. It's a scary game where you're just exploring and figuring out the story.
Labyrinth is the only one that comes to mind right now.
The game that comes to my mind from looking at this is kind of a scary version of What Remains of Edith Finch.
Okay,
that's a good
where you're
game
trying
too.
to look at you're trying to solve a mystery, and by going through the environment. Also, from what I'm looking at here, it looks like there's also like almost escape room like kind of mechanics at play here.
Yep.
There are a couple of things that were broken or that were locked that he wasn't able to get through, and now it seems like you'll be trying to solve those puzzles
to get to it. Yeah.
And
the game I was thinking of is Layers of Fear.
Okay,
yes.
I know what you're talking
that
about.
makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Yep.
Games
Where it's
like
like
that.
it's not necessarily scary up front, but it's like a mind bender. You're just exploring. The story is being told. It's unfolding for you. Yeah, I'm kind of getting those vibes a little bit.
I can definitely see that. The best thing about games like this is that when you're trying to solve puzzles and everything's calm, it's real easy to kind of calmly go through and where did I see this? Or, okay, I need to find a key for that. But when you look behind you and you see a bunch of those bugs with skull faces and they are getting just a little too close for comfort, that whole calm searching for things becomes a frantic, oh my God, where's the key? Where's the key? Where's the key? Where did I leave it? Oh my God. And it just makes these kind of games so awesome.
So you need to figure out the choices whatever you do the choices you make will help you shape the results of the terrifying tale, is what it says. Here, I was going through and I was reading as we were talking because I was like, oh, what more can we talk about this game? Because I don't want to give too much away, and I know a lot of this is on Steam, so this is information that is available. By the way, it's on Steam, guys. You should definitely go wishlist that. But there is so much there. You've got there's physics-based puzzles. There's dual wielding, procedurally generated paranormal events. You've got decision makings. There's an entire sanity meter. There's a lot of stuff that is really cool that builds into like just piles of really cool aspects to this game that I'm super excited for.
Yeah. Does it happen to stay on Steam when it's able to be played?
It says planned release date of 2024.
Okay.
So add that to your wish list. 2024 is not that far away. Just
It's
saying.
really
Don't remind
when you
me.
think
Oh
about
my
it.
goodness.
I know.
You know what will be
In
fun?
reality, it's kind of like daunting, but in the gaming world, I'm super excited for the things that are coming in
Yes.
2024.
That's the thing that's balancing my sanity meters. Like, 2024 is coming up very soon, but there's going to be so many new games to play.
There is.
You know what will be fun for this game? This seems like, this seems like a single player game, but what with the different choices that can be made and different paths, this feels like a game that would be fun to play with your friends at the same time.
Oh, sure.
Like the three of us get this game and we all started at the same time
Or send
because
a
we're all
Discord call.
naturally sitting in a Discord call and we're all naturally going to make different choices. So in addition to playing it together, we just try not to spoil anything that's happening. So you just get the reactions of the other two people with you, which I don't care how much trash I'm talking. If I know that the two of you are ahead of me and I'm hearing freak out noises from the two of you, bravado goes out the window.
Oh yeah, because you're gonna know that something scary is about to happen.
It's like, yeah, I'm not scared of that. And then Mac goes, oh my God. It's like, I wasn't scared of that door. And now I'm just going to explore the rest of this room for the next 20 minutes until I know what that was.
And now you realize that Mac is just going to be scared of everything and not to listen to her.
I will go first then. I'll just kick open the door and just talk trash to everything I see. Like, man, that dude's 20 feet tall. And Mac's like, well, my computer just drove through a tunnel. Sorry, guys. I can't go through
I gotta go.
Yeah.
And like, I'm crinkling a wrapper. Like, can't hear you.
Games like this are super cool for the aspect of like content creators and things like Twitch being able to provide you with chat being able to interact with you while you're playing this as well. I think is going to be a huge thing if they do implement that as well.
I mean, even with the things that already exist on Twitch, like you have like things like the sound effects that people drop, especially during spooky season. Could you imagine, Steph, like you're playing this game and
my chat would be so mean to me. My chat would bully me.
I, as a member of your chat,
would bully me.
I would not instantly bully you.
Don't lie to me like that.
The chat's not bullying the streamer. What are they doing?
Exactly.
It's out of love.
Does that say I miss you?
It does.
I'm not okay with
story here.
There's
There's a name. There's a name.
Nope.
Agatha something.
Nope. Anything that ends in
always an Agatha.
Agatha.
I didn't catch it quite, so it might not be Agatha, but Agatha is a creepy old name. So
it is. It is.
It's Agatha all along. We all know this. We learned this from WandaVision.
We love all the spooky games here.
I really want to play this with the two of you and just like overreact to just nothing.
I'm so down.
How dare you do this to me?
It would be fun. Mac, trust me, it'll be fun. It'll be great.
It'll be great. We'll all have our like lights off and we'll make it super dark and atmospheric and we'll play the game together. Oh, it'll be great.
Your sanity will be strained by such events. My sanity's already strained, so I have a leg up.
So I wonder if there's like stuff you have to find to bring your sanity back up. Like similarly to what is it, Phasmophobia, where if your sanity is lower, more things will happen to you, you know?
I mean, I'm going to be restoring my sanity not only in game but in real life, and my preferred method of restoring sanity in real life is is trash talking bourbon. So like I am going to have a leg up because I'm 100% going to be using that.
Scary.
It's super scary. I'm so excited about it though. Like there's so much about this game that just it stuck out to me so much when going through the games. And I'm so excited for it. We should all definitely play it though.
All right. I hold it to you. All right. Well, up next, we're going to be talking to the devs of Desktop Explorer. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The God game genre is back. Do you desire infinite power? You shall wield the power of a god.
and you shall lead humanity any way you choose. Will you support the founding families by working good wonders? Encourage them to build farms and schools so they can thrive as their settlements grow? Or will you rule with an iron fist as an evil tyrant, awaken the bloodthirst of mortals, and incite the flames of war to expand your lands with all the means at your command? Will you create a golden age of endless festivity? Inspire your followers to savor all pleasures and rejoice in divine intoxication? Or will you use and deceive your minions with lies and malicious plans? You could promise them an afterlife of sorts. Whatever you decide, mankind will evolve. With a will of their own, they can choose which god to follow. But who will attract the most followers of all? Take up the battle for supremacy against the 4 ancient gods of Illis. Create your legacy as you embark on this epic journey, and feel the growth of your divine power when you destroy all those who dare oppose you. At last, raise a monument to your ultimate triumph. As thousands praise your glory, you will finally realize your fate. With the power of a god, who will you become? Fata Deo.
Hello, and welcome back to the Seattle Indies Expo. We're joined by the game devs of Desktop Explorer. We have Juan and Jorge with us. Hello, welcome.
Hi, everyone. Hello, thank you. Thank you for having us.
I am so excited to hear more about Desktop Explorer. Can you give us a little rundown of what your game's about?
Our game's a puzzle game, but also narrative driven, and it's all based inside this fictional retro OS in an old computer. So you'll have to go through these users from this computer and solve puzzles using the tools from the computer.
Oh, that's amazing. What was your motivation for coming up with the theme for this game?
Well, all of us grew up, playing puzzle games and that of the like. There's this really obscure web game that it's made with puzzles that you have to solve. For example, modifying files and stuff. Mm-hmm. So kind of ARG stuff. But that's all really non-accessible for a lot of the players. So it's really obscure. So we try to make a more catered experience all contained inside this computer.
So you're exploring the computer, kind of figuring out the story, and things are starting to happen.
Yeah, exactly. You got this computer from your late uncle. So you can see it's an old computer. You don't have internet. You're trying to figure out what happened. You have this application here, the Expo Explorer, and you're figuring out this narrative, what happened with your uncle, what happened with the other users.
As you can see right now, the player is trying to change his desktop background just to make it more in theme with the presentation.
Wow!
Excellent touch.
I mean, since the whole game is, we're trying to kind of simulate or recreate an old OS. So, for example, you can see the files of those previous users, which all are in this trying to figure out the narrative, but the gameplay is all puzzle focused, which is inside an application of this computer, which makes you progress the game. But the more you progress the game, you uncover kind of a dark narrative. So it's not a horror game, but it plays on some like dark themes, kind of psychological thriller kind of thing.
Okay, I love that.
So on that subject, I have to ask this. It's always fun to play a game where you kind of play with where you mess with the player's kind of perspective and narrative. How do you go about figuring out the point when it is best to just make you're like, we've lost cabin pressure, everything has gone weird. Like, how do you balance when the best time to introduce that to the player is?
So, for example, right now, as you can see on the gameplay, this is like the first state of the game. You start seeing some of the files are like kind of glitched, and that's kind of weird. So that's, you can expect, there may be some weirdness, right? But there are some narrative elements that will introduce some darker topics, like progressively. And when the player is mostly unsettled, when, wait, I thought this game was going in this direction, that's when you hit them with not a jump scare, right?
You're like, just kidding.
I'm not trying to spoil it, but there's like, oh, you thought this was the computer, man? Now this happened. I'm like, oh my God. You play with their perspective.
Okay.
It's the ultimate twist.
There's nothing better than playing a game, especially, and again, we've talked about like streamers playing games like this, but just players, streamers, whoever is enjoying this game. There is nothing better than that moment when you're playing and you kind of feel like you're starting to get it, and then something happens and you go, I'm sorry, what just I always refer to it as the moment where like the player has lost cabin pressure, because you're like, everything's good, I know exactly what's going on, and then the oxygen masks drop and you're like, oh no, that's bad.
This is different.
I have another question, but I'm trying to figure out how to phrase it without you having to give anything away.
No, don't worry about it. Ask away.
So when it comes to trying to balance spooky versus not, because spooky is a hard thing to kind of balance, right? It is very difficult to figure out how to make something that is scary for everyone, because one thing might be scary for me and Mac might go, no, that's nothing. And then while the same token, Steph might go, I hate this thing. And I'm like, no, that's perfectly fine. How do you go about balancing what's spooky and what's not when the dev team is, I believe, just the two, correct?
It's 4 of us, actually. 2 of us, 2 of the team are in another event. But yeah, so the thing is, there are different things that spook different people, and we try to encompass all those things. We're not trying to spook players, we're just trying to unsettle them, which is, for example, something that's very, like, affects many of us is when you are familiarized with something, which is, we've all used computers, so we all know these things. When you take away a small portion of that control, not too aggressively, just small, that's when the big unsettlement happens. And also, there are some like dark images or dark themes which are inherently unsettling, right? But you have to tackle like in different kind of branches of unsettling. So that's the thing.
I love that you just really nailed and encapsulated what it's like being on an old computer. How much research did you have to do to like figure out how menus were organized back then and how to go from one place to the next?
Here's our designer.
So that was our idea, like having a throwback to the 90s vibe, like all West. And we did like research about icons, like how to present the applications. You can see here, we are not using like JPEG or any other extensions. We're trying to create our own OS. We were looking for having a similar vibe, but also coming up with new ideas, keeping up that style. You can see even in the images, like low resolution, the effects that we're presenting. Also, you see our help. Your helper is like
our Clippy.
Yeah, it's Pizarro is making a reference to Clippy. So that kind of stuff we all consider to create that immersive throwback vibe to the 90s.
I love it. It's perfect.
It is. It is. You guys nailed it. The aesthetic of it is perfect for it. What were some of the inspirations you guys drew when it came to finding the unsettling aspects for players? And if you did any playtesting for it, how did that process go?
It's funny you mentioned playtesting because, well, the two main things about this is unsettling and being a puzzle game. So there are many inspirations about trying to, for example, there are many ARGs that are focusing on trying to make you solve a mystery. So the main thing is, I want to feel like a genius, right? So you're trying to solve those puzzles, but at the same time, you have the feeling of maybe I'm finding more than I'm supposed to. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. So that's kind of like the feeling we want to give. And yeah, it's balancing I'm doing something wrong or I'm doing something I'm not supposed to with I feel like a genius whenever I solve a puzzle. And yeah, that's kind of the main vibe.
Love it.
I think we all want to feel like a genius when we solve puzzles, right?
Always. Always.
Yeah, so right now on screen, as you can see, they're right now interacting with the application Desktop Explorer inside the computer. So they're following a narrative, like in a text adventure kind of thing, where they're like trying to enter a cave and everything. And in order to progress through the puzzles, they have to access these password protected folders. So they have to interact with the files of the folders in some way to access these passwords and then progress to the next puzzle. And yeah.
So on that subject, I have a question. So obviously when you have a game like this, you have all the different, like solving the puzzle and kind of feeling like you said, feeling like a genius because you solved that puzzle. How did you guys tackle, if at all, like the idea of replayability? Because you would want to have one of these games where you play it and you enjoy it and you're having fun with the experience, but you also want to share it with other people so that they also can get that same experience. But if they've watched you play it, they kind of would have a bit of a heads up with like knowing what a password is for a particular account early. Like, how did you kind of work around that potential?
Without trying to spoil a lot of the story, one of the aspects of this game is tackling psychological stuff. That's all I'm gonna say, right? And whenever a player does some things differently or whatever, the game kind of reacts in some way, and that's reflected in some of the puzzles, some of the narrative, some of the ways the computer kind of glitches out. So depending on how you approach those things, maybe a player has some sort of fears reflected on the computer and some others have different. But I don't want to say too much because that's spoiler.
Of course. I feel like that has an awesome possibility to like really screw with the fourth wall as well. Because it's one of those things that like Max playing the game and I'm watching a stream and I go, oh, okay, the password for the admin account is such and such. I'm going to go and do that. And so when I start playing it, I enter that up first and like the game glitches out and goes like, you shouldn't be here. Like, excuse me, game? I learned this fair and square. I don't know why you're saying I shouldn't be here. That's not okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of metagaming involved with trying to mimic a computer, right? Try to immerse the player most as possible.
Yeah, that's great. It feels like you guys just succeeded on that front. Where can people find you for this game if they haven't looked at it yet?
You can, we're on Twitter, like at Desktop Explorer. You can also play the demo right now on Steam. It's just a showcase of some of our puzzles. And we're also on Instagram at Desktop Explorer 2. So you can find us there. You can message us, whatever questions you have. We're like really happy to answer.
Awesome. Well, there actually is a question in chat from Monse Minor. They were wondering what games inspired Desktop Explorer.
Oh, well, actually, there are many games. For example, there's a really famous game called Her Story where you try to solve a mystery, which is really cool. But it's encompassed inside like an old computer where you're like using police software to go through videos. So that's a really big inspiration. But also in the vein of trying to encompass the kind of puzzles or mystery try to uncover. There's Return of the Obra Dinn. There's also the Case of the Golden Idol, which is really good last year. And funny thing, a lot of people told us, "Oh, Hypnospace Outlaw." We actually hadn't played that game before doing this, and we just played it. And we are incredibly flattered you guys compare us like, "Oh, you are guys inspired in this." Thank you so much, because that's a wonderful game. We've just played it, and yeah, that's some of the games that inspired us.
Wow, awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us. I really appreciate learning more about this. This was one of the ones I put on my list of like, gotta snag it, gotta grab it. So
Thank you so much. Thank you.
yes, thank you so much. All right, up next, we are going to be hearing from the devs of Draco and the 7C Scales. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Seattle Indies. Let's go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Seattle Indies Expo 2023. I am Alchemist, joined by my two lovely co-hosts, Mac and Cheese Please and Stephazoid, and we are also joined by another guest, Sam. Sam, I believe you're here to tell us about Draco and the 7C Scales. So tell us a little bit about this game.
I am. Thanks for having me. Draco is a indie game. It's kind of like a Zelda-like, Game Boy kind of like, and the story is that like you're a pirate on the seven seas trying to form this dark bargain and like trying to save someone who's close to you, with all these mysteries and like weird stuff happening.
I love that it's a pirate game so much.
Yes, yeah. The main thing that you'll see later is like half the game you kind of play as a pirate ship. This intro section is kind of more like old school classic Zelda, but then it quickly becomes like very different, which is pretty cool. Yeah.
Before we get too far into the questions, there's something I have to acknowledge that just happened on screen. Chat, if you did not see that Faye just said with wobbly italics, listen, and you didn't hear Navi going, hey, listen, you're doing it wrong. I'm just going to get that out of the way now, because that is 100% what's going on. Okay, so first of all, I remember seeing this game at PAX, and I remember being kind of immediately taken back to like playing like old school Legend of Zelda games on the Game Boy, and like really like that just nostalgia factor.
Oh yeah.
What made you like? What kind of inspired you to take that approach with this particular game?
Yeah, so there's a couple of reasons. I think the first one is that, you know, a Game Boy resolution and kind of like Game Boy style gameplay is like pretty low on scope. I'm a hobbyist, so it makes it like a lot easier to kind of figure out what I want to do, how many things I can have on screen at once. Sometimes it's a challenge, but I think it's like a good challenge. And yeah, I think also like a lot of people, I have a lot of nostalgia for this time, so it's pretty easy to play into, and I have a lot to pull on.
So we're about to go into a part when during hype hour where you were using the flintock in a way that I was like, I never would have thought to even do that with like hitting the thing multiple times and the bridge shows and then hitting the thing again and then the bridge shows again. And I'm like, dude, this would have been the part where I would have looked up a guide. Like, how much trial and error is there when going through these dungeons and kind of figuring out how you want to make your puzzles?
Yeah, so I think making puzzles that are like pretty like accessible is very challenging. I think what I've done a lot is like lots of playtests to kind of like see like, do these puzzles make sense? Do people like figure out the clues? I think when you're looking at gameplay, sometimes like those clues are like harder to like see, and like you may not realize them as much when like you're actually playing the game.
When you're in it, yeah.
But like my hope is that like the puzzles are like relatively like not necessarily easy, but like hopefully I give you all the tools you need to figure out what you have to do.
Absolutely. Yeah, it looks great. I love like puzzle games, and so just incorporating all these familiar things into one brand new story, I'm already excited. So
yeah.
Now, were you a one-man team, or did you have other people behind you to help with this entire thing?
Yeah, so we're a 3-person team. I did like pretty much all the programming, and like a little bit of the art and a little bit of the sound effects, and then I work with like a musician and an artist as well.
Very cool. And did Seattle Indies help out in that process of bringing Draco to life at all?
So actually, like funnily enough, like I'm the only developer that's based in Seattle.
Okay.
The other 2 developers are kind of like I've met them like through the internet, and then they kind of live in other places. But I've definitely like it's really valuable like having the local Seattle indie scene to kind of like bounce ideas off of and like get feedback on stuff.
absolutely. What was some of the feedback that you received during Seattle Indies, and any community members that gave you that was pivotal for your game?
Yeah, so I think one thing which we already kind of touched on is like puzzles. I think there's like a couple of puzzles where like maybe they were like they needed like just one little extra like hint, or like if one little part was like a little bit easier, then a lot more people would have gotten it a lot faster.
Sure.
And so that was just kind of something that you kind of like, as you expose the game to more people, like other people like approach things in different ways, and then you kind of see how they approach things, and you go from there.
Right. Definitely.
So, sorry, go ahead. Were you about to say something
I
else?
was just gonna say, this is kind of like where like the game kind of shifts from like where it was as more of like a traditional Zelda like to now you're like a pirate ship, and then like the game is very different. You don't have any of your old items, and you're kind of very confused, I think, at first.
You're like, you're the ship now.
That's a snake.
That's
a giant snake.
Ah!
Oh, this does change the game very much.
Yes, this is so different.
Okay, so there's one question that I had based on something that Mac said, because Mac brought up a really good point about like seeing some of the puzzles and seeing how you use different items to kind of like progress through the game. How did you kind of go about designing, and I'm talking from, without going into spoilers, of course, from a macro level, how did you go about kind of sprinkling those different progression items through the game? Because I know that progression is something that's really important for a game like this, because if it's too slow, then the players feel like they're kind of meandering about. But if it's too fast, the game kind of just kind of flies past. How did you go about balancing those two aspects?
Yeah, that's something I've thought about a lot. Because for this first dungeon, I wanted the player to get used to both kind of forms, like this land form and the sea form. So I kind of had to give them like a lot of items, which is like a little bit scary, but I think they're similar enough to where it's not a huge problem. So like on land, you kind of have this sword and like this like flintlock gun, which is pretty familiar if you've played like a Zelda game before. And then when you're on your ship, you have these 2 cannons that fire on the sides of you, kind of like a ship would, which kind of makes the aiming a little challenging. But it's a little bit similar to the flintlock, so I don't think it's like too big of a jump. And the rest of the items are kind of like they're like very pirate themed, so it's kind of fun just to sprinkle them in, like maybe once a dungeon you get something.
So I want to talk a little bit about the dynamics that we just witnessed, because I know Alchemist is losing his mind right now. But there's a puzzle aspect that we just witnessed that was a lot more dynamic and different than I think a lot of people might have realized. Is that you go in, you see this giant rock, you whack at it with your sword, you can't do anything, you shoot at it, you can't do anything. But we get back in the ship and you can shoot through that one little portion there to break it with the cannonball. So tell us a little bit more about the design choices for things like that.
Yeah, so there's also this giant squid which we'll get to soon. But
I love the squid.
A lot of the kind of puzzles in this game are like switching between the forms and like thinking like I can't solve this in this problem in this form I'm in. I need to switch to this other form and then figure out like where to go from there. And that's like a pretty major integral part of the design for a lot of stuff.
I know you're not supposed to have a favorite. I know you're not supposed to have a favorite. I know you're not supposed to have a favorite, but I'm in this. Okay, all BS aside, just seeing it's not two different games. They're literally extensions of one another. And seeing how this is going is just breaking my brain in all the best bloody ways possible. Seeing the boulder thing was one of those things that I was like, oh, that's really cool. And in some games, that would be a really cool kind of moment to have. But you use that moment to teach the player, hey, you're going to have to switch between ship and land combat very quickly, like very often. And just having that moment where you teach the player that in such a subtle, kind of simplistic way, that's bloody brilliant, dude. Like watching that fight and seeing I'm trying to not geek out too much about the fact that he blew up an object on ground while on the ship, and then seeing the fight and seeing like you go up to hit the eye, and I'm like, okay, now this is where we hit the part of that fight. But then your two shipmates, one of them says run and one of them says whistle, which immediately in my brain goes, oh, I go back to the ship. Oh yeah, because I did the cat. How do you go about designing that from a development aspect? Because I imagine that doing that is a very delicate balance.
Yeah, there's been like lots of edge cases and like weird things where it's like, how much time do I give the player? How much freedom do I give them to like make these solutions? And yeah, I think a lot of it is I kind of start with like, what's a cool moment I could have, and then I kind of I'm like, okay, let's see like how hard that would be to make, and then I go from there and be like, okay, well, it would require these things to make that happen. And I'm like, let's just try it and see how it goes.
I love the like just try and see, like trial and error. You don't know if you don't do it, and that's kind of the same sentiment of the game itself. Is like you don't know to go into the person as a person. Are you a ship? You're just going back and forth. You're trial and erroring, figuring out how to play, and yeah, it just comes through both ways, and it's really great.
Mm-hmm. Was there anything that inspired specifically the pirate theme to this? Or did it start off with a different theme in your head when you were first conceptualizing everything and grow into this?
Yeah, so actually I think the idea kind of started out, I'm like, oh, that would be cool if there was like a Zelda game where you were like purely just like a ship or like a boat. And then I'm like, well, okay, that's a little weird. How do I make that like make sense to players? I'm like, oh, maybe it's pirate themed. And then I'm like, okay, maybe it's not quite always you're on the pirate ship. Maybe to make it make a little bit more sense, you also like have these land sections as well. So it was pretty like integral to like early on that I thought like, oh, this should be a pirate game.
Nice.
Where can people find more information about your game if they are interested in purchasing it?
Yeah, so currently the game is still in development, but I would really appreciate any wish lists on Steam. I'm sure they'll post the Steam link in chat, but then there's also just the tiny URL that's on screen now. And then if you're interested in following development and seeing how the game progresses, follow me on Twitter. It's @Zythus. I have that in my little name card here. And yeah.
Awesome. Sam, thank you so much. I am just floored to hear more about Draco and the 7C scales. It was way more than we expected during Hype Hour, and just learning about it has been great. So thank you so much, Sam. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. It was a great time.
Of course. All right. There is still plenty more games coming your way on 6 online. You have to check out 6.seattleindies.org for more info on all the games that you're seeing today. There is a Steam sale happening right now, which you can find linked in the chat. Get discounts on some of the release games that you're seeing today. And don't forget to wishlist those items that aren't out just yet, so you'll get notified when they do get released. And if you want your very own 6 2003 t-shirt, head over to the store page at seattleindies.org to buy one for yourself. And I cannot just not plug Patreon, you guys. So 6 wouldn't be possible without our generous sponsors and Patreon supporters. For just as little as $1 a month, you too can support Seattle Indies and help us put on great events like 6. So go to patreon.com/SeattleIndies to find out more.
And thank you to our headline sponsors for this, because you can't not put on an event of this magnitude and this caliber and have all these awesome devs here without having headline sponsors like Hooded Horse, which is a publisher of strategy, simulation, and role-playing games, including Old World, developed by Mohawk Games, Terra Invicta, developed by Pavonis Interactive, Falling Frontier, developed by Stutterfox Studios, Alliance of the Sacred Sons, developed by Cathawk Studios, and The Way of Wrath. In addition, we also have to give a special thank you to Perfect Day Games. Perfect Day Games is a highly creative group of game developers who share a passion for creating engaging and immersive games. Our team consists of individuals from diverse career paths, each bringing their unique perspective and experience to the table. We believe that the key to our success is the ability to work together seamlessly, leveraging our collective strengths to create exceptional games.
True. And you know what? We wouldn't be anything without any other sponsors that we have. We have our champion sponsors of Play Everywhere, Premac Rogers PC, 4Culture, Megacrit, and Epic Games, as well as our partner sponsors at .fun Domains and our community sponsors, Unbound Creations, AIE, Galvanic Games, Seattle Composers Alliance, and 3R Technology. So huge thank you to all of you, and we will see you guys with more games soon.
A hostile alien force arrives in the outer solar system, sending infiltrators to subvert Earth's governments as it builds an invasion fleet. As commander of the Resistance, you must recruit a council of leaders dedicated to protecting humanity from the looming alien threat. Councillors must contend with shifting political conditions to secure alliances, and employ both warfare and subterfuge to safeguard humanity as it moves into space. For victory will not be on Earth alone. Explore a detailed model of the solar system's planets, moons, and asteroids, and compete with other factions to harness the resources of these worlds, with the ultimate goal of constructing a fleet to defeat the alien invaders. Establish mining outposts to extract the raw materials your forces will require. Build and upgrade space stations to develop new technologies and expand your industrial capacity. Defend your assets while deploying your fleet to combat both hostile human factions and alien forces. Command warships in battles where momentum and maneuver are keys to victory. And preserve the independence of humankind. Terra Invicta, a grand strategy alien invasion game.
And we are back with more games. We are going to have for us some Fall For You. We've got Rick Jur now to help me host here and bring in Brooklyn to tell us a little bit about Fall For You. How you guys doing today?
Doing great. Thanks for having me.
Fantastic. Thanks so much for coming in. Rick, how are you? Or how have you been enjoying the show so far? All of the games leading up to here?
Oh man, I've been doing great. All these games have been excellent to see. I've definitely been putting a lot of things on my wish list in the background while watching this stream so far. But speaking of watching, dude, this game that we're watching right now, rhythm-based game, that's my jam. This looks really cool.
Oh, we've got an alchemist back too. But Brooklyn, can you tell us a little bit more about Fall For You? What inspired you to make this game, and anything else you want to give us about this?
Yeah, thank you. So, Fall For You, I came up with about 3 years ago. I was kind of at a crossroads with another project of mine, and I thought, all right, well, this other project's taking a little while, so I'm gonna start like a little side thing. And thinking about what kind of side thing I wanted to start, I kind of wanted to do something I'd never done before. So I'd never made a rhythm game, and I'd never made a roguelike game before. So I was like, all right, let's try that. And so I really mulled over it. Originally, it was going to be a grid-based game, kind of like Crypt of the Necrodancer. It's kind of a big inspiration for me. But actually, I couldn't get the AI to work with the grid-based thing. So I was like, this is silly. I don't want to do this. So instead, I got inspired. I like to watch my boyfriend play Binding of Isaac. And that's a really fun game to watch. And so I was like, oh, maybe I could do that's a roguelike game. So maybe I could do something like that. And so I opened it up to that, and it really started to make a lot more sense. And yeah, I worked on it. It started off as a side project, but it pretty quickly developed a life of its own, as these things want to do. And so I decided to kind of make it my first fully featured title. And I released it last year, and I just got done with a big update for it this year that added some new content and fixed some stuff. And so, yeah.
So I was actually going to piggyback off of that, because I remember, first of all, hi again, Brooklyn. I think this is now the third time that we've seen each other and spoken about this game. So how you been?
I've been great. I have been doing just fine.
I am very happy to hear that. Okay, so one of the things that I've always loved about Fall For You is the art style of this game, because the art style of this game is absolutely spectacular. Can you tell us a little bit more about your inspiration for this particular art style?
That's a good question. I think the art style is actually another thing where I departed from my usual ways. My art, I usually focus on the line art first and foremost. And so I figured, all right, I'm going to do the exact opposite of that. And I'm going to do an art style that doesn't have any lines in it and see what I can do with that. I also, as much as I love Binding of Isaac, it always bothers me in games when you have three-dimensional 360 movement, but you only have 4 sprites. So I decided pretty early on that I wanted to make 8 directional sprites. And I think that makes everything look a lot smoother. And I've always had an affinity for the 2.5D perspective, that kind of simulated 3 dimensions and pixel art. I don't know, that's been something that I've always really liked, and I wanted to implement it into a game of my own. And it turned out, I think it looked really well. I think art has been the thing that I've been most strong on in my life, so that's what I would primarily consider myself. And I worked really hard on it. One thing that I actually labored over quite a lot was the game's color palette. So the whole game, aside from transparency layers, I think it has maybe 48 unique colors, and that's it. Wow. And I spent weeks, if not months, just mulling over and tweaking that individual color palette just to make sure everything would look super cohesive and together. So
the color palette is pristine. It is fantastic. It works so well with the flow of everything. So that is spectacularly done. But on that note, are you a solo dev in this project? Were there other people working with you on this? Or was it just your passion project that turned out to be everything you wanted?
So Fall For You is 100% built by me. I didn't get, that's not true. So the sound effect that plays in the Shoxasoft, the very intro, it kind of sounds like the THX sound. That was made by my boyfriend. He had a bunch of synths and stuff, and he made a fancy thing. So I can't say I made everything. but I did make everything else. I made all the graphics, all the music. I actually had to kind of teach myself a lot of music theory stuff and scales. I actually built a music engine that is in-game that has its own song composer. And that's how I actually made all the music, was I built a separate software to...
oh, wow.
Yeah, so the game, there aren't MP3 files for each song. It's more like MP3 files for each like instrument, and then each of those are tuned up and down and played in sequence based on what the sequencer engine tells it to do.
Interesting.
Whoa.
That's really nifty. That's really different. I like that a lot. Being a solo dev, because I've asked other solo devs here today, and I'm sure I will again, do you have any advice for somebody that is creating a game and living that solo dev life in this?
I would say get organized. I'd say, like, for me, the hardest part about game development, it's not actually any of the on the ground stuff, it's the management. So like making sure that you're keeping your game scoped properly, clocking my hours. I use like time clocking software, even though I'm not like accountable to anybody. Just keeping track of that is really useful. Keeping like a task list that you update and like a calendar of all the things you should be doing is super helpful. Kind of checking in with yourself, having like a good design doc that has like everything that's going to be in the game is really important. I would say keeping organized. I'd say learning how to do all of the like the graphics and the programming and the music and everything. That gets you started, and the management gets you finished.
Perfect. Thank you for that.
Yeah, sure.
So I have a question for you. How did the design of the music system play into balancing the game's difficulty?
That's a good question. So, this game isn't like something like Crypt of the Necrodancer, which it's very often compared to. Crypt of the Necrodancer, for the most part, has a 4 to the floor kind of beat, just kind of a kick, kick, kick. It's a common party beat. And it'll change up every now and again, but for the most part, there's an input on each of those, and you're really keeping tempo. With Fall For You, it's a little different. So you see the red bars and the blue bars that scroll. When there's a blue bar, that denotes a kick drum, and when there's a red bar, that denotes a snare. And so when there's a blue bar underneath you, you can do a dash attack, and when there's a red bar underneath you, you can do a snare drum. So it's kind of a kick, snare, juggling between those two abilities, which have different uses. And the music engine actually works in many ways to change difficulty up. It can dynamically change tempo of the song without affecting like quality of it. It can like upshift in tempo to make it more difficult. There's different drum beats for each song that get more and more difficult and a little less conventional by the end of it. So it starts with a kick, snare, then it goes into a kind of a hip hop, but kick, snare, and then it switches over to more of a reggaeton beat with a kick, snare, kick, snare, kick, snare, kick, snare. And so the rhythm changes up to kind of keep you on your toes. Also, later songs have more like kind of drum fills and different things going on to kind of give you a unique challenge whenever you're playing it.
So
that's awesome.
One of the things that I saw in the gameplay video, and it kind of harkened back to something you said. Initially, you said this was a grid-based game. And then you kind of moved to this style of game. But in the gameplay video, there is a section where you do transition back to the grid style sections. What made you want to integrate both styles into the gameplay? And was there any particular choice as to making one for one thing or another?
So I believe, is this what you're talking about with the grid?
This is part of it. There was another section later on where you were actually kind of swirling around a grid.
Yeah, so for this section, I call it the Dance Dodge Rewards section. I wanted to harken to other rhythm games like, Dance Dance Revolution or even kind of Guitar Hero, where you put different inputs in. So for that section, you put in directional inputs depending on what the arrows tell you to do. And the only way I was able to make that work was if it's locked to a grid. Actually, the whole game, like the worlds themselves, are a grid of pillars that will rise and fall to create the levels. Actually, the whole entire game, from when you start up, takes place in this room with the same set of pillars, just kind of reorienting themselves around you to create all of the levels instead.
Oh, dope.
Well, awesome. That's actually pretty dope. I really enjoy this game, and I can't wait to check it out. And I'm definitely going to add this on my wish list. But Brooklyn, thank you for coming in and taking your time to show us this game. We really appreciate it, and we'll be right back after this ad break.
Thanks.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Seattle Indies Expo 2023. I am your host, Alchemist, joined by the spectacular Richter and Stephazoid. And this time we have two additional people that are joining us to talk about Favor, Gods of Oera. Now, I got to meet you guys at PAX, and I remember seeing this gorgeous game there. But I want you to kind of tell people more about Favor, because I already am in love with this game.
Yeah, sure. I can talk a little bit about what it is. So Favor is an action-adventure path building board game for 2 to 6 players, where you play as one of 6 unique characters with slightly asymmetric abilities and a different ultimate ability, and you're going to run around the board battling your friends in a contest to win the favor of the gods. So the goal of the game is to be the first player to reach 10 points of favor. So it is a competitive game. It's kind of like an arena battler. There's lots of opportunities for beating up your friends and multiple paths to victory. So we really wanted to make like a family-friendly, light, medium weight casual RPG, kind of like baby's first RPG, or like something that can kind of get you into hopefully like a gateway game into board games if you're not really like big into board games. But if you are a gamer, there's a lot to sink your teeth into for this game.
So you already mentioned that this is a competitive game, and we were talking about it in the hype hour, whether or not this was a build friendship game or ruin friendship game.
Yeah,
so
I saw that.
To know that this is a ruin friendship game. Now, there's something that I'm noticing here that is a bit different. See, when I saw this game at PAX, it was a physical game on a physical table. But this looks like this is in Tabletop Simulator.
Yeah.
Did you guys, what was the process like to kind of port your game from a physical based game over to Tabletop Simulator?
So it actually kind of was a back and forth process, because we used Tabletop Simulator for the development of the game, just to make sure like all of the card designs, everything was readable, the artwork looked good. So we actually kind of went back and forth the whole time. So we did already have all of our assets in Tabletop Simulator from early on, and then we actually later had physical copies of all the cards printed for our prototypes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this started out as a Kickstarter, correct?
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead, Peter.
So we did just have a Kickstarter. So this actually started out as a game jam game. So this was the 2020 Global Game Jam game, and that's where this project started back in February of 2020. 3.5 years later, we did just have our Kickstarter, and we successfully funded our project and hit a couple of stretch goals, which is really exciting. So yeah, we are now. What you're seeing on screen here is basically the finished game. What Lee and I have to do still on the back end is we've got some art to do, some back of the box designing, some rule book tweaking and editing, and then we're already talking with our manufacturer. So we are currently on track for a July 2024 ship date.
Oh, nice.
That's coming up real soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that. Well, you mentioned that you developed them basically at the same time, kind of hand in hand. Did you find one to be harder in development process than the other one?
Physical, definitely, I would say. Because with digital, what was nice, and this is part of why we use Tabletop Simulator, is we were able to test things as we went. So we could have really, really rough prototype versions of cards to make sure that the UI looked good before actually doing any of the artwork. And as soon as we had the updated versions of anything, then we could immediately upload it into Tabletop Simulator. So it made it really easy to test as we went.
It's nifty.
And it helped a lot too because, as we mentioned, we started this in February 2020, which was right before the global lockdown of the pandemic, which really, made it hard to play test an in-person game. So definitely like the first year to year and a half of Favor's development happened in Tabletop Simulator. So it was just a really nice way for us to kind of also just get more play tests. I mean, this game's had over 200 play tests in its development cycle, and a lot of them happened through Tabletop Simulator, which is great for all sorts of data aside from how long it takes for a game to be played. Because in the real world, you don't have to remember how do I pick up cards. What are my buttons? What do I flip over?
How do I put this in my hand?
What do my hands do?
I don't know what to do with my hands. In Tabletop Simulator is currently available, and it is free for anyone who wants to give it a try. So yeah, you can find it in Steam. You can also go to our website, and there's links to it to find it there if you want to play the game. And there's even feedback forums if you want to leave feedback to help development. Sure, we're in the final stretch of the game, but I will always take
feedback is always good. Helps us improve in the future.
Yeah,
that's great. That link is in chat too.
Yeah,
feedback.
Great.
Steph bullied me and took my cookies. 5 out of 5 would play again.
They were delicious.
So I see that it's like a land builder style game, and you're able to put your cards on other people's section. Is that the strategy, like combative PvP aspect to it?
Yeah, there are for sure. There's 3 primary strategies in this game, or like path to victory to get your 10 victory points, and one of them is the PvP style. So each character has hearts, and during the game you can either use like your basic attack or your ultimate ability called your boon, or your action cards, your items to kind of deal damage to other players based on proximity around the board. And if you knock someone out, so if you eliminate the other, we call it stun. If you stun the other player and they lose all of their hearts, you gain a victory point. You gain a point of favor for knocking them out. So you're highly incentivized to try and beat up the other players, but that player who did get knocked out just comes back to full hearts on their next turn and keeps playing, because we want to make it really important that it feels really bad to get knocked out, so we want to try and make it so there's almost no downside to getting stunned. You can see that there are these colorful hexagon shaped cards that we have on our sides. Those are relics. Those are powerful items that you find around the world. There are 2 tiles in each of the regions. You can see the 4 regions. The orange is the wasteland, the blue is the marshland, the forest, the mountains, very like environmental, trying to like explore this world and get into that narrative. There are 2 tiles in each of those regions that is a ruin tile, which you can delve into to get those relics. And those relics are going to buff your stats, and each of them have a different ability that can change how you play the game, since it is a strategy game. So opportunities for combos and sequencing, synergies, turn optimization, the stuff that you would want to find in a strategy game. So if you do get stunned and you do lose all your hearts, which is about to happen actually. So right now,
I've got an example of it right here.
Yeah. So most of the fighting in this game, you can see our 2 characters, a little hard to see in the back there in the wasteland. Most of the fighting in this game is proximity based. You either have to be 3 tiles away from someone or within a straight line of connected tiles, so like a line of sight kind of aspect. So this was pretty fun because I didn't have enough fight to knock Lee out without moving into a straight line, but it's an action point based game. We call it energy. You only have 4 points of energy every turn, so I didn't have enough to knock her out but I did have my ultimate ability. The Saproling's boon is teleport 1 tile regardless of connection, and then place a trap somewhere, which is really fun, but really high and active mobile. So I was able to kind of use my boon to teleport into that line of sight for that final snipe shot, which was one of the highlights of the game for me on this, which is kind of a fun, like make everything kind of line up in a way. So if you do get knocked out, you lose half your relics. So that's the only downside. And it's half rounded down. So it's not, if you have 3 relics, you lose 1, you get to choose it. So we wanted to make it so you can knock players out, you get victory points for doing so. But if you get knocked out, the world's not over.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to playing this game and getting chain stunned, because every time I've played a game with Steph, she rallies the entirety of the universe against me. So I'm just looking forward to getting chain stunned and losing all of my relics.
Here's the thing. It actually can be an advantage to get stunned. In a previous live stream we did, that was with Amanda Panda. I just kept telling people to stun me, and that's actually how I won the game.
Interesting.
You can't get status effects applied to you when you're stunned, so it gave me a bit of a protection between each round. Yeah.
Okay, I do have another question based on something that you guys said earlier. You said that you had a Kickstarter for this and you reached some of your stretch goals, which, first of all, congratulations for that. But my question kind of goes, how do your stretch goals kind of play into the digital versus the physical versions of the game?
Sure. And I will say that, the digital version of the game is not something that we are at this moment planning on monetizing in any kind of way. So the tabletop simulator was there for us to develop the game, like Lee had mentioned. It helps us with art and UI, because we can real quickly just sketch up a card and put it in there and see how does it look in our hands before we invest in getting nice pieces from a print on demand service or anything like that. So the tabletop simulator is there for just, if you want to play the game, you want to have feedback, it's there. You can go and enjoy it, but we're not, the stretch goals didn't play anything into the tabletop simulator mod, because you can't put acrylic pieces in tabletop simulator.
Of course.
That is fair. I have one more question. It is favor of the gods, right? So how many gods do we have? And does each god control a different type of land area or kind of biome?
Yeah, you want to take that, Lee?
Yeah. Oh yeah. So we have 5 gods. They are all different sort of aspects of the game that they represent, or aspects of the world of Oera that they represent. So we did consider actually having gods for each, region, but we kind of leaned away from that because we like the idea of gods being tied to specific game mechanics and certain effects that the gods apply upon you. At the beginning of each round, you draw a god card, and the gods have a decree, and it'll be different gods at different times. So yeah, we wanted to tie it more into the actual gameplay in that way than the regions.
Perfect. That sounds great. Thank you guys so much for coming on, for sharing your game with us. Where can we find you before we head out?
We are Favor the Game on basically all of our social media, and our website is favorthegame.com, and that has links to all of our everything.
It's your new favorite game, so check us out. We have it open
It is
for
my
pre-order.
favorite game.
We are available for pre-order. The game is available for pre-order now. Yep.
Perfect. Thank you guys so much for coming in. We'll be right back with Fishbowl Kid.
Awesome. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Hey everybody, and welcome back. I'm Richard, joined with my fellow host and the creator of Fishbowl Kid, Jared. Hey, how's it going?
It's going great. Thanks so much for having me on.
Tell us a little bit about this game. I know that Alchemist, I believe, saw you at PAX, and I'm sure he asked you a plethora of questions there as well, which we might even go through a lot of those again here. But tell us a little bit about this game and what inspired you to make a game specifically about coping with depression.
Yeah, so Fishbowl Kid is an interactive comic story game. Similar, some inspirations are Florence, If Found. I heard Edith Finch be mentioned in this chat before. Basically, I want to create a linear sort of hero's journey story and have interactive elements that sort of elevate what's being said in the story. And what inspired me to make, I struggle with depression and anxiety myself. So there's a lot of things that I have learned in untraditional ways in my mental health journey. I didn't have access to a psychiatrist or a therapist for a long time. And I saw this post recently that said, like, my favorite thing to do with my friends is trickle down therapy, where the people that can afford therapy can sort of like regurgitate that a little bit back to me. And a lot of this, Fishbowl Kid presents a lot of different coping mechanism that the main character Mason has for when he's struggling with depression and anxiety. And that comes from just sort of word of mouth from friends and family members who have gone through similar struggles and have sort of shared with me how they cope. And I sort of incorporate a lot of those strategies in this game.
So one thing I want to ask, and this is maybe a little bit heavier of a question, but mental health is something that is very, very delicate, right? It's something that oftentimes we try to kind of keep our struggles to ourselves because we don't want to share or burden people in some people's cases with bringing those things up. How did you kind of go about kind of overcoming that to use your journey with depression to kind of make this game?
That is such a great question, and it's very personal to me because I feel like I have the same feeling of like, if I share what I'm going through, I'm just a wet blanket to other people. It's just putting on my problems on somebody else, and I've had to sort of overcome that. Like my experiences aren't they're unique, but not so unique that I can't talk to and relate to other people about them. And in this game, actually, so Mason he represents his strategies in little stickers that he keeps for himself. And one of those, an important part of the story is to reach out and to remember to reach out because it can be so difficult to sort of get yourself out of a spiral when you may not even know that you're spiraling. So having an asset, I recently got engaged, and my partner has been such an asset to. He can recognize in me when I'm having an anxiety attack before I even do, and so including other people in your letting them in on what you may be struggling with can be so helpful for you to have somebody to pull you out of that, as well as you can share your experiences with other people. And I think that's something that we are sort of as a society sort of getting better at, the sort of getting away from the stigma and being able to talk about it and not feel like you're being judged or you're some like imperfect or lesser person because you have difficulties with mental health.
I understand that.
I love that. I think you touched on a point that is extremely prominent, I think, for a lot of people to realize when it comes to depression is when you don't realize where you are at, but somebody around you does, because you've put up this front for so long, and that's how you've coped with it. So that's fantastic. I think that is a great thing for a lot of people to see within a game that makes it easy to kind of digest it. But on top of all of that, I want to talk about some of your creative choices here. color scheme. I want to talk about your color scheme choices, because we saw it a little early on where we had the bright colors that kind of doled out. It didn't go completely black and white to match the scene or to match the character here, but it did dole out, and that was something I wanted to touch on. And I also wanted to talk about this the line work that we have, that we see that is almost maze-like in everything, and I want to talk about your inspiration to that, and why you chose that type of imagery to use here rather than something more solid.
Yeah, another really great question. This sort of project originated from just a dream that I had, and it was very poignant for me in that I was dreaming that I was in like an amusement park, and I had this sort of barrier over my head that was like, and I was out of color, whereas the world was in color, and the barrier meant that I couldn't access the happiness that other people could access. And so we wanted to really utilize like bright colors as a contrast to our main character, who is representing himself as a sort of colorless character, which represents him feeling not having access to the color and happiness outside of him, but also like maybe his own self-worth, that he's sort of colorless and just sort of there. So that's sort of where the color inspiration comes from. I just reached out to the artist on this game is my sister, Andrea Aguirre, and I was like, I think I really need to see this dream sort of realized, and she beautifully sort of realized it, and it sort of turned into a full-length story from that dream. So that's where the sort of color choices come from, and this sort of maze, sort of circular, cyclical imagery comes from that, sort of expressing a little bit of that, what I mentioned before about like being stuck in a cycle, feeling like you're trapped in a maze. There's a lot of like your shadow might be like sort of a maze shadow instead of a solid colored shadow, just to feel like you're repeating the same patterns, and you're sort of cycling and not finding an exit. And one of the sort of the realizations that the main character has to have in this game is that maybe something isn't working right now. Maybe strategies you've had before are no longer working. That doesn't mean nothing works. And to sort of the encouragement to try the next thing, keep searching for the solution that works for you.
Wow. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to get my partner to view this game and possibly play it, because she also deals with a lot of depression and things in life, just a lot of struggle. But how did you take such a heavy subject and gamify it in such a way that was both fun and innovative?
Yeah, I feel like there have been games before about depression, and a lot that are uplifting as well. Something very specific that I wanted to go about with this game was to make a linear story. I never wanted to have a situation where it's like, game over, you succumb to depression and that's it for you. I always wanted to sort of, this is Mason's journey, and you're sort of relating to it as you go along. And I never want to sort of express that like this is the end for somebody. There's always something else that you can try. And so I do really well with constraints. So having a linear story as my constraint has sort of allowed me to be a little more experimental with the little interactions that you go through throughout the game. And always trying to, sometimes the interactions are just there to have a little break from heavy story, but oftentimes I'm trying to have the mechanics relate to what the character is feeling and or the coping mechanism that he is showcasing in that moment.
Jared, first of all, thank you for this game tremendously. I know that, a lot of this, we're here to kind of like celebrate these games and hype up about these games, but for you to create a game about something this personal to you, I cannot thank you enough for that. I know that a lot of us are dealing with our own things, and it's nice to see a game to kind of destigmatize that. So thank you very much for that. where can people find Fishbowl Kid?
Yeah, I have my website, whocaresgames.com, in this corner over here. So that's you can find some links to my sister's art page, Andrea Geary's art, on Instagram. And then if you could wish list on Steam, that'd be super helpful for us.
We will definitely make sure to do that. And we'll also, if you're at home and you're seeing this and you have, even if you yourself aren't dealing with these things, if you know someone that is, just suggest it, wish list it, show it to them, because you never know when something like this might actually like change someone's perspective on things. So Jared, thanks again for coming to share this. Also, congratulations on your engagement. Very happy to hear that.
Oh, thank you so much.
We're going to be right back with He Who Watches. So stay tuned right here and don't touch that dial.
Welcome back. We're back with more games. We've got He Who Watches. We've got sweet devs here. We've got Bobby to tell us a little bit more about He Who Watches.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. Super happy to be here. It's crazy. Yeah. So He Who Watches is basically a first-person spatial puzzle game, similar to something like Portal, except without the portals, right? Instead of that, you are like manipulating gravity, walking on walls, stuff like that.
Very cool. We love it.
With the intro video that we watched, it almost sounded like a rhythm game with how the music was going and how the beat of the movement was going. But it's not really a rhythm; it's more puzzle, right?
It's not. It's totally puzzle. The trailer is there it plays on the rhythm and kind of like give you a little bit of an upbeat. But no, the actual game, it's very cerebral. Like you can sit down and think about the solution and then execute it, right? It's more about like figuring out the solution rather than trying to get that like perfect execution down.
Is it? Do you have a certain amount of time for things like steps and stuff like that, or is it more just trying, just as you said?
That's actually a good question, because it's something that I've like been struggling to figure out until pretty recently. So in puzzle games, typically you don't want the like execution of someone to be like, that's not what they're going for, right? Like they're going for just trying to figure out how to solve the puzzle. But in first person, it's kind of hard to do like a turn-based thing where you can like sit down and really execute, or like have everything happen kind of one at a time. So right now in the current demo, you can like move while everything else is moving, and it's not like an individual turn-based kind of thing. But that is something that I think will be changing before the next Fest demo out in February.
Oh.
Yeah. It's a tough one to grapple with, and I've gone back and forth. I've had lots of play tests on both sides, so yeah, we'll have to see where it ends up.
Yeah, I'll be excited to see that.
Speaking of playtests, I have a question about that. When it comes to creating a puzzle game, right? When you're the one designing it and developing it, the solutions can almost feel kind of obvious to you because you designed them.
Totally.
How do you go about balancing the difficulty of those puzzles between when you create them and when they actually become implemented into the game?
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting, right? Like when you're designing a puzzle, it's less about like what is the hard thing that you have to do to solve this puzzle, and it's more about like what is the interesting interaction that you have to do to get to the end of this room, right? And so when you're designing puzzles, you're essentially trying to design a space for the player to discover that interesting interaction on their own. And so a lot of the difficulty comes in on like, okay, how hard is this interaction to understand? And like, what are the prerequisite steps that you need to get there? And so when I'm designing puzzles, it's kind of like you just play around with a lot of mechanics and try to figure out the like interesting interactions that I'm talking about and design puzzles to do that. And those are kind of like your cornerstone puzzles of the game. Like those are the shining things that I want the player to get to do. And then everything beyond that is like, okay, what do I need to teach the player in order for them to get to that point? And so those kind of like tutorial puzzles are kind of like what fills in the gaps there.
Very cool. I love it. So if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, this was a winning entry in the Dungeon Crawler Jam of 2022, correct?
Yeah, so it was never, or at least originally wasn't meant to be a puzzle game. Like it kind of was, but instead of like actually a puzzle game, it's more about like finding your way to the exit. And so yeah, I just stumbled upon that jam one day. Like I had never played a dungeon crawler, I had never made a dungeon crawler, but I was like, sure, like I want to do something. Let's make a game. And yeah, so it's basically this game, but a little bit more bare bones. And it was about a week-long jam, and it ended up winning. And so my brother was like, "Oh, you gotta like make this a full game." And so here we are, a little over a year later.
Here we are with the full game.
Yeah, it's still in development, but it's getting there. Yeah, hopefully it better be done soon. That's all I can say.
That's
and I was gonna say, just watching this video just reminds me of being an alien, because like an Alien versus Predator, because you're able just to move in all directions. And it tripped me up when you went upside down, because I was just like my brain.
Yeah, this game is kind of hard to follow when you're just like watching it if you've never played it, right? For that reason, but like actually going, like you kind of, it's kind of like how in Portal you get to this part where you're thinking with portals, and this you totally get that same like thinking about the different paths that you can take.
Was that a rewind that we just saw there? There was a lot of clicking and a lot of rewind. So
yeah, so in puzzle games, like kind of in the modern puzzly thinky game genre, being able to undo your steps is super critical, right? Because you basically want to put the onus on the player, like figuring out how to solve the puzzle, and being able to explore in the space without these kind of like lasting changes is super critical to that. In addition to that, it also allows me to like put in puzzles that can maybe soft lock the player, right? Because you can just undo right out of that. And so it gives me as a designer like a little bit more freedom to make interesting puzzles.
Like that. And are those rewinds, did you limit them for like the levels that you're in?
Yeah, so you can rewind anything that you do back to the start of a level. And you can like you can press one button to reset to the beginning, and then you can even undo through that reset. You can try some things and say like, oh, maybe this actually wasn't good, and kind of like undo all the way back and to your first attempt. Keep exploring there.
Interesting. And what was the design choice or the inspiration to using a bow for this specific type of dungeon crawler versus anything else?
Yeah, that was like I was saying, in the dungeon crawler jam, it was the first day, and I was just trying to figure out like what I wanted to do for this game, right? And so I was playing around with the movement mechanics, and it's just like bare white unity cubes, and I'm like, oh, it'd be kind of cool if you go on this face of the cube or whatever. And then I realized you needed, for it to be like an interesting puzzle game where you could like hit switches and interact with things, you needed some way to do that. And because this is a grid-based game, limiting it to just like straight in front of you is, I feel like it's just like an interesting spatial choice where you can like reason about a little bit. And yeah, bows just fit the dungeon crawler kind of theme. So not really a better answer than that.
So we have a question from chat that is actually a really good question. It is, how do you create puzzles that force the player to think three-dimensionally without having a full view of the room? It sort of pushes players to kind of create an image of the puzzle in their minds as they move around.
Yeah, and so that's actually one of the reasons why you don't see a lot of first-person puzzle games, is because the field of view that you have really restricts the player. I think this game gets around it a little bit because you can like walk up on the wall and the ceiling and get these like new perspectives on a room. And so I haven't found that to be too much of a problem, actually. I think the biggest thing is like, for example, in a lot of these grid-based games, you are pushing blocks around. But in a first-person game, you can't see beyond the block, right? Like that is a huge problem. And I don't have any video from this, but I do have a mechanic like that. But when you're interacting with the block, it becomes transparent and you can see past it. So really, I think it's just like a lot of design decisions when you're implementing mechanics to have things that don't restrict your field of view.
Dig it.
I'm just amazed at like the puzzling aspect of your levels right now.
Yeah, this is just me playing through it, right? And I like obviously know the solution, so I'm like, I'm just gonna like play through it kind of slowly, but kind of not slowly. I don't know. And yeah, I think this is like the end of the or in the videos, like the end of the playable levels. But there is a couple secret levels down there, and I'm showing off how to get to those. So if people who play through the demo, the same video, there's a demo on Steam. I won't show the solution for those, but I'll show you how to get to those here.
That's exciting. We love secret levels.
Yeah, this game is totally all about secrets, like secrets in like mechanic discovery, but also secrets in figuring out, like you might see a level that you want to get to, but you're not quite sure how to get there. And so it's a lot of like solving those kinds of problems.
Nice. Now, are there any plans for a leaderboard or a competition level or anything like that?
Not exactly a leaderboard. I guess leaderboard would be like the number of steps that you take or the amount of time it takes to go through each levels. I do want to have, probably after the initial launch, something like a level editor to have community levels. I know Portal 2 has something like that. And I really love that. And that's kind of how I got a little bit into designing puzzles. So I really want to have something like that.
Yeah, I love it. Well, where can we find you? Where can we find this game?
Yeah, so the number one thing you can do is just to wishlist the game. Like that helps out any independent developer for sure. Any game, but specifically indie developers. That's huge. So wishlisting the game is great. I do have a Twitter. I think it's on this like screen be banned already. But to be completely honest, I'm terrible at posting on Twitter.
That's fair.
So you can follow me, but you might not get like a ton.
You're not the only one. Well, Bobby, thank you for taking your time and showing us your game. It was great talking with you, and we'll catch everybody in the next segment.
Yeah, thank you. See you, everyone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Seattle Indies Expo 2023. And I need you to know that I've done this a couple of years now, and you're not supposed to have a favorite dev. but Kuba's real close to the top. Kuba, how you doing today? How have you been doing this lovely 6 Expo day?
I'm doing good. Just enjoying kind of a bit of a lazy Saturday, and I've been like snooping a little bit on the show before. I just wanted to give a quick shout out to He Who Watches. Like I played the demo, and like the mind bending is awesome.
I love it. Kuba, I'm so happy you're back, and I'm so happy to see another game from you. You have no idea how excited I am about this.
Yeah, same. After playing the mess out of that cloud game, seeing that you made another game where you're a crow. Oh, this is fantastic.
And likewise, yeah, it's great seeing you all as well. And yeah, thanks for helping out of this. Seattle Indies as usual.
Always. But tell us about Crow, Just Crow things. Tell us what our goal is here, because I imagine we are not doing the same type of raining on people's parades here, but I do know that we are allowed to poop on people, and that's a pretty big raining on somebody's parade as well. So tell us what the goal is here, what we're doing, and a little bit more about Just Crow Things.
So in Just Crow Things, you play as the titular crow, and you will go through over 10 sandboxy levels that will have a variety of objectives, a little bit of like systemic things like fire spreading, and just like general ways of tormenting little humans. I think we're just about to see some of the fire poops. We just implemented like different poop modes when you eat certain things. So it's definitely a spiritual successor to Rain in Your Parade, if anybody listening played that before. And, you know, it kind of takes inspiration from games like Untitled Goose Game, Goat Simulator. I think it's almost becoming like a genre of like cute little animals doing chaotic, evil things. Little Kitty Big City is another one that's coming up soon in that space. But yeah, it's basically kind of like evolution of our previous game where you were always a cloud and you were hovering above the level, but now you're actively part of the level. So it's kind of trying to take that formula that I think worked really well and evolving it to the next step and playing with some new ideas.
I can't wait to see what little Easter eggs and things that you put in this one, because in your other game, there were so many little Easter eggs, just things that you can do, and puns and just other spoofs of other games inside of it. It was great to see. So seeing this, I'm excited.
Yes. Oh, go ahead.
So excited. No. Go ahead. I'm just so excited right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, that definitely was a big focus of our previous game, and it's a bit of like my own love letter as a millennial to like all the games and all the pop culture I grew up with. So it's definitely something we're continuing with this one as well.
Piggybacking off of something that Rick said, one of the coolest things, I think one of the things that probably sold me the most on Rain on Your Parade was the Easter eggs that Rick is talking about. Like some of those moments where you just, as a gamer through the years, you kind of go, that's really cool. Like the Metal Gear Solid level was one of
I was
my favorites.
just thinking that one.
I have to ask, and if this is a spoiler, you 100% don't have to answer, but what is one of your favorite little Easter egg moments that you added in to Just Crow Things? And as a bonus question, please tell me that there is somewhere that you will make an achievement that is AC 130, like Assault Crow 130, please.
That's a great idea. I'm gonna put it in our good ideas folder. Without going into details, I think one of my favorite levels right now that we're still shaping up it's just called Edgar Allan Crow, and I'll just leave it at that for now.
I'm gonna be in love with it. I already know. That's it. You're telling me poop on people and I can poop fire on people, and there's a level called Edgar Allan Crow? That's it. I'm sold. You've done it again, Kua.
To drive a writer insane in that level. I need you to know that level needs to be late in the game, Kuba, because if it's early in the game, as a writer who is currently being driven insane by not being able to write, it is going to be incredibly cathartic to torment a writer into insanity. I just need you to know it's the rest of the game, I'm sure, is spectacular, but I'm going to be stuck there because I got a bone.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a big element of just that enjoyable Schadenfreude that we're aiming for.
I love it. So I know that we're getting a little bit of a different thing, and you mentioned that we are, instead of being just outside of the levels, we are now in the levels. What was there any challenges in coming up with concepts or level designs for being in the level versus something that you had implemented in something like Rain on Your Parade outside of the level?
Yeah, that's probably one of the things that took the longest is the initial movement and orientation, since you're moving in all three dimensions and it actually gets really hard to orient yourself in the space. Like, you know, telling like, what are you above? What are you in front of? Like here, we're going to see in a second, the crow is going to be trying to pop balloons, and it gets really hard to tell, like, am I in front of the balloon? Like, how far away from the balloon am I? So that's something that I've spent a lot of time iterating, and this is actually like the third iteration of the entire like movement and flight system. And initially, like you could even spin the camera 360 to give players more control, but that actually was bad because I've noticed in the early testing, a lot of players would spend most of the time just basically fighting the camera, trying to like find the perfect angle to understand what's going on, or they would find like really big, like bad angles. Like they would just play the game like straight up, like the old school GTA games, which just didn't like look as visually appealing and it wasn't as fun to mess around with. So there was a lot of work put into just finding ways and little tricks to help the player orient and kind of designing around it. So what we actually end up doing is going with a fixed camera. You also notice there's actually two shadows. One is like a regular shadow and one is just always up below the player. And instead of giving player the freedom of rotating the camera, we just kind of like fixed it. And we started designing the levels around that fixed perspective. And even though it's more limiting, it actually works a lot better in giving player visual cues. And you'll notice there's a lot of like very like vertical and horizontal lines. Like here, this section is a little bit more uneven, but you saw before, like it was very like aligned with the axis of the camera, which kind of gives players visual cue into helping them orient themselves in space. And there's a little bit of like cheating we've done as well. If anybody has watched conversations about the latest Kirby game, there's also a lot of like cheating they do with camera too, where like you can actually hit enemies that you're not even next to, but if it like visually looks like you are, it'll register as a hit. It's a phenomenal talk about like the last Kirby game. And we kind of do the same thing with the balloons we saw earlier. Like you can actually be like few units in front of the balloon, but if it looks like you're hitting it, the game will just give it to you. It'll pop the balloon. So there is like little tricks like that we're playing with just to make it a lot less frustrating.
Gotcha.
Well, awesome. How did the success of Rain on Your Parade help with the development of Just Crow Things?
I think that's been like our most popular and more successful and best reviewed game so far. And I think that kind of pushed us in this kind of like a genre of adorable jerks. We actually just released another smaller title on Steam called Leaf Blower Man, when you're, again, a guy blowing leaves and you earn points by doing it like 5 a.m. in the morning in front of someone's window and just being a general nuisance. So I think we're just kind of developing this brand now of just being like an adorable jerk everywhere. And I think we kind of found our niche, and we're now finding new ways how we can explore that kind of idea, like more things. Like I said, this is like now we're in the 3D dimensions of the world. So it's a fun format. It gives us a lot of freedom. It's something that we're getting more recognized for. And I don't think we've exhausted all the ideas behind it just yet.
Well, that is great. Okay, so one more question. What learnings from Rain on Your Parade did you bring into the development of Just Crow Things?
I think there's a lot of like technical stuff. I think probably like half of our code base I'm just reusing straight from the game. Like a little bit of like systemic thing, like all the human behaviors are straight up copy pasted from Rain on Your Parade, and we're of course like building and adding more functionality to it. So there's a lot of just how like set up like the scenes since we're using Unity, how to like like do the whole level flow. Kind of like some also like I mentioned, like the making the game accessible. It was a big challenge, and that's something we've also like learned a lot from Rain on Parade. There's one example with like there's like one section where you're like finding around like tornadoes and you have to dodge them, and I was like, oh, we have to make those slightly easier and faster and like less punishing, just because we've learned from Rain on Parade how it gets really exhausting for players to have to like redo the same section. And like we're not going for like Dark Souls of crows, so there's kind of like an upper cap to like how difficult we can make challenges and how easy we also don't want to make them too easy. So kind of learning what's the sweet spot between too easy and too challenging is like a good lesson we've learned from Rain on Parade.
Well, first of all, the Dark Souls of Crows was actually on my bingo card for this event. So thank you for that. I needed that square. Also, just thank you for bringing us this game. I'm in awe of the fact that this is now the second time that we've seen an amazing game that you've made And I think you may have found a niche with the adorable jerks kind of genre, because I'm really looking forward to doing, just pro things. Where can we find more about this game? Where can we find you? Tell us all of the places that we can find you.
So we're on all the social media. We already have a Steam page up. And if you go to the website URL, justcrowthings.com, then you're going to find all the information and where to follow us.
Well, with that, Chad, if you're not already looking up Just Crow Things, I'm just going to warn you probably shouldn't go outside today, because crows have really good memories, and they are probably in your neighborhood right now, just AC 130 already on approach. Kuba, thank you again for coming to stop by. I appreciate you again. I appreciate you showing us this game. We are going to take just a quick break, and when we come back, we will be back with Caloria. So stay tuned and do not touch that dial.
Thanks for having me. Bye.
Thanks for being here.
A hostile alien force arrives in the outer solar system, sending infiltrators to subvert Earth's governments as it builds an invasion fleet. As commander of the Resistance, you must recruit a council of leaders dedicated to protecting humanity from the looming alien threat. Councillors must contend with shifting political conditions to secure alliances, and employ both warfare and subterfuge to safeguard humanity as it moves into space. For victory will not be on Earth alone. Explore a detailed model of the solar system's planets, moons, and asteroids, and compete with other factions to harness the resources of these worlds, with the ultimate goal of constructing a fleet to defeat the alien invaders. Establish mining outposts to extract the raw materials your forces will require. Build and upgrade space stations to develop new technologies and expand your industrial capacity. Defend your assets while deploying your fleet to combat both hostile human factions and alien forces. Command warships in battles where momentum and maneuver are keys to victory. And preserve the independence of humankind. Terra Invicta, a grand strategy alien invasion game.
Welcome back. What's up, Matt? How are we doing today? Tell us some Caloria info here.
Yeah, definitely. First little bit of info is that it's a difficult name to pronounce. It's Caloria. The K is silent.
There we go.
So
the Alchemist, I think, had that. I didn't know that information, so I'm just reading things.
I did it wrong every time.
Yeah, no, we have a whole little video on TikTok and YouTube about, we have like sessions where people are playing in shops, and we ask them how to pronounce Caloria without having known before. So 50 people will say it 50 different ways.
That's amazing. But tell us a little bit about this. Is it only on a physical version? Do we have a digital version as well?
Yes. So we developed it initially as a board game, so physical game. And we were trying to get it to as many people as possible. And Tabletop Simulator is an excellent way to take board games and bring them into the digital sphere and be able to play with anyone around the world. So we were able to program that with all of the rule sets, all of the functionality of the board game. It's actually almost more convenient to play it on Tabletop Simulator because a lot of the counters are automatically placed, the deck is shuffled, that kind of thing. And yeah, recently we've been working with Tabletopia as well to get Caloria on Tabletopia. So it will be a second way to access this digitally.
Oh, that's exciting.
How long was the development for this game?
quite some time. So this was a brainchild of COVID and the lockdown measures. So my wife and I were avid board game players. And after we played all of the board games that we had at our house, we were crawling up the wall and we came up with something new. So I would say since 2020 is when this has been developed.
All right.
Gotta love them COVID baby games.
Now, what was your inspiration for Caloria?
Yeah, so I wanted to take a game. It's a kind of a deck building game. It's similar to Magic the Gathering, and where you build a deck. It's similar to Civilization, where you're spreading out in a hexagonal format. And it's got this tactile experience like a game of Mahjong or Rummikub, where you're holding the physical tiles. And it's a living card game, living board game. So we'll be selling packs of Caloria based on different ecosystems that you can find around the world. So our first ecosystem is from our hometown, our backyard in Houston, Texas. So you've got armadillos, you've got alligators, you've got the indigenous people, the Caddo tribe. And our first expansion set is a Mexican cloud forest. So we take a lot of elements of that biome and we make it available for players to play against each other and to mix and match. So if certain tiles aren't your cup of tea, you can make an entirely new set based on tiles that you get in other expansions.
Wow.
Oh, super cool. How many I know Alchemist has a follow-up too. How many different biomes do you have, or different places can you go for here?
Yeah, so currently we have 3. We have 2 that are going to be launching. So all of this is working up to an eventual Kickstarter launch next year in March. So we wanted to make ourselves as free and available and inclusive as possible, so people interact with our game, figure out if they like it or not, and then support us for a Kickstarter launch next year. So that said, for our Kickstarter launch, we're going to be offering the East Texas Piney Wood set and that Mexican Cloud Forest set. But our third expansion, which we have all of the artwork done and not quite all of the playtesting done, is the Namibian desert. So dry, arid conditions, hostile to some life. And I mean, we're the ones that do the artwork. We're the ones that do the playtesting. So it's kind of a labor-intensive process. So as whatever ecosystem you can think of, that could be eventually an expansion for us.
So one thing I have to ask is, so seeing this game at PAX, one of the things that I really loved is that the nature of the game and the gameplay of the game could very easily kind of be used in educational kind of environments as well. Was there any consideration that went into that when you were designing Caloria, or is that something that just was a happy accident when you were developing the gameplay loop of the game?
A little bit of both. So this, we iterated. I mean, the first version of Caloria was cut out with toilet paper rolls and little scribbles on those on the cardboard there, and we laid them out in front of us. And it kind of evolved into this more complex, I'd say artful, tile work that was considered. But it was my wife. She looked at these and thought there could be a whole nother dimension to these, where people learn intentionally or unintentionally while they play the game. So it doesn't hit you over the head with the education factor. You could play the game just with the colors and the spatial awareness and try and conquer all of your opponents. But you can also learn something that, the eastern gray squirrel is indigenous to the East Texas piney woods, and the heron can, fit in multiple different ecosystems based on its ability. There's a whole plethora that we're just now kind of dialing into on the educational aspect of Caloria, and we're targeting certain expos for science teachers specifically to use Caloria as a tool in classrooms.
Wow. So considering that you're adding new ecosystems, how big do you imagine the game could potentially get?
Oh, as big as I have an imagination for, and the time to do this. So I actually did the tile artwork for all of the tiles just on a digital tablet, and over the last couple of years, it's grown. So we're now at 3 different biomes that we have kind of fleshed out. We have the artwork for. 5 of them have been thought of, and I find it wildly interesting to come up with a new idea and then kind of hone that idea, see if it's playable with the mechanics that we've already introduced, and then maybe introduce new mechanics that will bring new players or reinvigorate the game to old players with these new mechanics. So in that way, it's a living card game. We're always adding new elements to it.
Now, if I heard you correctly, you said it was you and your wife's input on the game. Are you guys a 2-person team?
It started as a 2-person team because that's who was with us in lockdown, and then it's slowly grown. We now have a team of about 5 members, and they've really helped out on the programming and getting our board game into Tabletop Simulator. Ryan Craig struggled with Lua code. It's not the most friendly out there for coders. We have a marketing team. We have folks that are going to board game stores on a monthly basis. They're doing learn to play events. They're getting new people interested in the game. And we're just trying to put ourselves out there in the community.
Very cool. With that, I want to follow up a little bit though. What was it like just being a 2-person team, and how much easier, how much different is it now having a bigger team, and did Seattle Indies play any part in creating that team?
Yeah, definitely. As a 2-person team, things went slower. We have full-time jobs. This has been a labor of love, a hobby. And, we had to divert time from, coming up with new tiles, coming up with new mechanics, ways to play Caloria, to create content, to get people to, bring awareness to Caloria. And I think a huge stepping stone for us was getting invited to Seattle Indies. Like, that was huge recognition. We were able to meet a lot of cool developers there as well, who we've now, made connections with. The community, so to speak, kind of giving each other input on our projects. And I hope to follow that momentum and keep going to these expos. The next one we have on the docket is BGGCon in Dallas this upcoming month. So we definitely need more than the 2 of us to handle that kind of an expo.
Entirely understandable. And with the small 2-person team, was there any extra hurdles that you faced in the early development of things?
It was just the 2 of us. So we might have come up with the best idea possible. We played Caloria hundreds of times between the 2 of us. But as soon as we showed it to a friend who eventually became, the 3rd team member, and another friend, they had really good ideas. This grew the more we played, and we thought, oh, how interesting would it be if we added this flavor to the game? Oh, what about this mechanic? That's not really balanced. That's not really fair. This is a better way to do that. And it was iterative, and the more people that we had collaborate on the project, I think the more robust the game became.
It's fantastic.
Well, thanks, Matt. Where can we find more about you and your game?
We're all over social media. So Caloria, the K is silent in front. Facebook, TikTok, Instagram. We have a Steam workshop. So our Tabletop Simulator version is completely free. You can access it through our link tree. We probably just ask for an email just to get your feedback. We're going to be on Tabletopia probably in the coming weeks before BGGCon. We also have a free print-to-play version for those who actually still want to make this a board game. They could spend $500 in computer ink and print this out at home, but it's totally free online. And then hopefully March 2024, we'll be launching on Kickstarter.
Well, awesome. Well, I appreciate it, Matt. Thanks for joining us. But when we come back, we'll be talking about Kitchen Sink Aloha. Catch y'all later.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Seattle Indies Expo 2023. I'm your host, Alchemist, and in case you haven't already figured it out, I don't know if Steph and Rick feel the same way I do, but watching this trailer makes me hungry. Matt, why you gotta make me so hungry? Kitchen sink Aloha.
Well, that's one of the goals. I don't know if there's a bad goal now, but yeah, this game is kind of made to expose people to a type of food that maybe they have some experience with, like spam musubi is pretty ubiquitous now. Poke, pretty easy to find. But there's a lot of different types of Hawaiian foods. And so this game kind of takes a lot of those and builds it into a game shell that I really wanted to work on for a while, which is trying to take some classic cooking games that are a bit on the high stress side and try to take them into a much more low stress, long form, sort of narrative, cozy direction.
So we're going to have a lot of impactful and insightful questions, but I have one dumb question to start off with. Please forgive me. What is your favorite thing to make in this game specifically?
You mean to actually cook, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. For folks who haven't made their own poke from scratch before, I suggest doing it. It's, we're here in Seattle, so I'm referencing Wajimaya, our local, Japanese supermarket. You can find everything you need there. There's great recipes online. It's fun and it's really tasty. So I recommend giving it a try. You can customize everything to your liking. You can throw in an ingredient or two that you never thought you might want in there, and it turns out it might taste good. So that's where I'd recommend everyone give it a shot. But the reason that saimen is in the game featured so quickly and prominently as the tutorial food is that is what I kind of grew up with. I'm not from Hawaii. I should put that out up front. My mom's whole family is. And so I was born and raised in San Diego, but I was exposed to Hawaiian food from as early as I can remember, to the point where I actually thought ramen was called saimen until I was like 14, 15 years old. Because that's just what we call it. We get top ramen, literally saying top ramen on the package from the store, and my mom would be like, saimen tonight, and I'd be like, yeah, saimen. So that one is pretty hard to dislodge for me. If I had to choose a single dish to, dine on for the rest of my life, it might be that one.
That is entirely fair. So I'm almost in a similar boat. So my mom is Japanese and I grew up in San Diego, but my uncle owned a Hawaiian restaurant growing up. So I grew up with all of the food still. So I saw this and I was so excited. I was like, oh my God, I can taste everything just looking at these pictures right now. So I have two questions here. First one, is there poi in the game? Do you have us make poi?
I do. It's actually wild. I think it's in the demo too. So if people want to try the demo out on Steam, it's free. It's actually the same demo that you could have played at 6. You can make poi. I'm trying to remember what else I got in there. Haupia is in there. That's a coconut pudding for folks who might have tried it. We're actually giving out little recipe cards for that one if you visit us at the PAX booth. If not, find us at a con and you can get your own recipe. What else is in there? There's a lot in the core game, there's 25 recipes that we're playing around with. Including some pretty obscure ones like Meat June, which people who have been to Hawaii a lot know it, but a lot of people outside might not know it. It's like meat cooked in egg. It's like wrapped in egg. It's like a wonton made of egg. I don't know how to explain it very well. Maybe Steph could explain it better. But there's a lot of foods on there. Some of them you'll be familiar with. Some of them you'll see for the first time. Yeah, that's definitely one of the fun parts of working on this game is kind of bringing in some of my experiences with food and delivering them to people.
That is absolutely amazing. I love it. My other question was, how much did growing up around the Hawaiian culture and knowing your family's from there and everything else, how much did that play into the pacing of this game? Because a lot of kitchen games are a little bit more chaotic, but if you have ever been around Hawaiian culture and Hawaiian time, it is not chaotic in any way whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm going to terminology drop the word island time real quick because you just hinted at it. There's a lot of things that sort of went into taking that thematic into the game. So when I was first making the game, I really wanted to see if I could take a game like Overcooked or Played Up, which this game takes heavy inspiration from, and try to turn it into a direction that could be a little bit more relaxing, work better as a single player experience, and sort of deliver some of these other things I really love in food anime, which I think is one of the most successful mediums for me, at least, in getting people interested in food. And try to sort of give you that anime is almost like fighting and heroicism, but there's no fighting and there's no wars or conflicts are decided. So with those as themes, Hawaiian food seems like a pretty good way to go, is trying to get things geared not for, if I did a game about spicy food, I'd probably want it to be very dynamic, fast-paced, kind of hectic. This is intended to be the opposite. It's planful. It's about teamwork. It's about family. And so that seemed like a pretty good fit. And of course, I have to write dialogue about 25 recipes, so I chose the ones that I know best.
I have a question for you. How do you balance the food making and character swapping? Because I see that you're getting critical hits. So is there like a timer that is set on certain items that you have to like complete in a certain amount of time in order to get like good points?
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about gameplay, since we've been talking about thematics. So turning something like Overcooked into an RPG was, I'd say, a very fun experience from a design perspective. But it was kind of tough in some ways because it also, as far as I know, hasn't been done before. So the high-level gameplay concept for this game was taking RPG concepts from one of my favorite tactical RPGs, Fire Emblem, and trying to mix those over into a world of Overcooked. So it's, in a lot of ways, you're playing Overcooked, but you're controlling everyone in the kitchen as if they were Fire Emblem characters with their own stats and abilities. And positioning, just like in those tactical RPGs, is how you sort of control the flow of what's going on. So these characters are working together to cook all of these recipes. Those tickets are coming in at the top. Those are customer orders. Your goal is to complete them all before the end of the day. You can see the little day timer at the bottom. Ordinarily, if you sort of stopped there in the description, this would be a high pressure game where you're really trying to burn through process optimization under the gun. But the biggest thing that we did to try to curb that was added in this auto pause feature. So most of the decisions that you make in the game are not done under time pressure. You can take as long as you want to assess what do your customers want, where are your cooks, what recipes are already in play in the kitchen, what do you still need to start, put things where you want them, and then hit go when you're good to go. So the feel of the game, despite it looking a lot like something like Overcooked or Played Up, feels more like a tactical game that's slower paced. You can put it down anytime you want. You can come back when you've had like something to drink. So there's nothing sort of in there that try to maintains that chaos pressure, I guess, that a lot of those cooking games kind of end up in.
Huh. Okay.
So I have a question as well, because we're talking about gameplay. And whenever you're looking at a game like this, there's a lot of recipes that you've added in, but I'm sure there were ones that you didn't get a chance to add in. So has there been any ideas to create like maybe DLC for additional recipes, or maybe even additional kind of cuisine of California? Christ, my brain is short-circuiting. Additional cuisine of Hawaii in that kind of region? Or is that something that you're just gonna like add into the main game as time goes on?
We'll have to see. Kitchen Sink is the first game that I've made as an independent developer full-time. It's the first game that I'll be launching on Steam. So there's a lot of learning that's going into this. And I tried to keep the scope of the game somewhat limited. It's appropriate in some ways that the game takes place on a small island, because that's kind of the scope of the game I wanted, was something that's sort of containable in a smaller experience. I think if there were to be more Kitchen Sink games in the future or more content, I'd actually probably want to look at other cuisines or other settings and see what I could learn about those and maybe share with people.
Nice. Well, with you saying that you were a solo dev entirely, do you have any advice for anybody else living that solo dev life?
It's hard. Definitely start first as a hobbyist and see if you enjoy the activity. If you don't like building games enough to do it as a hobby when you have other jobs going on, it might be hard for you to sustain it as a full-time role after it truly does become work. After you've written conversation number 120, the magic of writing those conversations starts to drag a little bit. If you've fixed, your nth bug and that n is over, 100 or something like that, it starts to really feel like work. So you really must love what you do if you want to be solo.
Gotcha. Thank you for that.
How did you go about deciding on the art style for Kitchen Sink Solo? Aloha solo.
Yeah. So the art style was heavily inspired by food anime. As I mentioned before, I think that's one of the mediums that does really, really well in trying to get people interested and empathetic about food. And they deliver it through story and characters and action in all these interesting ways. And so there's some pretty well-established anime that can serve as examples. Food Wars is my personal favorite. It's not for everyone, I totally acknowledge that, but I think they do some really interesting things about getting someone who might not know anything about food potentially into food. If you're not into anime, Ratatouille is another good example of, eat the ratatouille, you're sent back in time to your childhood. Those types of like moments, those types of feelings are the kinds of things we want to convey. And doing that in a way that's approachable, that's friendly, it's cozy. Those are all sort of the themes we want to integrate, while throughout all of that, trying to make sure that there's a little bit of appropriate theming. If the game is set in Hawaii, the characters should look like they're from Hawaii. They should not be sunburnt, they should be sun-tanned. They should not necessarily all be, typical colored anime characters who all sort of share the same skin tone. There's a huge amount of diversity in Hawaii, and so we tried to reflect that as well.
That is fantastic. Well, I know you said that this game is available for the demo download. Do you have a release date in mind?
We think it's going to be sometime next year. Currently, it's really just things are changing so fast based on feedback I get and all the content I've been trying to develop for the game. So sometime next year is what I can say now. If you follow us on our Steam page, you'll see all the updates as they go out, whether those are playtest calls or updates to the demo.
Fantastic. And where can we keep in contact with you or keep following you and the game?
Yeah, you can check us out on Twitter. Lemon Pepper Matt is me. You can find us on Instagram as Lemon Pepper Games. You can simply follow us on our Steam page or join our Discord from there, and you can get weekly updates about the game if that's the level of engagement you want.
That is amazing. Thank you so much, Matt. Thank you so much for bringing us Kitchen Sink Aloha as well. I am hungry. I don't know about anybody else, but
Yes.
we will be back in just a second with Life After Magic.
Awesome.
With snacks.
Hello, my name is
So I feel like
I'll process
this is the
envision life
perfect
after magic.
follow-up to the
Hello,
last
my name is
game,
Charlotte, and I'm
because
the
he
producer of
mentioned
Trashy
that cooking
Games,
anime
and
were
today,
a big
Team and
inspiration
I are
for
here
him.
to talk a little bit
And
about our process.
now we're
envision
looking
life
at
after magic.
Life After Magic, which is a
Hi, I'm
game
Brenna Galvin, and I was
that
one of the 5
takes
writers
place
on Life After Magic.
in
The
the
writing process was a
retirement,
very
basically, of
collaborative
Magical.
one. Gwyn, our writer who originated
So,
the idea, brought the team
I'm
together,
digging this. I want to
and from
let's
there
take a
we
moment to kind of listen to what they're
often have
again,
conversations
talk
to
about
share
this for a second.
inspiration and discuss the story until it really started coming together. Then the writers each took point in creating a character and shared the responsibility of writing different scenes. Along the way, we just kept checking in with one another, and once everything was written, we did a read-through all together so we could hear how it sounded, find inconsistencies, and suggest changes. That read-through was so fun and helpful to our process in bringing together the best ideas of the group into the story.
Hi there,
impressive
I'm
that
Evelyn
they did
McLaughlin, and I was a
full
pixel artist and
read-through of the
programmer on
script
Life
as they
After
were
Magic.
doing it.
Our
Like, that
visual
feels like a
style
really
was
interesting
strongly
kind of
inspired
way
by
of
cute 90s
going
anime
about
like
storytelling for this game.
Sailor Moon and early dating simulators like Tokyo
So-
Memorial. And so I worked especially closely with our
I'm
character
gonna
designer
let
Lisa
this
to
play out
turn
just a little bit
concept art
more
into
so
character
that we get
sprites. We developed
their saying.
a very open and friendly workflow to make sure that our designs and UI would read well in our low resolution style. Then Uyu and I worked on the code side in RunPy to help take scripts written by our writers and implement them in-game, adding visual flair along the way like frame-by-frame animations and expressive FX. The whole process was very positive and iterative, and I loved the artistic talents brought by every member of the team.
Hi, I'm Lisa Maida, and I was the character designer and another writer for Life After Magic. To help inform the character design process, the team created in-depth visual mood boards alongside character sheets.
Yeah,
From
mood
there,
boards.
I bounced between Y2K fashion magazines and 90s Mahou Shoujo anime to make sure our characters' wardrobes felt faithful to the times and authentic to our player. Each character was designed in relation to each other with their own unique theme and color that set them apart in true magical girl fashion. The vibrance of our cast is one of my favorite parts of the game and reflects the positive, collaborative working environment we were able to create while jamming together.
Thank you so much for listening. Please keep your eyes peeled for Chirashi games in the future. And up next is the Life After Magic trailer.
Okay, so just from the stuff that we saw, this seems super interesting as a concept, but like a lot of the questions I would have had for the development process, they kind of answered in that short video. I love media like this, where you take something that you kind of already know and you consider a part of it that you would have never had to confront, right? Like, you know, we watch anime with, like I mentioned earlier, like we watch magical girl anime with like Cardcaptor Sakura or Sailor Moon, even though Sailor Moon kind of explains some of this. But like once that period is done, once you're done being a hero and saving the world, what happens next? And it feels like such a silly kind of question to ask, but it also seems like it can be a really interesting premise for a game.
It does. And I think the interesting thing here is that a lot of the, like what you mentioned about what we are familiar with when it comes to games or media that does include this kind of topic, it is, you know, that high school aspect or that, you know, borderline young adult aspect, and you haven't fully gotten into the quote unquote real world of things. And this kind of throws you into that in the concept of, you know, the main character Kiko being out of school now and losing touch with people and working her retail job or living life as most young adults do right out of school, and, you know, facing the reality of what happens to magic when you're not surrounded by it. And I think that's a really cool concept to see in this.
Yeah, when you start doing adulting things, other things that you did in your past, you don't really get to do that much anymore. And so it's just like you get to see that within this game, and it's a good scope to really get a grasp on and understand what these characters are going through, because other people might be going through it.
And I think it's really cool to kind of go into that, because, you know, they talk about this on their Steam page, you know, that she's lost touch with her high school friends and her powers and herself, which is a common thing that happens when you don't have that structure of school or things like that. Right after, you know, an entire lifetime of pretty much just the structure of school. But she's realizing that magic is disappearing, and she's got to work together with her old friends and her old teammates to find out why and see if we can save that.
I also love the art style for this, because it kind of looks almost like what the evolution of a magical girl anime would look like. And I love that they did these kind of like mood boards and all of these different facial expressions for this, because for a game that, as far as I understand, is not voiced, using the characters' expressions and using their facial animations to really sell the way they're feeling during these moments is a really amazing kind of thing to do. And I cannot express how impressed I am with this dev team. Like, just from how they went about writing the scripts and the dialogue to how they went about like designing the art, you can tell that there is a lot of love and care that went into this.
There is. And, you know, there's a lot of things. For one, like, this is a retro visual novel, and we already see the retro aspect of it. It brings us all back to the 90s, 100%, both in concept and in art style and execution entirely. But one of the things is that it is a inclusive thing. It is a queer retro visual novel, which I think is extra cool. But it's got some cool features here. It's got over 100,000 words, which is wild when you take that into consideration. They have 13 tracks of original music. It's handmade pixel art. It's not just some crazy thing. It's handmade pixel art, CGs, and VFX. You've got a sapphic main cast with lots to discover about each character, optional routes for friendships and romance, and a secret or two. there's a workplace mini game, and we love mini games. I mean, who doesn't love a mini game in there? Y2K anxiety, and for anybody who lived through Y2K anxiety, that's just playing back into the retro nostalgia of growing up. And apparently, you get a funky little cat, which is also one of those sweet, sweet nostalgic things of all magic kind of schoolgirl aspects, any type of media. So that's really cool to see here.
Also, I'm curious about what the cat's name is. I'm sure it's if it isn't Luna, then I'm sure I don't know if I can count it, because Luna was the first magical girl cat that I think I ever learned about.
It does look like a black cat too, so I don't know, man.
But there's also a demo up on Steam, so people can go check this out and get a good little base knowledge of like how it works and what partails the game's gonna show off.
It actually looks like the whole game is out, because I am seeing the button for play game, not even play demo at the current moment. And it says that it released March 23rd of this year. So I would jump on Steam and go pick that up right now.
It's a free game. Oh no. What? Go, go, go.
I genuinely dig visual novel kind of games. I dig that they have this is available, it's free to play, because there's also, some replayability with it that is always a lot of fun. And that's one benefit that this has over maybe reading your favorite manga, is that the endings don't change in your manga. Contrary to what some people might have wished to happen in some mangas, the endings are always the same. So that the fact that you can have this expertly crafted story with these adorable hand-drawn characters and a couple of different plot twists, you can choose how the romance goes, and you can then replay it. Feels like if you're a fan of dating sims, magical girl animes, narrative stories, manga, or reading in general, this sounds like this is right up people's alleys.
It is.
Yeah, that's true. Good little, especially if you have like a Steam Deck. Oh my goodness, you get your novel on the go. Let's go.
Yeah. I didn't even think about that. Okay. So here's what we're going to do next. For those of you that are sitting at home kind of watching, we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back to a couple of pre-recorded interviews that we did for the next two games, which should be Passage, a job interview simulator, and Potions, a curious tale. And I'm going to give you a spoiler. The person with the most immaculate voice that you've heard so far today did these interviews. I don't want to point or anything, but Steph, if you could just point to the bottom of your camera right quick, because he's below you and I can't point down. Richter will be taking you through these segments with his dulcet tones. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. And we'll be right back with Passage, a job interview simulator, and then Potions, a curious tale. And then the three of us will be back after that. So stay tuned and do not touch that dial.
and are hoping to release it pretty soon here.
Ooh, nice. Well, let's go. Let's go. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Seattle Indies Online. I am Seattle Indies 6 Online. Let's restart. Let's go. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Seattle Indies 6 Online. I am Richter, one of the many great hosts for this event. I am joined today with Matt, the producer and co-developer of Passage, a job simulator. Matt, tell me a little bit about yourself and a passion for this game.
Hey, I am the main producer at Mangotronics, and this game has been our recent passion project that we've been working on for about 9 months right now. And yeah, like you said, it's a visual novel that has some educational elements to it, and we've just been kind of drawing inspiration from similar visual novels and are hoping to release it pretty soon here.
Ooh, nice. Well, let's go right ahead and check it out. Passage, job simulator. So visual novel. I saw that the home screen character was a cat. Is there other type of creatures and just odd humanoids in this game?
Yeah, that character you saw on the title screen is one of the main characters that sort of helps you out throughout the game here, giving you like some interview tips and prep before you actually go into interviews at certain places. There's a few other characters, like this mysterious figure right here that's showing up in a possible maybe dream world dimension that you know, may or may not be tied to some of the other like interviewer characters that you meet in the game. Some of them are sort of gods in a way. They have like very powerful skills that they can use, and yeah, there's some cat-ish people in this game, I'd say.
Oh, nice. So you get to, I saw that you get to set your own name, so you get to really feel that you're that character.
Yeah, that was one of the main things that we wanted right off the bat, was to have like you as the main character. So you're, you know, having like this the job interview simulator subtitle kind of tied into that, of having like this sort of low stakes experience of like what an actual job interview would be like.
Oh, nice. So you can pretty much kind of use this to help develop your skills for a job interview.
Yeah, it's we took real life experience and advice from real you know, professionals in the industry, and sort of interwove that with this original story. So we wanted to make it, you know, kind of engrossing and like I said, sort of based on some of our favorite visual novels as well. So focus on the story first and the gameplay, and then also have it be like an educational experience with that.
What type of jobs can you interview for? Is there like a big slew that you can choose from, or is there like certain points in the game that you can choose different jobs?
Yeah, so the main character who you are in this game, it's sort of hinted at that you're kind of like a marketing associate looking for a job in marketing, but there's also that element of like transferable skills. So there's other jobs that you can interview for that aren't just based in marketing, but this first chapter here is definitely like a marketing oriented job that you're interviewing for.
Okay. So is there like you get to select what paths you want to do during your interviews or your questionnaires that you're going to have in front of you?
Yeah, there's each chapter is sort of based around these different jobs that you're interviewing for. So the theme changes with each chapter. The first one, like I said, is sort of marketing based, and the second one is another very mysterious company where you're sort of just interviewing for a lower level executive assistant position, and the third has you in a completely unrelated to marketing role that you're interviewing for.
Huh. How many endings would you say, or is there a multiple? Is there multiple different types of enemies or endings? Enemies.
Yeah, of course. Both, in fact. Yeah, I mean, this one that we're going into right now, we're kind of seeing like the boss battle here, which is with one of the multiple interviewers that are sort of enemies in a way, and the endings that we have, I think there's probably 9 to 10 endings in the game, depending on like the major decisions that you make. But there's some minor endings too that are sort of just like the pick up and die game, where you just kind of have an ending branching path that doesn't lead to much.
Oh, okay. So you said cats, demons, and gods. Like, what was your inspiration to use those character types?
Well, I guess I'll name drop Shin Megami Tensei and Persona, since those are like the other big ones that sort of draw from a lot of other ancient mythologies. So that's sort of what we went with inspiration for these like godlike figures that are kind of vaguely themed on other ancient gods as well.
Oh, we could see here where it says, "Where are you?" You're selecting a choice for something.
Yeah, this is like the main interview boss battle that we're talking about here, and the choices that you make are sort of multiple choice. They're based on like what your character would say and how you would react to this situation based on the information that you got preparing for this job with your handy assistant Professor T there, who can stop time. That's kind of where the rippling is coming in there. So you can wait a little while, think about it, and then make a choice.
Oh, nice. So you get to prepare before you enter these boss battles.
Right, yeah. And some other chapters, you'll do a lot more preparation and research into the position that you're doing. But during the actual boss battle, there's a little bit of a time stop mechanic that kicks in for you.
So things are timed as you're doing these boss battles?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a slight timing element. It's mostly the time is kind of a hidden mechanic, so there's not an actual timer set up, but we do try to keep the pace pretty brisk. Yeah.
So I read somewhere where you have powers. Is that the more time stopping mechanic, or are there other powers that you'll be able to use for your interviews?
Yeah, a lot of the powers actually come from your assistant, Professor T, that main character from the intro screen. That guy right there, yeah. So he's the one who actually has the time stopping powers, and you're sort of along for the ride, but leveraging his powers for you, and then vice versa. The bosses themselves kind of have their own powers as well that may or may not directly conflict with his, so that's something that we kind of play on too.
Oh, whoa. What do you think that this would be helpful for others to use for preparing for job interviews in real life?
Yeah, I've already spoken to a few people too that have said that just looking at the game and even thinking about like the ability to have that sort of study for a simulation of what they're going through right now, which is like, I talked to an engineer recently who had a lot of questions for me, and I was able to field some of those, kind of drawing on my experience helping out with the development of the game. So I think there's definitely like some real crossover that we've already had where we've seen something like that happen.
Oh man. Well, I appreciate your time. And man, what a very interesting game and a good take on understanding job interviews. I really appreciate you taking your time and talking with me about your game. Thank you all for watching, and stay tuned for more 6 Online. Bye.
Come close, my dear, and listen well to this, the curious tale I tell. If you conquer tasks momentous, you'll be more than mere apprentice.
Hello, everybody.
Traverse hills and frozen glaciers, over pathways fraught with dangers. Journey far in search of splendors, curios into other treasures. You'll gather toadstools, bits of newt, berries, thyme, and zacum fruit. Some salamanders and their bright scales of dragons, spiders. Inside deep caves and wicked forests, you'll fight the dangers right before us. Battle beasts and monsters rampant. Decipher charms and dark enchantments. When their secrets you have learned, a potions master you'll return. They'll speak your name both far and near. A tale of witches you will hear.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Seattle Indie 6 Online. I am Richard, one of the many great hosts here at this event, and I am joined with Renee, the lead developer of Potions, A Curious Tale. Tell me a little about yourself and the passion of wanting to create this game.
Hi. Yeah, I think passion's a really good descriptor. This is absolutely a passion project. I've been working on Potions for over 9 years, and in the midst of it, had an entire game industry career from Indian startups all the way through executive management in AAA. But now I'm full-time back and about to get this game out the door, and I'm so excited to share it with you today.
Wow, 9 years. That is quite a long passion project for you. So you said that you've worked on other AAA title games as well?
I support the development of other titles. For example, my last role was as the general manager of Phoenix Labs Vancouver, who makes Dauntless, and who has also just recently released Fae Farm. Outside of that, I've worked on all sorts of things, a lot of applications in VR, but my passion is always like really story-based action adventure indie games, and that's what really inspired me to make Potions, is because a frustration I had with those games is that you always get rewarded for slaughtering every fluffy bunny you see, and I wanted a hero to have some self-control, so that's where the potion mechanic actually came from.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I mean, whenever you're working on a game or working on games, you really start to think of like, but I want to make my own game. I want to make my own twist to it, and that's what we get to see here. So let's go right ahead and check out that game.
So this is actually the start of the game. This is what players first load into. And something that I don't think most people expect is that you get really quickly into the first boss fight here.
Oh.
Unlike other games, though, in the first boss fight, you don't have any ability to attack.
Okay, so you're going to have to try and use your environment in order to get past the boss fight?
Exactly.
Okay, yeah. So you really start to show that instead of attacking or using your skills or abilities, you can actually use the environment to your liking to try and get past things.
Yeah. So
I'll wait to see.
It really sets the tone to encourage the player to be creative and not always like directly aggressive themselves.
Okay, yeah. You can see that the tentacle comes up and starts following the player, and then like a black line shows as like a shadow. It's like, oh, you better get out of the way.
Yeah, I really like the forecasting of attacks in a way that's super easy for people to read, and so that's why I made use of that approach. And as you can see here, after you figure out you need to use the weapon racks, you can't pick up the weapons themselves because you're a 12-year-old girl. They're a little heavy. You haven't been training with them. You can still use them to your advantage.
Oh, okay. And then it's like I saw that it was like a little bit of puzzling in the fact that you had to like, knock the barrel over, get it with the liquid on its tentacle, and then move it over to the fire and catch it on fire. Is there a lot more of those type of puzzlings in the game?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very puzzle-based game. There's lots of in-world puzzles, whether they are ice sliding or simple sort of like elemental interactions, or a lot more complicated, where you have to sort of like trick and charm enemies. Even getting some ingredients are puzzle-based. There are only some ingredients that you can get if you, for example, scare an enemy or get it wet or something else.
So if there's like an enemy that you get a certain type of item from, if you do a different thing to it, it drops a different type of item?
Exactly.
Oh, wow.
So they'll all drop certain items when they die and different items when they have other interactions as well. So sometimes just going around and killing things, you're not going to get the items that you want. You have to be strategic.
So I've read somewhere that there is over 100+ items or potions to craft.
Yep.
So
There's a lot of different combinations, and it allows you to tailor the potions you bring out into battle based on your own preferences. Like maybe you want more like crowd control sort of potions, or maybe you want ones where you can buff yourself with defense or speed, or maybe you just really like fire and you're somebody who just wants to set things on fire all the time. Those are different ways you can sort of make your potion builds.
I saw with the little girl that she talked to at the front of that store, it looked like a little Easter egg that she was holding in her arms.
It is.
Oh.
You noticed. Yeah.
Is there a lot of those Easter eggs in this game?
There are so many Easter eggs and puns and other references in the game across all different sorts of IPs. And actually, the game's characters are based on fairy tale and folklore characters from around the world. So you get to run into characters from all different cultures as well. So there's like Baba Yaga from Slavic lore. There's Sun Wukong from Journey to the West. There's the Groot slaying from African legend. Not only is there pop culture references, but there's tons of other cultural references. And if you're from a culture that doesn't necessarily always get your stories and your folklore in the limelight, you might have a little bit of a cameo in this game. I did a lot of research to try to bring in all sorts of interesting characters.
Oh, that's awesome. I did notice in the house how it had like an animated background, how like the fire was moving, the potion pot was bubbling. I really like that about the game, or these types of games with their type of art style, where it adds more motion to it, because sometimes it could just be a bit stale, but like when you start adding other little things that move around, it really heightens and enlightens your game.
Yeah, absolutely. We try to add a lot of polish. If you notice the leaves here, they sort of float down, but then they hit the ground and stay there to really give that feeling of being in a big forest with a huge canopy. The shading and the shadows as well, and a ton of bonus areas. It was something I really like about action RPGs, especially old school action RPGs, is they have so many secrets for you to find. Some of them have more complicated puzzles to access, and some of them are, just sort of hidden in a cave. So there's lots of those sort of delights for you to explore and find in those explorations.
So is this game played with mouse and keyboard or controller, or both?
You can play it with either controller or mouse and keyboard, and we actually just added Steam Deck support as well. So
oh wow, play on the go.
Yeah. we demoed at Geek Girl Con relatively recently, and having that Steam Deck as a second demo area was super, super great because turns out having a young witch character and a ton of fairy tale and folklore characters, it really connects well with a lot of the attendees of Geek Girl Con. So we had so many people playing the demo.
Oh, that's awesome to hear. How was Geek Girl Con?
It was really, really wonderful. And even though there were so many people playing the demo is actually on Steam right now, so anyone can play. So even people who weren't able to get an opportunity to play there because of the lines are still able to play it at home.
Awesome. You hear that, everybody? If you go on Steam and look up Potion's A Curious Tale, you can go get the demo and check it out for yourself. So you mentioned earlier that there are fairy tales and book lore. What inspired you to add that into this game?
I grew up reading a lot of different books, including fairy tales and folklore books, and it's something that has always really connected with me. Like, I love mythology in general, and I felt that there are so many really wonderful and interesting myths that aren't included in a lot of media. So as I was trying to find inspirations for different enemies and characters and storylines, I looked to those sorts of myths and folklore, and used as a good excuse to do a bunch of research and get to learn more about them as well.
Well, awesome. That sounds great. I love it when you get to take your passion or things from your past and be like, I'm just going to put this in a game that I'm going to create. And you get to really show the love that you have for certain things, and it really comes together into the thing that you build.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's one of the really great benefits of indie games is they can be such passion projects. Oh,
yeah.
You can see Luna here is taking care of that rat using the bonfire, tricking it to run into it so she didn't have to attack it herself.
Yeah, yet again, you get to use the environment around you in order to deal with enemies that you encounter. Now, is there points where you're going to have to fight a decent amount of enemies and try and use the environment or potions together? It's kind of like a little strategy type aspect.
Yeah, there's certainly areas that are more intense. The deeper sections of the deep dark forest, for example, have a lot of giant spiders, and while you don't have to kill them, they have the ability to slow you down and poison you, so it's a lot harder to avoid them. But you can actually get them to attack each other, so that helps out a lot. Overall, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say attack each other, so I'm guessing that you're going to use a type of potion that, like, what's the word I'm thinking of? You can command, charms the spider.
You can actually get them to attack each other just by sort of missing you and hitting their friends. But there might be a charm potion in the game as well.
Oh, okay.
But as you are exploring, I didn't want it to be too stressful to play. Like, a lot of the focus is on puzzle solving and exploration. There is absolutely combat, but a lot of the combat you can avoid unless you really want to get certain ingredients. And in fact, every single boss fight, except for maybe one, you don't actually have to use aggressive potions. You just can use the environment. And a lot of the boss fights have different endings, sort of, based on whether you are aggressive with your solution or more creative.
Whoa, there you have it again, where it's like you use the environment or like have different aspects of your combat that changes how your game plays.
Yep.
Wow. Well, that's really cool and good to hear. We have some potion making right now. You can see how that all works, where you're using different ingredients and stuff.
Yeah, a really cool thing about Potions: A Curious Tale is that you can experiment with potions, so you don't have to get a recipe or discover a recipe. You can start throwing ingredients into your cauldron, and for the most part, as long as you stay within a few simple rules, you are pretty much guaranteed to successfully create something. You just might not know what that something is.
Yeah, so it's just trial and error, basically.
Yeah, you sort of get a feeling for it. Like if you put in water and fire, you're more likely to get a steam potion. Or if you put in fire and earth, you're more likely to get a lava potion. So you can start strategizing with the understanding of how those elements combine together.
Well, awesome. Well, I appreciate you being here with us. This was a wonderful game. Thank you, Renee, for taking your time to talking with me about your game. Thank you all for watching, and enjoy the rest of the stream.
Thanks. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but between passage and potions, I feel like I had so many puns. I wanted to make so many puns. Like the boss battles in Passage, which is a job interview simulator. Like I genuinely wanted to text my boss and say, if we have a dispute in our one-on-ones, does that count as a boss battle? Should I start dodge rolling before like any meetings I have, just to start rolling around? Because I feel like that would be an excellent idea of something to do. Like just in the middle of a meeting, you're just not enjoying it. You just start rolling around the room like a psychopath. Like I feel like that would be just a whole lot of fun.
Absolutely. Rick, I think you're muted still.
Instead of that, you could just roll dice. Just roll dice, and they'd be like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm rolling to see if I can get a good crit."
I would roll persuasion checks on
everything
negotiation, and I would take my dice and bless them first. Because I got a couple of dice that are definitely in dice jail because they tried to get me killed. But listen, we could talk about boss battles and potions all day long, but the more important thing to discuss right now is if you are enjoying potions or Passage or Just Crow Things or any of the amazing games you've seen so far, make sure you check out 6.seattleindies.org for more info on all of the games you've seen today and the ones you will see later today. And if you are like me and have terrible self-control, there's a Steam sale happening right now, which you can find linked in the chat. You can get discounts on some of the released games you're seeing today and wishlist the games that aren't out yet, so you'll get notified when they do get released. And wishlisting indie games is a huge deal because it definitely shows the devs that the games are wanted and they're being kind of interested, and it also lets publishers kind of know like, oh, this game has been wishlisted a lot. Maybe we should look into kind of taking a better look at this. So it's just definitely something you want to look at. And if you want your very own 6/2023 t-shirt, like the one that I am currently modeling for you today, here you go. Give you a couple of looks at it with some of the other names on the side. You can head over to the store page on seattleindies.org and buy one for yourself. And we would not be anywhere without our Patreon supporters. 6 would not be possible without the generous sponsors and Patreon supporters that we have. For as little as $1 a month, like that's $1 a month. You can't even buy coffee for $1 a month. You can support Seattle Indies and help us put on great events like 6. So go to patreon.com/Seattle Indies to find out more about how you can support this wonderful organization.
We would also like to take thanks to our headlining sponsors, Hooded Horse. Hooded Horse is a publisher of strategy, simulator, and role-playing games, including Old World, developed by Mohawk Games, Terra Invictia, developed by Pevion Interactive, Falling Frontier, developed by Shutterfox Studios, and Alliance of the Sacred Sons, developed by Kate Hawk Studios, and The Way of the Wrath. Perfect Day Games. Perfect Day Games is a highly creative group of game developers who share a passion for creating engaging and immersive games. Our team consists of individuals from diverse career paths, each bringing their unique perspective and experience to the table. We believe that the key to our success is our ability to work together, seamlessly leveraging our collective strengths to create exponential games. Oh, that's a tongue twister.
And guys, we still wouldn't be here if it wasn't for our fantastic sponsors, our champion sponsors of Play Everywhere, Pre-Mac Rogers PC, 4Culture, Mega Crit, and Epic Games, as well as our partner sponsors, .fun Domains, and our community sponsors, Unbound Creations, AIE, Galvanic Games, Seattle Composers Alliance, and 3R Technology. So a huge thank you to them, to our supporters. You all rock, and we will be back with some more games.
Hello.
Mac is back.
I'm back, baby. We got time for this game because during Hype Hour, I was very excited about it. So joining us is Matt.
I go by Matt.
Thank you.
I'll be known
Tell
for
us about Potaworky. Oh my gosh.
Hello. Yeah, it's Forki. It's a Polish name, so I don't blame you for having, trouble pronouncing it. And yes, I'm terrible at making up good names that are easy to remember, so yeah, it's okay. But yeah, Forki is a puzzle game, and we can see the gameplay right now playing there. You basically are tasked in placing those monsters. Those little monsters is literally translation for Forki on the board, and your goal is not to run out of space. So you can see like there are different Tetris shapes kind of that you have to place in on the board. And if you assign a different shape, the monster will actually stay longer. So it kind of penalizes you a little bit for it. So you want to be strategic about it. And also if you place the right shape, but it's slightly rotated, you kind of it stays longer, but a little less longer than if you draw any other shape.
Sure.
There are some nuances there for the gameplay. And yeah, there are different monsters with multiple eyes, as you can see there. The eyes will always follow your finger as you touch the screen, just to make a little wink. Fun situation there. And yeah, what do you like to know?
It's so
cute. I see that if you don't place it correctly, it splits it up, or some of the pieces got split up. What has to do with the splitting of the pieces?
Yeah, so there are different types of the monsters. The normal ones are just the ones that you see right now, which is single eye and nothing else. And then you have those arrows type, where it's the orange one, for example. In the previous game mode, it will actually move in the direction the eye is pointing. And then you'll have those with multiple eyes. Those will actually move around and split itself. And there's also another type that will have a swirly eye instead of the normal eyeball. And that one will actually just move within its own shape, but it'll still move around the board, just to make it a little bit harder, a little bit trickier to get through the game. And yeah.
I'm seeing some maybe some Tetris influences. What other influences from other games did you bring into your game?
So believe it or not, the game idea I had, there's the squirrely one, sorry. The game idea actually came to me like 2016, but I was terrible at graphics, so it was all just squares and like very symbolic game. Not very appealing to anyone. I liked it, and that's kind of the reason why I make this game as well, because I figured it's pretty nice take on the Tetris games.
Right.
And yeah, it's basically like that, and then all of the games like Cut the Rope, Zeptalab games, World of Goo, where you have like all those blobby structures, Blob Opera, if you ever seen that Google experiment thing.
No.
So those are
Now
all
I want to look it up.
it's pretty cool. It's singing blobs basically, but all of those kind of combine together into those fun shapes here. And then you have like 2 different game modes as well. So you have the puzzle block, which is what we see right now on the screen. It's more standard, like players are more used to this one. You basically have 3 shapes, you place it, you try to clear lines, and then there's the one that I designed specifically for the game, which was the original game, Out of Memory, which is another hard name to Google search, because if you search Out of Memory Play Store, it'll give you all the programming exceptions instead of the title of the game.
Oh no!
So yeah, definitely a good history of naming my games.
Speaking of names, what made you come up with Little Monsters and having that be the translation?
Yeah, it's just like, it's always a struggle with naming things, right? Like you want to make something that will be easy to remember and fun and also meaningful. And in this case, Little Monsters, Potworki, is a literal translation from Polish. I'm Polish, if you haven't guessed that yet. And that's kind of why it fit the bill. And the other thing is that I realized that, if you actually split the word, it should be relatively easy to pronounce by English speakers, because it's pot, work, e. And so Potworki. Yeah. But yeah, that's kind of how the name came about, and I just stuck with it. I just added the, subtitle Little Monsters to make it a little bit easier to find, but yes. Oh, you can see the triangle monsters now.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit. And then you can block them, so that's kind of the part of the strategy. You block the positions that you don't want them to get into, right?
I see.
How was the coding trying to add the eyes to follow where the user's finger is located at?
That's relatively simple, and that's kind of the beauty of it. Like, usually the simple things are the greatest things, and the most enjoyable ones. But yeah, it's kind of funny if you have so many eye objects on the screen and they all follow your fingers or mouse cursor in this case. That's kind of a funny feeling that like the game knows you're there as a player as well. So it's kind of just a little inside joke, I suppose. And yeah, it's meant to be like short gameplay span. It's available on Google Play and Apple iStores, so it's a mobile game. For free, available, right now. You can go play it. And then we actually see yet another game mode. So there are levels in the game as well, 45 right now. And then the levels have the 2 game modes that I described before. And then this game mode is where you actually are given the same set of shapes all the time. And your task is actually to fill the whole board with them. It will not disappear. So it's more like a solitaire game in it. And you can see like there are 45 levels of them. Each color has like a different meaning. So, and then you have some like twists and challenges. Like the board has holes in it that you have now to be aware of, and that blocks or limits your options on how you can place the monsters. So it should give you enough challenge throughout the gameplay. Yeah.
Do you think that you'll be adding on more to this game, to having like some type of co-op or versus mode?
So it was meant to be mostly single player experience that you kind of play on a bus, as you go. And then it doesn't require even internet connection. You can play offline basically. And then I do have a future map of things I want to add, as we all do, with new game mechanics, new levels, of course, and whatnot. And I think the next big update will be the Christmas update, where I'll be adding more levels basically. And the stone mechanic that was visible at the very beginning of this video, that is something that has been added for like Halloween period right now. So I'll be building a little bit more on top of that. And then I plan to add more like challenges, a little bit maybe boss-like challenges, but the main idea is it's a puzzle game, so you're not supposed to be rushed playing it. So there's no timer. Like you can place the monster, you can wait for as long as you want. There's no penalty for waiting. The time only goes once you place the monster. So that's kind of, it should be relaxing Zen experience, hopefully.
On the opposite side of relaxing, what were some of your hurdles when making this game?
I think learning new game engines. So as I mentioned, like 2016, I developed that in a totally different game engine. And I was thoughtful enough to, write a core logic and separate thing, and then just moved to Unity in this case. And I could reuse that code and just add new features to the game mechanics itself. But then coding all of the graphic stuff was probably most challenging for me because I'm a software developer. I'm not a graphic designer, UI designer, or anything like that. And that's why the first version of the game was like pure squares and like symbols, right? Not cute monsters with eyes.
As it always starts out, you got to start out somewhere.
Right, and like use your imagination and get it from there. I think it's important to like once you realize what's the vision for the game and what would be the appealing part of the game, then you can build on top of that as you go, basically. Yeah.
Now, were you entirely a solo dev in this as well?
Yeah, so the whole game is developed just by me. I did ask my friend to do some of the graphics, so the backgrounds that you see changing in the background. And the little hats that I'm not sure if they're like noticeable at all. It's just the visual element, but I thought it would be fun for the monsters to wear like little hats.
Yeah, I see them. They're so cute. Oh my gosh.
And there's like this rubber duck, a candy and whatnot. So all of those are her work. Yeah.
Perfect. Now, were there any struggles that you had being a solo dev, and would you have any advice for somebody, especially creating a mobile game as a solo dev?
I think I definitely related to something that some people said earlier on the stream, that basically, it was your hobby and it is kind of my after hours kind of thing that I just worked on. You just have to find that motivation to work on it. And it's not always for me that I'll work, every single day straight, right? Day after day, adding new things. It'll be more of like, I have this crazy cool idea to add to the game. I'm going to do it right now. But then there will be periods where I don't really work on it because there's just not enough time for it. It's definitely not my full-time job at this point, but it's a passion project of mine, and I just like to share it with others, and hopefully they'll enjoy it as well.
Perfect.
Yeah, well, hey, Matt, thanks for taking your time and chatting with us about the game. Where can we find you about again? It was on the...
You can find the game on, Google Play Store and Apple App Store. Just type in the title. First 4 letters is good enough. It should show up already in the search results, and it's all available for free. So you can enjoy it on your mobile phones or tablets on the go. Or on your couch,
Well, awesome. Well, thanks again. Hey, everybody, when we come back, we'll be talking about Persistence, A Dark Awakening.
Thank you for having me. Have a great night.
We're back with another spooky game. Presence's Dark Awakening. We saw this in the hype hour and we talked about it. I was super excited about it then. We unfortunately don't have the devs here today, but we are going to watch some gameplay and talk about it a little more.
Man, at the end of that trailer, there was like some audio in my headphones, and I thought there was something in my room.
Oh, definitely. That's what they want you to believe.
I was just like, what was that?
I love it. This was the interactive haunted house that we talked about.
Yes.
That we all said that Alchemist needs to play, especially, so he can talk smack and run and get his cardio in.
No cardio.
All the cardio.
I do like the idea of an interactive haunted house, though. So I'm really interested to see more of the gameplay and like really figure out what the story is, what you're trying to uncover. Is it a mystery? You know, like tell me more about this haunted house. Why is it haunted? You know.
Mm-hmm.
But I do have to agree with Alchemist with him talking smack, because I do the same thing with scary games.
You do too?
I talk over the game, and I'm like, it's gonna come, it's gonna scare me right here, right now. I know it is. It's gonna be right here.
And then it's not. And then it waits 5 seconds, and then it's there because you let your guard down.
It always waits for me to let my guard down. Always.
Always. It knows. But I'm going to read a little bit from their Steam page, just to give us a little bit of information on what this game is, what it's about. So if you like being scared, you're in for the haunt of your life. Explore a dark reality, discover a forgotten ritual, interact with the world around you, solve agent puzzles, platform treacherous underground chambers, and feel the terror. Survive the night in this interactive haunted house narrative adventure from a first-person perspective. So I don't know about any of you guys, but I'm pretty excited about that. I like the spooky aspect of that.
I like the interactive aspect.
Max.
Because sometimes when you do like spooky games, it's normally on rails, or it's just jump scares, and people made silly games of jump scares. But this is like full blown Myst style scariness.
Yeah, like you can just see in like the ambiance of it all that like it's really drawing you in the entire time. And it's not that I don't like scary games, it's that I get so immersed into the game that I feel like it's real. And then like I'm like my heart is beating, I'm like sweaty, it's like the whole thing as if it's happening. And that's like where I'm like, oh, the game is doing its job.
Right? I love it. It's also on the Steam sale right now, so it is 30% off. Definitely pick that up. It is the season for the spooky game, so why not?
That's true.
If you're gonna play it, you might as well. You know, like now is the time to do it. Yeah, this like already like I can tell that this is the kind of game where, you know, when you first load in a darker game, it's like move the icon so you can barely see it, and I like move it all the way so I can see it completely. I'm like,
you're like, it's got to be bright. I know.
No tricks.
You can't fool me here.
Yep.
There will be no jump scares.
I put it all the way bright, and then I turn my monitor setting all the way bright, and I'm like, good.
Yeah.
I see it's
I can see
daylight all day.
Perfect.
That is fantastic.
I can't see. I'm not the only one who does it. See, we're all a little scared on the inside.
I don't want to be scared.
I think this is
palpitations as it is.
a very interesting concept. An interactive haunted house is definitely a different concept, and as far as horror games go or spooky games go for a lot of us in the horror genre.
Definitely.
You don't really get a lot of them.
No. Yeah, I was saying earlier that it kind of reminds me of Layers of Fear a little bit. Or oh wait, no, that was the other one. Or was that? I don't even know anymore.
I don't even remember which one it was that you said it, because I remember you saying it and us talking about it, but I don't remember if it was this game
one? Yeah,
or the
other
one that we saw earlier today.
Interesting how both of the scary devs aren't here. Just saying.
They just wanted to keep us on our toes with the spooky stuff.
They do.
They didn't want to give us any information. They're like, you have to go into this blind. We're going to show you what it is, and you have to play it.
And that's it. No.
But it's on the Steam sale, so go check it out. Go pick it up and go play a scary game. Ooh. definitely gonna have to probably get this one.
It does look really good. There's a lot of just coloration in it that's fantastic, and atmospherically it is a fantastic thing. I think this if they gave it to us in VR would just blow my mind.
Nope. That's a big nope for me, dog.
I actually got to work on a on rails scary VR game.
That is amazing.
That was a pretty scary game. I don't think it got released though, because it was just like a prototype type of thing.
Oh, sure.
That's a bummer.
Yeah.
That is a huge bummer.
But I still have it on my Steam library though, because it's a development copy. So
So it's there, so you get to play it every once in a while. Is it even still playable?
Yeah, actually, yeah, it's still playable. I could install it if I want to, but it's nowhere as scary as this, because that game's on rail. This is more it's a mystery. You get to like walk around and figure out puzzles and. Oof.
Oh, that is fantastic.
Yeah, this is looking really good. I don't know if I'm going to pick it up only because I'm already literally watching the gameplay. I can already sense the eerie vibe, and I just know that I can't handle it, which is perfectly fine because that means they're doing their job right. The art style is fantastic. It's beautiful. It looks real,
100%.
Yeah, it definitely looks real.
Well, this one is called Presences Dark Awakening. You can catch it on Steam if you would like to get it for 30% off. We also have, up next, we're going to be talking to some devs from Philosopher 2, Governments and Grievances. So don't go anywhere. Seattle Indies still coming at you. Go. We're going.
We are back with Philosopher 2, Governments and Grievances, and Connor. Hi, Connor. How are you doing today?
I'm doing all right. Yeah. It's kind of a sleepy Saturday, but I'm awake now.
Well, good. Glad you're awake because you have some cool stuff to tell us about here.
Explaining to do.
Some explaining to do, man. Well, tell us a little bit about Philosopher 2 and what we're in for here.
Sure. So, Philosopher is an interactive debate game that is a sequel to another game, Socrates Jones Philosopher, which was just remade on Steam for free. Everyone should check it out. It's free. That we actually had made 10 years ago. And it's the kind of thing that's unique about this project is we're all working on it on the side, and we all have day jobs at various other things. And they're like, this is what we're like, hey, so we're working on these big blockbuster action games, and you know what we want to make in our free time is a visual novel about debating philosophers. And all our studios are like, sure, why not? Yeah, sure, why not? We're not worried about that competing with us. Anyway, the point is, though, we made this first one years ago. They're doing a bit of a recap now, and we kind of made it for fun. We were college students at the time. We convinced actually a philosophy professor to give us school credit to work on the game with him.
Whoa.
And then we were like, yeah, it's, we're making it because it's kind of something goofy that we felt like making. Obviously, Ace Attorney is an influence. I had played that game and I was like, this is a really neat set of mechanics, but most of the games that use this set of mechanics are which is, looking at statements and trying to find contradictions. They're like, okay, it's court, but we're all birds, right? And I'm like, you could take this and apply it to a completely different type of like argument or a different context, and it actually changes quite a bit the way that your brain has to like wrestle information. So we put it out there in 2013, and a shocking number of people played it. Like our weird little philosophy visual novel, like it was the top rated game on Congregate for the month it came out, and it had over 500,000 plays not too long into its release. So we're like, okay, we want to make a second one, but it's now 2023, 10 years later, because we made another game called Elsinore, which is also on Steam. People should check it out in between. And yeah, we're finally returning to it. And one thing to note is the first one was kind of about moral philosophy. The second one was about political philosophy, which was always what we intended. But as time has gone on, the fantasy of being able to debate politics with someone who disagrees with you and have them actually go, "Oh, that's a good point," is I think a little more something that people need than it was even when we started. So,
Yeah.
But yes.
That is fantastic. So when we take into all of our I lost my train of thought entirely. Holy. If we take in the philosophers here,
Yes.
do you have a specific philosopher here that is your favorite to debate?
I mean, all the philosophers that are featured in this game are, I think, pretty interesting. They all have very different views. We actually have only revealed a couple of the philosophers in the game so far. We've revealed Machiavelli and Confucius. Machiavelli we chose for the demo because he's kind of one that a lot of people know about, even if they're not super familiar with philosophy. Like
That's a good
Machiavellian is kind of an infamous term, and it's also something that was so it was interesting for us to make a debate with him. The musical theme, when I requested it for my composer, I was like, well, I need something that would fit Italian Dracula. Can you give me something that would be good for Italian Dracula? And that's how we got the Machiavellian musical theme.
Goodness, that's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, the game is very tongue-in-cheek, right? Like it is first and foremost like a comedy game, but then it's because of its topic and just because I think it makes stories better. We do go for very real moments of like the characters grappling with, we're dealing with politics, characters grappling with like the way that the political world is shaking out right now and things like that. And kind of striking those balance between the two, especially when we're talking about some of the more loaded topics in politics is like, it's been a really interesting process to try to find the balance. Confucius was a fun one as well. Confucius is kind of like, very, very wise old man who states everything as questions, and the main character is always like, "Wait, is this an actual question, or like it's just like you stating it like a question?"
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
How many total philosophers do you have, and will you be adding more as time goes on?
I don't know the answer to that second one. Each philosopher in the game took a lot of research, right? Like I try to do right by the philosophers that are in it. We all do. There's also all the art. One thing to note is in this early demo, if you play the original game, the characters have blinks and mouth flaps, and that's going to be in the final game as well. But we're like, in this early build, they don't have that yet. There are more philosophers than there were in the first game. I will say that there are at least 2 to 3 more philosophers and the first one had quite a few. So, and they all have over the top personalities. One I will say that I enjoy is I wrote John Locke, who is basically like the life, liberty, and property guy who inspired a lot of the Declaration of Independence. I wrote him as someone who had become very full of himself since he died because everyone keeps talking him up. So he's basically Gaston. So Gaston John Locke is a lot of fun, but they're honestly all fun. I love them all for different reasons. It turns out that these philosophers are all kind of such kooky people anyway that like it's not that hard to turn them into over the top anime
Sure.
themselves. I will always remember from the first game, Thomas Hobbes introduced himself with, "My mother gave birth to twins, myself and fear," which is something the guy would say like in his real life. Like that's
wow.
So that's the sort of material we have to work with.
So, in your research, is there anything that you came about that you didn't know prior that you're like, whoa, this is crazy weird. Everyone needs to know this. Like what was some things that you learned?
Of course. I mean, and I don't want to spoil them all because then people need to play the game to learn the things as well. But most of them are folded into the game. I will say one that's related to Machiavelli is there's actually a lot of debate around whether or not Machiavelli really believed the philosophy put forward in The Prince, or if it was like him attempting to curry favor, or writing it as a satire of like, hey, look, this is the way nobles behave. Isn't this terrible? Right?
Oh, sure.
Us figuring out how to navigate that with him in particular, I think we came up with something clever with. But yeah, there's a lot of little factoids about the philosophers. One that's not even in the game, that I like, philosophers that I considered to put in the game that I didn't, like Thomas Aquinas. Like Thomas Aquinas's mom like locked him in a tower like to stop him from joining the church. And so like things like that, right? Some of these people just live bizarre lives. And so I do actually have a one-off joke about Thomas Aquinas in here that no one will get, but except for those people that are deep Thomas Aquinas buffs. And there's little things like that. Ari's a huge nerd, so I get there's a lot of jokes about her making comparisons to like video games and things like this, and the philosophers being like, sure, Ari, like that. I'm sure that applies here. But yeah, kind of went on a tangent there, but there's a lot of interesting little factoids.
Very cool.
So was there any philosophers that you did research on that made you decide not to include them in the game or need to include them?
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned Thomas Aquinas. I did but big part of the choices is wanting to hit a diversity of viewpoints. And so there's philosophers that have overlap that we decided not to do both of them, but instead, offhand mention them in another philosopher's debate or things like that. There's one philosopher in particular that I added later in the game that I think has made the game so much better. But that's also one that my team, like, there's a discussion on the team about how many of the philosophers we should reveal before the game comes out. So
absolutely.
Confucius was one that I had a lot of fun researching, just because like depending on the translation, his stuff reads differently, right? So like navigating all those different versions was also a thing. But knowing that ultimately I'm making my own version of the philosopher as well, right? Like I am going to be rewriting their stuff and trying to make it accessible and fun and goofy. So yes.
Awesome. Yeah, make it easier for others to read and understand.
Yes, that's the main goal. I mean, in the first game, we had a debate with Immanuel Kant, who is notoriously difficult to understand. And kind of the ongoing joke in that chapter is like when the Arbiter, who's the guy with the skull mask, introduces him, he's like, yes, you asked for someone difficult, so I chose my hardest to understand philosopher. So have fun. And then and a lot of people played through it and they're like, I can't believe I understand Kant now. Like, that was a very common comment on the first game. So yeah. And it's funny because we set out because we thought this was a fun topic, a goofy thing. It's just something we enjoy. But it's definitely it's fun to see the things that people have gotten out of it because we don't know the philosophers or things like that. And they're like, oh yeah, I learned something. And it's funny because it's a game about philosophy. I think everyone assumes we started with this because we're like, we want to make an educational game. It's like, no, I just felt like making a weird philosophy debate game, and it happens to learn some things. But yeah. But yeah, there's our when you
the nonsense.
Nonsense. Yes, it's the one.
I love that. In the hype hour, we were getting like a good hoot with it. We were like, oh my gosh, how fun.
Yes, and we've got we do take a lot of our presentational like we're about to have the music drop when Ari makes a point. He goes, oh, you got that. One of the things I noted is everything you need in an overtop visual novel is you need the poses where the characters look like they've been hit by a gust of wind.
Yeah,
we're looking at Machiavelli's "I've been hit by a gust of wind" pose right now.
Like I can't.
No, how could you? How could you say this? Oh, yeah. Go on.
Oh, I was going to say, when it comes to like posing and art direction, how did you land on the style that you're at right now?
Yeah, so there's 2 artists on the team, and they kind of Val, who worked with me with the first game, and our other artist, who is still figuring out if she wants to be a public-facing figure. But basically, her stuff, she had a kind of distinct art style, and so we reached out to her after finishing the first one. We're like, hey, do you want to work on this with us? And she actually initially was like, nah, and then she did more research, and she was like, oh yeah, no wait, I absolutely do.
Yeah,
And
like, no, I need
style
this.
was kind of like, how do we evolve the first game? How do we make it more polished? And it's really defined a lot by this mysterious human being who I'll just let you imagine that they're like Batman or something like that. Anyway, but yes. Yeah, it's about having a clean style that is easy to read, is kind of distinctive, and also, expressive. That's the big things. Like so much of the humor is expressed through the characters' over the top expressions and things like that.
Sure, definitely. It's like almost satire in a way.
Yes. Caricature is a good way to put it, right? It's taking aspects of them that existed and like turning the knob up. But yeah.
Love it.
Perfect. Were there any philosophical ideas that you wanted to include, but you couldn't because they hit a little too of a spicy aspect there that you didn't want to have?
No, I mean, we went for some of the spice. I mean, I will say like, what we do have, if there's a philosopher that you think, I think there's a fairly obvious inclusion in this game that for political philosophy that we had to include. And the whole point is, though, the reason why I feel comfortable having some of the spicier philosophers, though, is the nature of the game is you have to both engage with their ideas and also find flaws in their ideas. So, like, for example, Machiavelli, right? Like, he's straight up like authoritarianism and fascism, like, but you don't end this chapter being like, yeah, wow, Machiavelli, you have a great viewpoint with no flaws, right? Like, and that's true for every philosopher. In fact, the way during my playtest, what I found is people struggle the most with whichever philosopher they agree with the most, and that varies from playtest to playtest, right?
Oh.
Because it's like finding the flaws and looking for logical loopholes and ideas that you're just inherently like, this seems right. Like I've had every time someone goes, is there just a button to say that you're right? Every time someone says that in the chapter, I'm like, okay, this is going to be interesting. Like, how are they going to do it? But yes, we tackle most of the isms in this game, and we've got a large variety of philosophers. So yes,
very cool.
Well, that is fantastic.
Yeah,
it's
Connor,
really dope.
Thanks so much for bringing us some philosophy today. I'm sure that was on somebody's bingo card.
Yeah, I mean, like, again, the first game is free. Everyone can check it out. Yes, and Machiavelli does have, someone just said in chat, Machiavelli is very quotable, and he does have some very good lines. And I think that's one of the philosophers just had some clever things. Anyway, but yes, thank you so much. This was lovely.
Where can people find the game and find you?
We are available. We're all on Twitter. My name, Pro Philosopher on Twitter, with also both the original and the second game are on Steam. The first one you can play right now. The second one you can wishlist. Wishlist it so the big algorithm, knows that people want our weird philosophy game. But yes, shameless plugs.
Of course.
Yeah, and so that's the main places you can find us.
Well, perfect. Well, we will be back with some more games, with another spooky-ish game. We're going to be back with Project Anomaly, and we'll see you guys in a second.
Take care, everybody. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thanks, Connor.
Hello, hello, and welcome back to Seattle Indies. We're here with Adeline. Tell us about Project Anomaly.
Thanks for inviting me here. So, Project Anomaly is a game where you play as an urban supernatural investigator. So you solve cases by taking pictures of cryptids, mythological creatures, and yokai from all over the world. And you take pictures of them. You can talk with them and make friends with them as well. And you also just like present your photographs to solve your cases. So it's kind of like, it's really inspired by Pokemon Snap, Shin Megami Tensei, and the Ace Attorney series as well. So it's kind of like you're presenting your pictures to kind of solve cases. So that's what it is.
I did kind of see those influences during Hype Hour of Pokemon Snap, especially where you're trying to get like that right angle and you're turning in the photo and it's like, oh yeah, this is a good photo, you know?
Yeah.
I saw that there might be some Easter eggs that you have in there. Like in one of the previews that we were watching, there was a poster board of a person eating a person. Was it? Was that Attack on Titan?
Oh, no. So yeah, that's just one of the weird ads you'll find in the game, because this is kind of like really inspired by like New York, like Brooklyn in general, because that's when I was working on this game. So you just see a bunch of ads and stuff, and just what if I can just make something that's, kind of like reminiscent of Brooklyn, New York, but it's kind of slightly warped, kind of like something just a bit weird, but it's kind of funny as well. So yeah, it's not. Those are actually like kind of like gummy candies, so kind of like human scale gummy candy. So it's not actual people.
Like the giant gummy worm. Gotcha, but it's
yeah.
So you mentioned a few different sources of cryptids and yokai and things like that. How many different types of creatures do we have in the game, and what were some of your main sources of inspiration for them?
I see. So yeah, this game features a lot of anomalies, which are actually based on real life mythology, folklore, and kind of urban legends around the world. So there's like a lot of resources, because I'm actually from Indonesia as well. So I'm here just like because I just finished university, also kind of like taking a job here, and because what really inspired me is just about like how urban legends being spread from like one person to another, like how it's just being communicated throughout history. And I felt like it's kind of interesting because there's a lot of urban legends in Indonesia that doesn't have any digital footprints, which means that it doesn't have any like digital documentation online, and it's only in Indonesian. So it's like people outside of the culture, they don't really know anything about that. So I felt like, how about if I can just make something that's just a game that kind of showcases all of these interesting stories, like urban legends, mythology, like throughout all, just to get like a general sense of what's really interesting out there, like not just in the US. So that's kind of what I kind of try to include all the more kind of like common cryptids as well. For example, like Bigfoot or Mothman. There's just like, oh yeah, people are already familiar with it, but there's also like, do you want to know more about something that's like really interesting? So they just kind of like, that's like a interesting hook. Try to get people to get to know more interesting urban legends and mythological creatures. So yeah.
Do you have a favorite urban legend that you've included?
Yeah, I feel I think I have a lot of them because it's just
it's hard to pick one.
because I felt like especially the ones like from Indonesia, like the ones that aren't really mentioned in any media in general, for example like movies or games as well. So that's why I just try to include all of them. And then there's like, for example, there's like Tuyo and then Pocong, that's also from Indonesia, and as well as from the really obscure yokais as well, because in the first chapter of the game, it's takes place in East Borough, which is just really inspired by Eastern mythology, for example, like yokai from Japan. So that's something that I kind of try to include in the first chapter. But in the next 4 chapters, like the full game, it will include a lot of anomalies from different parts of the world.
Very cool.
So, did you have a lot of fun implementing your culture's lore and folklore into a game?
Yeah, it was really interesting because yeah, this is kind of like my first time doing kind of like solo development. So I just kind of like did everything, kind of tried to do some kind of like research on kind of the source materials and try to make sure that yeah, it's kind of still follows the source material, but there's some sort of like personalization, kind of like uh, try to make them feel like you're actually talking to like a real person. So kind of like try to kind of humanize them, try to add some personality to it. So yeah, that's kind of the interesting part of the game. Like I really like going like visiting museums in general, kind of like also kind of checking out encyclopedia and stuff. So I felt like, oh yeah, I found a lot of interesting resources from here, and that's why I kind of try to adapt, kind of try to put it in the game because I'm gonna make the games kind of like it's kind of creepy, like it's kind of like horror theme, but it has kind of like it's kind of like in a lighthearted way. So it's like you
Right.
actually discover and do research and kind of befriend them instead of like because most of horror games that include like mythological creatures, like you always have to either kill them or capture them. So I just like yeah, how about can try to make something that's just a bit more peaceful. So that's why it's kind of like more about solving mysteries and then kind of befriending them. So yeah, that's what it is.
Did I hear you?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, did I hear you say solo develop? So you're the solo developer of this game?
Yeah. So yeah, just kind of like I had to do everything on my own because I just like don't know if I can rely on anyone else, and
Man,
also
good
have
job.
a job at the moment, but also have some like kind of occasional help with people. They're already written like in the credits as well, especially for the soundtrack. Like 3 of the tracks, my friend did it for me, but anything else, kind of like I just did everything, and then some of them also kind of like, yeah, I need some just a few help. Like, can you help me with like 3D modeling, kind of like also with programming because I'm mainly like a UX UI designer, so I'm not really into. I'm not that much of a programmer, but I kind of tried my best. Kind of like, yeah, this works, then I'll just put it in the game. So, kind of like, yeah, it's like kind of try to ask people, kind of like consulting in general. So it kind of works so far. So yeah, I mean, development's kind of slow, but because it's on my own at the moment, but it's still going.
You had mentioned that you wanted to take a more peaceful approach to the game and what it's all about. Did your graphic style and choice have anything to do with that as well? Like, it doesn't come off as a scary game inherently, but at like, so when you were making your choices for coloring and all of that, did that have any play into it?
So for that one, I think it's like because of the art style, it's really inspired by late 90s and early 2000 cartoons because
Oh,
that's
yeah.
what I really grew up on. And then also this is also like all the game also takes place like around uh, late 90s to early 2000s retro futurism, like the Y2K aesthetic. So I felt like yeah, that can actually kind of match in together because yeah, I felt like older cartoons like around like the 90s, I just have this kind of interesting approach where just like yeah, most of them look kind of friendly, but sometimes occasionally they kind of look creepy or just like kind of a bit like disgusting at some point. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
try to keep that balance. I think like that's kind of interesting to do that because most games usually just yeah, let's just make all the anomalies cute, let's just make all the anomalies creepy, but you know what, I'm just gonna mix all of them there.
Yeah,
Very cool.
love it. It's very cool. It's really cool to bring the idea of lore and mythology and other cultures to people in this way, and I think you nailed it with that. It makes it a lot of fun.
Thank you.
You really did a good job on the art style too. I'm
Thank you.
digging it.
But yeah, something that I just still need to improve a bit is definitely the 3D art because I'm not a 3D artist at all. So I just like kind of like try to improvise, kind of like finding royalty-free models and try to kind of modify them or kind of like start from scratch as well. So yeah,
Sure.
something like in the future 3D models would look much better than this.
That's fair. So do you have plans to remake or bring updates to the game to incorporate 3D models or a different graphic style in the future?
Yeah, so for the graphic style, it's gonna be similar to this. Maybe it's just kind of like slight polishing for some of the 3D models, maybe kind of like adding more textures or kind of like adding a bit more complexity because some of the structures are just a bit too simple at the moment, kind of like jagged edges, kind of like squares, but maybe just put some bevels and something, so kind of like add a level of detail to that. But I try to make the game as well kind of like a bit more minimalistic in general. Like I don't really want to go with like full high poly realistic style. So yeah, I think that's good for now. Like just gonna try to be like low poly and kind of like stylized as in like noise textures and kind of like reminiscent of late 90s and early 2000s cartoons. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Where can people find your game if they're interested in buying it, and where can they follow you to find updates about it?
All right. So yeah, the game itself, it's available on the free demo. It's available on Steam right now and also itch.io. So yeah, I've been kind of like still kind of updating the demo and kind of working on the full game as well. So the full game's gonna have like about 5 new chapters, and it's gonna be like 10 hours in total. Like the
Oh, great.
demo itself, it's like the free demo. It's like 1 to 2 hours of content. This is just the first chapter, so that will take like a good vertical slice of what the game's gonna feel like. So yeah.
Well, awesome. Well, thank you for your time for showing this game off to us. And when we come back, I'll be talking about Prospector. So stay tuned.
Yeah. Thanks for
Ooh.
having me. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, going. Okay, here we go. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Seattle Indies 6 Online. I am Richter, one of the many great hosts for this event. I am joined today with Jacob, the lead developer of Prospector. Jacob, tell me a little bit about yourself and the journey on making this game.
Yeah, hey Richard, thanks for having me. So Prospector was a project I started in early 2020. I started it roughly at the beginning of the pandemic as sort of a hobby project to escape, COVID isolation.
Yeah.
And it's something that just sort of slowly grew over time. I didn't really expect to try to do a commercial release. I don't know exactly when I decided for sure I was doing that, probably like 2021. But I had a lot of fun with it. It was sort of something that I would work on maybe like an hour a night. And now I'm working on it full time, which is super fun. And I'm really happy with it.
Well, awesome. Well, let's go right ahead and check out this game. So it's a survival crafting type of game.
Yeah, survival open craft or whatever the tags are on Steam these days. I can't keep up with it. But yeah, it has a little bit of crafting and base building. I would say its main categories, it's a simulation game, but at its core, Prospector is a game about making crafting items and shipping them in boxes with rockets attached to them. So it's trying to, do the fun space age version of something that's basically logistics and like a shipping simulation.
I really like the art style and all the little animations that are going on with everything around it.
Oh, cool. Yeah, thank you. The art was really important to me. I would say, as a solo developer, you sort of have to have baseline competency in a lot of different things. I would say there's a lot of things that I'm just, barely squeaking by, but with the art stuff, that matters a lot to me. So if I'm going to spend extra cycles trying to make a tree look good, or to make that laser beam look good, or the particles look good, I'll put in the time.
Yeah, really good particles. Good job on that. I mean, being a solo developer on this project, that takes a lot of time and work, but during 2020 you definitely had a lot of time.
Yeah, and one of the fun things about it too is my background is I used to work for the tech industry as a UX designer, and I was pretty accustomed to working on like a team of 5 to 8 people. But being a solo developer was sort of an interesting experience because I'm not throwing it over the fence to somebody else. Not that I would do that in real life, but it's like I've designed it, I have to build it, I have to test it, I have to write the script, I have to do the quality assurance on it. So it sort of opens up, like I'm never bored with it. I can be stressed by it, but it's never boring.
So tell me about the survival aspect to it. Is there like a health system, air system? Are there enemies to kill to get resources from?
Yeah, there is sort of like a survival element to the game. I would say it's pretty minor. For the most part, I want Prospector to be a relaxing game, something that you would basically punch out from work, whether you work remotely or not, and say, hey, I'm gonna just chill out in a colorful, pixelated environment for an hour or two. But the stuff that I have in there is sort of flavor for the game. I think it's important that games like this have a little bit of tension, because it can be, a little bit monotonous, some of the things that you're doing. So to break things up, here's an example. There's these little, basically hermit crabs that are protecting these crystal resources, which are really important for shipping. Or one of the bigger killers is the fact that the environment has no oxygen, which is why in all these scenes you see this supply line system sort of snaking its way through the trees and whatnot, because that's your life support. If you go off your line, you got a little bit of O2 in the tank, but not enough to sustain yourself. So it's sort of a dual exploration survival mechanic that I borrowed from really popular game and really influential game to me, Astroneer, where it's sort of a similar vibe that I'm going for, is like a relaxing exploration crafting experience.
So I saw that there are a couple of bots around you, like this big mech that you're riding on, and there was a little bitty bot moving around. Do the bots help you out at all? Like help you build or gather resources and stuff?
Yeah, there's an array of bots. They sort of have different things that they can do. We haven't seen one yet. I actually don't think I have footage of it in this one, but there's lowly collector bots, and all they'll do is pick things up and put them in silos for you. This main robot that's been following you around is more of a companion. Her name is Ophelia. Don't tell me to define what her name means, because I've changed it too many times. But basically she's like a mount. So at the beginning of the video you saw the character riding her like a horse. She increases your inventory capacity. She has missiles that her ears turn into. So there's a lot of little fun things. She's meant to be sort of a Swiss Army knife, and you can later upgrade her and augment her abilities to suit your play style. If you want to be more passive and you want her to help with the collection of things, or you want her to be more of a defensive unit, there will be sort of different tech trees or different paths to mod her out. And some of the other things, like I think you mentioned there was a little bot flying around too. That one is another sort of like single task robot, but you could have multiples of those. You could only have one Ophelia, but some of them you can have multiples, and they sort of augment what the player's already doing. So that little robot was basically whatever you target, it targets. So it's like an upgrade for your laser. It's just visually a more interesting way to do it than to just, select plus 10% laser beam power. You sort of like have this thing following you around and taking your commands, so to speak. So you're sort of like a zookeeper in that way.
I like how you named her Ophelia because it kind of rhymes. You're like, Ophelia will never fail you.
Oh, nice. I definitely didn't have that in mind, but I will steal that.
More than welcome to.
Yeah.
So I saw that there was like a person that you were talking to, and like you moved around or selected different planets and stuff. What was that about?
Yeah, so there's basically two main progression systems in the game. There's shipping ranks, and you rank up every time you ship a certain number of orders, depending on what the rank is. And that will give you a certain number of rewards. But the other thing you can do, which we're about to see here in the video when it loops back around, is you can acquire heavy salvage material to unlock stargates, which will give you access to new colonies, which will give you new shipping contracts. So this is showing an example of, here's a colony leader, they have a particular request, and it's sort of a side quest. Like they tell you what their struggles are, what they need help with, and then you can sort of opt in and opt out per colony depending on whether you like, what they're putting out. For this one, she basically gave you this blueprint so that you could create a moth colony, which the moths basically are, they come from cocoons and they spread out amongst your trees and turn them into resin deposits, which is a key resource in the game. So it's one of the ways, thematically I'm trying to tie in, these quest lines that have a little bit of story that add to the world building and make the world feel a little bit more fun and alive. It is sort of like an isolating experience to be the Prospector alone on your own planet. So I wanted to add something that added a little bit of flavor text, but also, gave me an opportunity to add more characters to the game in a way that sort of fit my engineering budget, so to speak.
So you have in-depth resource gathering, but then you also have like animal wrangling as well that creates resources for you.
Yeah, and other things are planned, and that's all I'll say on it. That's one of the fun things about these types of games, and I think it's why I've stuck with this project so long, is it's an infinite play. So it's very modular in the sense that if I want to tack new things onto it, even if it's just an experiment, I'm a big fan of game designs that don't force players down a very strict path. There is always a happy path that needs to be considered when designing the core experience of the game, but with a lot of those quests, they don't necessarily tie directly into the main shipping progression that I was talking about earlier. So it's important to me that players have the option to decide, do I want to interact with this or not? And if they don't, they're not, they're just missing out on that part that they didn't want anything to do with. It's not going to stop them from enjoying other aspects of the game.
Oh man, well that's awesome. Well, Jacob, I appreciate your time. What a fun game you created. Thank you for taking your time to talk with me about your game. And thank you all for watching, and have a great rest of your stream. Bye.
Yeah, thanks, Richard. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
A hostile alien force arrives in the outer solar system, sending infiltrators to subvert Earth's governments as it builds an invasion fleet. As commander of the Resistance, you must recruit a council of leaders dedicated to protecting humanity from the looming alien threat. Councillors must contend with shifting political conditions to secure alliances and employ both warfare and subterfuge to safeguard humanity as it moves into space. For victory will not be on Earth alone. Explore a detailed model of the solar system's planets, moons, and asteroids, and compete with other factions to harness the resources of these worlds, with the ultimate goal of constructing a fleet to defeat the alien invaders. Establish mining outposts to extract the raw materials your forces will require. Build and upgrade space stations to develop new technologies and expand your industrial capacity. Defend your assets while deploying your fleet to combat both hostile human factions and alien forces. Command warships in battles where momentum and maneuver are keys to victory. And preserve the independence of humankind. Terra Invicta, a grand strategy alien invasion game.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Welcome back to 6 Online. We're here checking out RAM. We have some developers with us, Tim and Toby. Welcome.
Oh, we got Andrew and Toby.
Andrew.
Yeah, I'm Andrew down
Sorry,
here.
Andrew.
Hey.
How's it going?
Tim, Andrew, and Toby.
I'm here for the mayhem. Tell us about the mayhem.
Oh, we got lots of mayhem.
Yeah,
So you
go
want to
ahead,
do the
Andrew.
spiel, Toby? Oh, I'll do the
No,
spiel.
go ahead.
Okay. So, RAM, Random Access Mayhem, is a roguelike top-down shooter. It's inspired by the likes of Nuclear Throne, Enter the Gungeon, Hades, take your pick. The gimmick, or rather the premise, if you want to be nice about it, is that there's no player character. Meaning that there is no one protagonist you control. You instead swap control between the enemies. They're all different robots, each has a completely different play style, and you swap between them constantly as you play, like within seconds of each other. And that's the whole sort of game loop.
That
Very
is
cool.
fantastic. Not how was creating the game and conceptualizing it without the idea of a playable character?
Well, it started for us as a game jam game. Actually, we did the Ludum Dare a couple years ago, and I have a major skill issue when it comes to like bullet hells and action games in general. And so I always thought to myself, it'd be great if I got killed, I could just hop into a bad guy, and then all of a sudden I can take over whatever abilities he has. And Andrew and I met at our local university game development club, and we'd worked on a few projects together, and we decided, hey, what if we try and do this for this game jam, because it kind of fits the theme. And we made a really janky version, but people seemed to really like the core premise of that swapping, and then we really built it out from there. And what became really apparent was the identity of each character really needed to be kind of the pivotal axis that they kind of worked around. So right now in the gameplay, you see this flamethrower bot called the Aphid. It has a totally different moveset than all the other enemies in the game, and by swapping, you can kind of use them like you would a different weapon in Hades or something. So that was the core. Yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, or a different class in Risk of Rain, for example. Originally, we just had in the game jam a premise of you can swap enemies, but we didn't do much with it. It had potential, but really what we've been working on for the last year is fleshing out what the characters do. With each one of them has to feel not just like an enemy that you can swap into and run around just for a bit of fun. It has to be as fleshed out as a full class in any other roguelike, so each has a completely different playstyle.
I bet that was a lot of work trying to create all those characters and then having their own unique abilities and styles to them.
It
And then
really
having,
is. Yeah,
having that player be able to take them over.
Yeah.
Because basically every enemy we add to the game also has to be a player. That's a very interesting sort of design workflow. We want to add an enemy, you have to add a new player class.
The fun thing we can do too is that we have upgrades, much like every roguelike has, but they come in different tiers, right? You have like ones that give you better movement speed, and some give you like this character right now, the Steel Toe, has the Soldering Fingers upgrade, which takes this normal shotgun spread and puts it into one giant slug, and so you can kind of customize your characters through the run, but they only apply to one robot type. So every run is really different because you can have a completely different character, but ×4, at least in the current demo. We're going to be having 8 characters in the full game. So you have a lot more randomness and variety in terms of what builds you're able to do. And we have people in our community that are like speedrunning using different bots and different upgrades and resetting till they get specific upgrades. It's really cool to see. I
Yeah.
think some of them are in the chat today.
That's really cool. With that though, when you have like certain builds that you can have, when you swap to a different robot, does that build maintain if you go back to that same type of robot?
Yes.
For that run?
Oh, nice.
Yeah, essentially you're building currently 4 different builds at once. Again, we want to have 8 in the final game. And because these upgrades are randomized, we're using that sort of roguelike random factor to force the player to diversify, because some players, all players in fact, seem to have favorite bots. But we don't want them just be able to play as one for the whole run. We want to force them to swap between them. And so part of that is giving them randomly tantalizing upgrades for bots they might not normally play as, and that seems to help.
Okay. Can you also jump into bosses? And if so, was it difficult to balance the bosses to bring them to like a lower tier to be able to not be overpowered in that?
I'll let Andrew speak to the balance, but yes, you can swap into bosses. We are not the meme of, I want to play as the boss, and the boss at home is a discount version like you see. You actually get to fight the boss, and when you stun it, you can use its entire toolkit against the enemies and spawn enemies and do stuff. And the demo on Steam right now does have a boss fight in it. It's not going to be in this gameplay footage, so there's a little tease. If you want to go try it out, you can go play the demo and try and fight the boss. But I'll let Andrew talk about that, because he's really the core of creating a lot of these kits and the balancing.
Yeah, so the idea with swapping into the boss, you're not going to be going through a level with the boss, first and foremost. So it's not so much a question of balance, because we don't have to worry about whether the boss is going to be overpowered. The function of swapping into the boss is more like a critical hit, so to speak. You get a limited time to control it, and each boss is planned to have its own sort of use for that control period. It's sort of a time that you can really just run amok and cause a lot of chaos and do a lot of damage to the boss while you're controlling it as well. So it's more of an offensive strategy against the boss rather than something you would use against other enemies.
Wow, that's really neat. I like the aspect that you have to do a critical hit in order to get into the boss, instead of just like, oh, you're dead, you can just get into the boss. It's like, no,
Yeah.
you gotta meet that criteria first.
It's very much inspired by something like Sekiro or Bloodborne, even, with like you can get these critical hits if you do certain conditions, if you get a parry or something. That's sort of what was inspired the system.
Okay.
It really seems like the community is super, super supportive. Have you taken any of their feedback or any mechanics that they want to see and incorporated it into the game as well?
Yeah, we've definitely. Well, one, we love our community. It's really awesome. Andrew has found a lot of success on YouTube, and we have a lot of people that have found the game through that, through his videos, and we've had some really successful devlogs. So we really appreciate everyone coming out for it and really being positive about the game.
They're all very chill.
It's been really awesome, and something that we never really expected to get for our kind of first big title. And we have a Discord community that's super active. We have people talking about the game all the time, and we read everything. We have a whole ticketing Jira board where we're taking down suggestions, and while not everything might get into the game, we are definitely actively, taking feedback and making sure that it's going to be as polished as it can be. And sometimes people have great ideas, but we also still have a lot of ideas we want to put in the game, and so it's just the beginning. Yeah,
there's a lot of, as the game gets longer and more fleshed out, there's a lot of balancing and sort of economy tuning stuff we'll have to work on, and all of that comes down to feedback from our community. And we already have people who are very, very into giving feedback. As I think Toby said earlier, we have people who are like speedrunning the game and determining what the most efficient characters are objectively, so that's very valuable in terms of balancing all these kits against each other.
Well, that is actually something we wanted to touch on here, because you've mentioned the speedrunning, you mentioned the community. How did the speedrunning portion of your community specifically help change the way that you approach development?
I don't know if it has changed how we're approaching development, just because I think Andrew and I both have a big appreciation for that community just in general.
We went in with that sort of mindset a little bit.
Yeah, we kind of figured this could be the game. This could be a game where you'd have that kind of community, or a challenge community. We have a challenge that some people love, some people hate. It's colloquially known as cash, but the idea is you try to beat the run with only one bot, never swapping. So it kind of defeats the purpose of the game. And it's really, really brutal. It's a self-imposed challenge, but people love it, and I guess it shows how much they want more content. So we're working hard on it.
That is fantastic. I love it.
So I guess to answer the question in short, it hasn't fundamentally changed the way we were approaching things. It's valuable in terms of feedback, but we sort of went in with the mindset of like, we want people to be able to really improve at this game. We want a high skill ceiling for sure.
Nice.
It made me really happy to hear that y'all are using Jira as y'all's project managing tool.
I'm all about the proper tool management usage. We use Git, we use Jira. I'm a big fan of Gantt charts. I'm Mr. Producer Brain over here. a software engineer by trade and education. Now I'm at university for that. So
yeah, Toby keeps us all in check, basically.
Oh wow!
Great.
Sometimes they love me, sometimes they hate me, but it's a lot of fun.
Given that we've talked about your chats or your community so much, and that your community has completely taken over our chat, which is fantastic. We love seeing them all here.
Look at them.
Do you have a name for your community, or is there a way that anybody who sees them come in as the wonderful Ram cult that they are, do they have any way we should address them?
Oh my god, do we want to canonize what we've
We
been
kind
alternating
of the
between-
joke has been that there's so many different names because RAM is such a ubiquitous thing. So we have RAM heads, we have rammers, we have RAM enjoyers. So it's kind of whatever. Every
It's whatever
single
sounds
Steam community
silliest
update
at the moment.
Yeah, every
It's
Steam
ramming
community
time.
update we started with a different intro. So I think RAM heads is kind of the most regular one, but
That's
kind
the
of the fun is
one
that
we're
it's
seeing the most in chat right now, too.
yeah.
Yeah, they're
Being a real
fancy
RAM
it.
head is a classic.
Ram
Yeah.
heads.
Just wonderful. Something I'm always curious about is how did you land on the art direction for the game? What made you decide to go this route with it?
You want to talk about this, Toby?
Sure, yeah. So originally, I'm a big fan of a lot of pixel artists. Just generally, I like retro style games, and you look at games like modern pixel art games like Celeste or Hyperlight Drifter, and I've always wanted to make a game with that aesthetic in mind. And I had been always going on itch.io and looking at the asset packs, and I found these really cool pre-made assets by this guy called Pen USB Mike, and he did the art on Dome Keeper, or at least some of it. And he's working on Bullet Bunny right now, which is also an amazing game. And we purchased those assets to use in the kind of base demo Game Jam game, and then we ended up reaching out to him and saying, "Hey, would you want to do the art for the full game? We've got kind of a following now," and he was super game. And we've also found some amazing artists through the community. We kind of put some feelers out, and our main concept environment artist Gecko is absolutely phenomenal. And she's done
Very
so much work
talented.
to make the game look good. And the current art you're seeing in the stream right now, we're actually doing a full revamp of a lot of it. The characters are all staying the same, but we're improving the art for the environments and the visuals, and we're adding some really cool stuff, some water levels and stuff like that. So I'll tease
Cool.
that, but maybe
Yeah.
Andrew can speak a bit more to it. But it's been difficult to learn to communicate properly from a technical standpoint because we're not artists ourselves.
Definitely.
But they've been so great to work with. It's been amazing.
Yeah, the art's been a long kind of struggle seems too pessimistic, but yeah, definitely the steepest learning curve, because when you start a game project with 2 programmers, and we have some auxiliary skills, but none of them are art. So we're very much at the mercy of, like, we need an art team with like a strong sort of intrinsic direction who can sort of guide us and be like, this is a stupid idea. We need to do something that'll actually look good, please. Because we're pretty limited in what kind of direction we can give, right? And, except for make it look like Hyperlight Drifter or something like that. So it's a lot of trial and error. It's a lot of learning to communicate, and it's been slowly improving. And that's why we're doing this new latest art pass.
We also, speaking about art, but a different side of it, we have some really great sound and composers on our team. We have a sound effects a technician that is amazing. He's a good friend of mine, and we have our musician Nahu Pyrope is absolutely amazing. The soundtrack for RAM is gonna pop off. It's just this industrial metal vibe. People love it. It's on Spotify and stuff. It's really fun to listen to.
Oh, cool.
And that's been a huge part of the core identity of the game as well, because you got that big RAM. You got to have the heavy metal to go with it.
Yeah, and then release it on vinyl, do the whole thing, you know.
Yeah, like a cool red vinyl, that'd be sweet.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Futuristic robo vinyl.
I love it. Well, Toby, Andrew, thank you so much for bringing us the mayhem. Tell us where we can find you, where we can follow you and the game.
Yeah, we're on Steam. Obviously, we have a demo up right now. You can play what you're seeing on the screen. We're going to be updating it as we go. We have a Discord server. You can check out our Instagram, our Twitter, our TikTok. They're all just at Xylem Studios, which is our studio's name. Come by and say hi. Yeah, thanks for having us. This has been awesome.
We do devlogs on my YouTube channel too, if you want to look into the development process in a bit more depth. So I think that's it.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for coming in, for showing us this great game. We will be back with some Rococo, guys.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Later.
Rococo audio game fantastique!
Detective?
Detective, is that you there? Why, you have arrived a day earlier than I expected, and on this darkened night of the total lunar eclipse. Come in quickly from the rain.
Quiet, mon petit garçon. It does not become you to blazer on so. I am certain they are here, and that they are after my songs. Of course, that would defeat the whole purpose of my game, and we cannot have that. Oh, vouloir le beurre et l'argent du beurre. Il était un petit homme, pirouette.
You came dressed for the occasion, too.
Ah!
Greetings and salutations. I join you from one of my many rooms in my palace here in Versailles. Thank you for having me.
I love it. So do we like, is your title the Duke of Penny Koken?
Pennacoken, that's a
Pennacoken.
Dutch pancake.
Okay, I like it.
I go by a few names. Many of them started when I formed a band many years ago called Freeze Pop, and I had quite a few names in that band, so I've sort of just carried them along with me over the years.
Wait, did you really form the band Freeze Pop?
I did, back in the summer of 1999.
You're blowing Rick's mind right now. He's so happy.
Wait, like the Amplitude song?
Oh yeah.
No, get out of here. For real?
Super Sprode, was that what in Amplitude? And Science Genius Girl was in Frequency.
No way.
Yeah,
I love your music.
I worked at Harmonix for many years making a lot of AAA music games.
We did see a lot of those AAA music games down at the bottom in your little intro there. So that was really cool. Can you tell us a little bit about going from the AAA music and those games to creating this game?
Yeah, it's quite a difference. I mean, those were games made by teams of 50 to 100 plus people. And my current game, which is an audio game, indie audio game, is a team of about 4 people. So it's a little bit different. And it's really just been a passion project of mine for the past year now. And having made many music games over the years, as you know, all those games were there were rhythm action games, right? It was all about pressing the button with the beat of the music. And I was intrigued to try to make a music game that was completely different. And I settled on an idea where I would try to create and design a game that had no visuals, that was all about using your ears to play the game.
That alone is just so interesting to just say and think of a game that you don't really need to see it. You experience it through hearing. Can you tell us a little bit about the hurdles when making a game like that?
Yeah, quite a few. I mean, as you see on the screen, you're playing the game in the background. The only visuals in the game are essentially help screens. And actually, it's almost easier to turn them off. And for a lot of the sighted gamers that I've had play the game, I actually encourage them to close their eyes because it actually lets you focus on using your ears. And the game uses spatial audio technology, so all the music is binaurally encoded, and that's how you hear all the audio around you. But yeah, it was quite a challenge. Everything has to be done in audio, so navigating all of the menus, all of the tutorials, anything that you sort of take for granted that you would do in the visual domain has to be done in the audio domain.
Yeah, definitely.
That's really awesome because when I play certain games, I actually play like first-person shooters without audio. I rely on the visuals because I'm a big UI person, but I mean, don't get me wrong, I like audio as well. So being able to see this game more, hear this game is a good thing for me because I do like audio, and not using my eyes and using my ears a lot more would be something that's like it interests me so much more.
Yeah, it's an interesting challenge to really shut that part of your brain off and focus on your other senses.
I think it's really cool that you made it binaural as well. Like, I feel like that changes everything. Like, it's huge. There's no way to actually do this without it being binaural. So that is a really interesting a focal point there.
Yeah, essentially, it takes place in the Palace of Versailles, where I live. And there's an evil queen who has basically stolen all of my songs and chopped them up all into their individual parts and hidden them around the different rooms of the palace. And so as the player, you go into the room and you have to use your ears to figure out where those tracks are. Where are the hi-hats and the drums and the synthesizers, and the whole soundtrack is essentially synth pop meets Baroque chiptunes. I like to refer to
Cool.
it as.
I love that.
Oh,
Baroque is one of my
interesting.
favorites, so I love that.
It's very Bach inspired, and so
Yes.
the binaural lets you hear sounds that are behind you, in front of you, left and right, which brings more depth to the audio than just using basic panning.
Now, does this game also work outside of headphones? So say if I have like a 7.1 surround sound system I'm playing the game on.
No, it's a headphone required. For binaural to work, you have to essentially have headphones on. You can play the game just over stereo speakers, but it is nearly impossible to play. So it's one of the requirements of almost all audio games really require you to put on headphones to sort of properly get immersed.
Sure.
Gotcha.
So, the music that's in the game, did you produce it yourself? Did you have some of the people on your 4-person team help with that, or talk a little bit about the music that's in the game?
Yeah, I actually, at heart, I'm a musician and composer. So this Rococo actually started as a synth pop band about 6 or 7, maybe even 8 years ago, and I had recorded an entire album of this Baroque chiptune synth pop music. And I always thought that it would be great music for a video game, and sort of hunted around to see if there was the right fit, and there never was. And so at one point I just decided, well, I should make the video game to put the music into it. And the other people on the team were essentially all Unity programmers. I'm not a programmer. I can view their code, but I certainly can't write it. And it was actually really excited. And I reached out and hired some Unity devs coming out of DigiPen. So they were all students learning how to code, and I sort of proposed an interesting game prototype, and then it turned into full production, and it's been really fun working with them.
Oh,
That's great.
That's awesome that you.
Go ahead, Rick.
Oh, I was going to say that's awesome that you get to use students from DigiPen, because it
Yeah.
really gets their foot in the door.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, yep, and make a little money.
Sure, for
Make a little
sure.
money. Yeah.
Doing what you love too. Why not?
And then one of the things that became important to me was that after I had built a few levels, and I actually reached out very early on to the community at audiogames.net. It's a really great community of gamers there who are blind, visually impaired, sighted. There's developers there. And so I had made early prototypes and posted it there and got some really great feedback from them, because I wanted to make sure that all the inputs were correct and that it was playable. I needed to make sure that it supported keyboard only, keyboard and mouse and gamepad controller. So all three are supported, and there are interactive tutorials that teach you how to use all the different input controls. But another thing I learned was that to keep people interested in wanting to play level after level of this style of game, I really should have a story involved. And so I hired a friend who was actually a daughter of one of my best friends, and who was a high school student at the time. And she wrote the entire story for it. So the whole narrative, which is told by the butler and the queen, you get to meet them throughout the game, and they tell this sort of elaborate story that unfolds as you play the different levels in the rooms in Versailles.
Oh, wow. Well, you mentioned finding a community to help you with this and get feedback. How did you find Seattle Indies?
Well, I'm in Seattle, and so I've been here for 10 years, and I know quite a few people in the game community, Tim and Ty Taylor, and just a number of people, and try to get out to the Seattle Indies events, and they've always just been incredibly supportive, giving me feedback, and it's just a wonderful community to be in here in Seattle.
That is great. With this game, do you see anything within a musical and educational future for games like this?
Sure. I mean, I think especially for game designers, it's always interesting to challenge yourself, sort of put yourself outside of the box, maybe with some constraints, and then try to design something as fun and engaging as possible inside those constraints. And so I would encourage all game designers to try out something like this, especially when there are so many people out there who are allies of the gaming accessibility community who are just really interested and supportive of games like this. And that's what I found through the communities I reached out to as well. So challenge yourself.
Where can people find your game and you for any updates?
Sure. Actually, I'm super excited. I get to announce right now that we just launched the PC free demo on Steam. So if you, I think if you just type in Rococo into Steam, you'll find our free PC demo. I'm hoping to get a Mac version up soon, and lets you, there's an interactive tutorial, and you get to try out the first few levels of the game. And then in probably about a month and a half, we're going to put up nearly the full game, maybe 9 of the levels or so, as early access. One of the things that's really challenging is knowing how difficult to make the game. And so I think in early access, I'll be able to get some feedback from the larger gaming community and sort of dial that in.
Yeah, that's going to be great. Thank you so much for joining us. The Duke, we were not prepared.
Merci
Thank
beaucoup.
you so much.
Thank you for having me.
All right, don't go anywhere. Seattle Indies is continuing. We're going to be chatting with Rogue Labyrinth next. Richter is going to be leading that interview.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Seattle Indie 6 Online. I am Rick Jur, one of the many great hosts here at this event. I am joined today with Shala and John that run an independent queer game studio called T-Witch Games. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hi. Tell me a little about your passion for wanting to create this Rogue Labyrinth.
A lot of it started coincidentally with the last Indy 6. Shala and I had gone to the previous Indy 6 just 1 year ago, and we saw a number of games there. And I was just like coincidentally entering a point where like, I want to work on something a little bigger. And I was talking with Shala about it. I was like, you want to like make something? And we just got really inspired by the games there. There was a number of Rogue games that were there. And so we just kind of talked about that. It's like, that seems good. We really want a narrative type thing. And narrative and Rogue games seem to have this like, there aren't a ton of them. And we really like the potential of what Rogue games can do with narrative games. So that was kind of the big initial passion about it.
Oh wow! Well, I see that y'all have a video for us, so let's go dive in and talk a little about it some more, shall we?
Yeah.
It's the alpha demo.
It is the alpha demo.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just got out of pre-alpha. Like we just basically put in the rest of the main features. There's practically no polish yet. But we, it's still in a good spot where we are now.
Is that the demo out on Steam? Is that alpha demo as well?
Yeah, what's being shown right now is literally the demo. It's just that. We did skip past just the tutorial because it's just kind of boring, whatever.
Okay.
But yeah, it just kind of hops right into a normal game loop where you're going in, you're doing your normal like roguelike runs, and then you come out of it, and then you end up talking with people. There's an environment of in the run where it's just a lot of like fighting and not as much talking, of course, and then out of the run where you have this larger environment of multiple rooms that slowly get populated with more and more people as you meet them.
Now, do you find these people, like as you said, meet them? Do you meet them within the dungeon?
Both. Really?
Both. Okay. So
Yeah.
with that, is it more like an arena style type dungeon aspect? Where
Yeah.
it's like some type of tournament or something?
Yeah.
Yes. The Labyrinth was made by this awful billionaire that I guess it won't be seen in footage here, who basically is trying to make the grand prize the rights to just sort of rule this country that he sort of just doesn't rule, but he's rich, so everyone listens to him anyway. And so you are a resident of this country named Iris, and you are basically fighting in it because you come from a country that doesn't really have kings or so much of a government, and a lot of the surrounding people really want this country a lot, and the billionaire just sort of capitalized on it. And so, yeah, that's kind of the general idea. You can see there's a little bit of an audience. They kind of build up as more and more people are around. We had this announcer guy. He does little games with you. He stabs you. I'm sorry.
He is a shark person, so we have a lot of human and non-human characters.
So it's a world with mystical creatures and stuff, correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty much. And a lot of the people fighting in the Labyrinth are not necessarily wanting to win the country as a prize. Some people are here to become more famous. Like there's a famous pop star. There's like a child who wants to impress people and learn more about the country and wants to become the monarch, but I mean he's a child, so can't. But then yeah, there's a lot of interesting people in here.
This art style and audio reminds me a lot like Secret of Mana. Where did y'all get y'all's inspiration from?
You know, I do actually have a Art of Mana book behind me. The Secret of Mana or Legend of Mana was a pretty big inspiration for a lot of art. I've worked in pixel art for a long time. I look at those a lot. I think a lot of pixel artists do. And I think also Legend of Mana is one of Shala's favorite games.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
it's so strange. It's a very strange game, and it doesn't really explain much to you. And there's a lot of imagery about trees, and yeah, we were definitely inspired by that. Breath of Fire, Suikoden, Hades, obviously, due to the genre, Slay the Spire. So like mixing this sort of aesthetic and jazzy music.
Yeah.
So is this are you only a female protagonist, or are there other characters that you'll be able to play with?
A usual general rule of pretty much every game that I am, I guess, directing technically, is all the protagonists are non-binary, but definitely femme presenting, you know, seeming. And yeah, you really can only just play as the one character. It's a pretty close tied story to the main character. So it just wouldn't make sense for there to be like have the ability to switch characters. There are lots of abilities to switch out your loadout going in. There's a little bit of a Mega Man style mechanic where you can basically be learning different moves and abilities from people as you meet them and fight them. So bits of that aspects of like relationship and beating people and fighting them has something to do with that.
Oh, cool. So as you're combating other people, you get to gain their abilities.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they'll comment on it too if you use their abilities against them. They're like, "Oh, you think you're so high? You're using my ability." So yeah, we have narrative flags too that directly comment on the choices that you make.
So with that, the abilities, you have over 100 unique abilities to use and combine.
There are, yeah, this goes into like the vocabulary of it. Basically, there's like blessings which come into specific categories, like, you know, things that trigger when you hit someone with a branch, things that trigger when you throw a ball, things that trigger when you dash, and so on. And so there's a bunch that are listed from there, and then there's a bunch that are just kind of more stat related, and so on and so forth. So there's a bunch there. And then there's abilities of just sort of like your loadout that you equip when you go in, such as, am I able to throw a boomerang? Do I do a spin attack? Do I summon bubbles? Do I throw exploding potions? All that kind of stuff, which there's probably only going to be about like 8 to 10 of them in the final version. I think right now there's 7.
Gotcha. So it's like certain enemies will have resistances towards things, and you might have to figure out how to get past those or something.
It's more of about aspects of synergies, like what are certain things that work really well with builds that you really enjoy, or in specific situations. In this case, you can see right here, summoning a bubble. It creates this bubble. It's very slow moving and stationary. It's great for setting up traps. And also when you explode the bubble, it sends out multiple projectiles. If you have a build that triggers a lot of stuff on multiple projectiles, that synergizes really well with summoning bubbles. Throwing out boomerangs creates a stationary, basically, area of effect of a boomerang. That's really great for clearing out one specific area. But it wouldn't be quite as good for an enemy that moves around really fast. And so those are the kinds of things that like allows people to play around with those ideas.
Okay. So was it just y'all two working on this game, or did y'all have other people helping you as well?
We do have some folks. We have someone doing the portrait art. Her name is Ro, and she went to manga school in Japan, so legit.
Legit.
We have Saya Sounds, who did the music, best known for doing previously the theme for Peanut Butter Gamer, Asagao Academy, and a lot of covers. And then we have an additional pixel artist helping us out, Kyle Templeton, also known as Bugbear Stew, also worked with John on Sunhaven and some other projects. Yeah. So a lot of people we know that we trusted that we could work with. And then I do the narrative and the marketing, and John does the programming, a lot of the pixel art, general direction, design. So yeah, we're wearing a lot of hats here, typical game development.
Yeah, that's definitely a lot of hats. But hey, what a great game. Thank you, Shala and John, for taking your time to talk with me about your game. Thank you all for watching, and have a great rest of your stream.
Bye-bye.
We used to dream what was out there, yearning to know that we weren't alone in the universe. We thought we were so smart, blundering from one calamity to another. Somehow we actually got out there. There was a new gold rush, an expanding frontier, another chance to prove who we were and what we could be. One precious moment. We were so close. And then, well, turns out we weren't alone after all.
with some Bridgemancy. What's up, guys? How are we doing today?
Good, good.
Robert, Steven, thank you guys for joining us and bringing us the Bridge Master. Can you tell us a little bit about this game, what we're doing with Bridgemancy, and what Bridgemancy is?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, in a nutshell, this game is about harnessing the magic of Bridgemancy in order to solve puzzles and ultimately to save the kingdom. So yeah, you're a magician who specializes in conjuring bridges. And at the moment, this happens to be super useful because the kingdom's crumbling to bits. So the kingdom's citizens have been left stranded on these pockets of land that are left lingering. And so by building bridges, you're able to help them escape in one direction. And then as the magician, you're headed in the other direction to find more citizens to save. So you can see the beginning of the collapse happening here in the gameplay. And yeah, that kind of like going in two different directions, that's the sort of the basis of the challenges to our puzzles. Because your character can block the paths of the citizens, and they can also block yours.
So you're working against other citizens?
Yeah, so you can see in this like first level, you're headed to the red rune, and this is our first citizen. They're headed to the green rune, so they're escaping the way you entered.
Oh.
So does it become like a restart thing if you two block each other? Is that the loss of the level kind of thing?
Yeah. So this particular level is like kind of introducing the basic mechanics, but of course you'll start building bridges very soon. And yeah, you have to figure out how to build bridges with the resources available to you, which coincidentally you get from the houses around you, like this purple one over here. And yeah, there's only so many houses in a given level, so you have to figure out which places to build bridges in order to both allow all of the villagers in a level to escape and let you continue to the exit to the next level.
So there's like some critical thinking and strategy involved. You can't just place all willy-nilly because there's limited resources.
Right, exactly. Yeah, so I think, yes, you'll see an example here of the wrong spot to build a bridge in this
And they're like,
particular level.
uh-oh.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, cool. So you get the restart. Use restarts, backtracks. Okay.
Are
We got
there
an undo button to step back, like action by action as well.
are there special achievements or stars for doing it your first try?
We don't currently. Yeah, right now we get stars at the end of the level based on like how many moves it took you to complete the level. If you want, you can just like progress and get to the end with however many steps you want. But for extra challenge, you can try to do that in like the optimal number of steps, basically.
Right.
But yeah, eventually, I think we'll probably implement like Steam achievements and such for the game as well.
I love achievements.
Yeah, same. I was like, achievements. Let's go.
Let's go. Something that's striking to me immediately, and I love asking devs this, is like the art style is just so beautiful. How did you figure out this is the direction you wanted to take?
Yeah, so this game started out as a game jam game a few years ago at the Seattle Indies Game Jam.
Love that.
So, yeah, it was a great way to meet the team and get this project developed, basically. But yeah, because of those constraints, this was like a 48-hour game jam. So we had to find like an art style that we could produce efficiently. So we went with this low poly style, and that also happens to be very readable as well. And later came through with like a shader to give it that kind of a flatter look, kind of that color banding, like more discrete color palette. And the illustrations, the 2D art, that's all credit due to our artist Soriani. She's done the portraits and so forth. And yeah, she does a great job of that.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, another thing about the art that we really were trying to go for on this one in particular, when we originally did this in the game jam, is we wanted to go for something that was appealing to a lot of different people, and
Mhm.
we actually had the idea of we really wanted to kind of target more of a younger audience this time than we had done in some of the previous games that Rob and I had worked on, and game jams and stuff like that as well. And so a lot of that came from that as well. We just love the idea of low poly, and we love the idea that it was entertaining for kids and adults both.
Nice. It is honestly spectacular art style for that execution for sure. I had something and I lost it. Matt, go ahead.
Yeah. So when you started this idea in the game jam, how much of the game is still the essence of the game jam, and how much more have you been able to add in with no time constraints?
Yeah, it's funny. I think let's see, by the end of the game jam, we had like 5 levels created. And I'm pretty sure all 5 of those are still in the game. A
Love
lot
that.
of these assets, honestly, like the 3D models and stuff, are the same ones we've been using since then. So a lot of it's really still there. Let's see, after the jam, we added like this dialogue system. So we could like demonstrate more of the story that's unfolding throughout the game. And beyond that, we also began introducing new mechanics. Like this level is introducing the jump rune, for example. So that came afterward, and we have a third mechanic as well that's in the live demo currently, and we'll have more in the full release game as well.
Yeah, I was just about to ask if y'all had other mechanics in there, but now y'all starting to show them off, so that's really cool to see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this jump rune, of course, lets you cross gaps, but it's one way only, and the villagers can use them too. And you can use them multiple times if you like make your way back to it. And then the third mechanic in the demo is a rickety bridge. So those are bridges that already exist in the level, but they're single use. So once you cross them, they'll collapse, and that's another case where the villagers can use them as well. So you have to be careful that they don't wind up collapsing a bridge that you're going to need later.
And would the villagers, if like a villager is behind the other villager, would it just collapse? Like, is there, I don't want to say a death count, but is there like a death count on the villagers? Like, oh, you killed 4, sorry. Like,
Oh yeah, so we wanted to have a non-violent game in this game. So the bridge collapses after you've already gotten across.
Nice.
So they don't fall in. It just prevents the next person from passing through.
Sure.
And how did playtesting help with the balancing and the difficulty of your puzzles in this game?
A lot, yeah. We've leaned into playtesting quite a bit. Yeah, just periodically throughout development, we've gotten our friends and acquaintances to play the game, and yeah, we just closely observe and see like where do they like rush through levels, where do they seem to get stuck, and yeah, the level progression is something we've tried to hone and refine over time. It's one of the things we've actually gotten a lot of the most praise on, or more frequently. And yeah, we'll sometimes we'll wind up adding in levels kind of earlier on in the progression to help prepare players for later levels, so they kind of are better primed to understand like, oh, this mechanic has this ramification, or like this is how I get around this sort of situation. That's an example where, yeah, they just destroyed all your bridges.
Yeah, I was just about to say, we see the example of the rickety bridge right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then now we're getting to some
yeah,
stuff where we didn't want to give like super big spoilers on some of these more complicated levels. So we'll start seeing a little bit more skipping around, because the puzzles, like Rob was saying, paid a lot of attention to how to build the game more naturally. So it felt like it was at a very like easy incline at the very beginning, and then things do get rather complicated towards the end, and a lot more we start seeing like this level in particular where several of the mechanics are working at the same time. We've got jump tiles, we've got rickety bridge tiles, we have to deconstruct stuff. So the complexity of the levels definitely starts to shine.
How are you coming up with some of these level designs with the different mechanics? Like, are you finding yourself stumped, like as you're like working through? You're like, I know it's possible, but how do we do it?
I've got a great little piece of graph paper kind of demonstrating how we paper prototype our levels.
Wow.
Yeah, it just starts out like that. But it's tricky because especially on paper, like you have to keep, it may be like 2-dimensional, but you still have to keep like the temporal dimension in mind. Like, oh, the state of the level has changed while I'm like kind of stepping through this. But yeah, it's a challenge coming up with it, but the paper prototyping helps. And yeah. And we just imagine like, what are other types of bridges that could exist, you know?
Very cool.
So there's a Steam demo that people can go check you out right now.
That's right. Yep. Yeah.
Awesome.
So you can play 20 levels in the current Steam demo, and those include the 3 mechanics that were shown in the stream here. And yeah, free to play demo on Steam.
Well, Stephen and Robert, thank you so much for coming by and talking with us. Thanks for talking to us
so
about the Bridge Master. And coming up next, we got an ad break, but after that, we're going to be talking about Throw the Bone. Stay tuned.
And with that, just kidding. Just taking back my just kidding though. Check out 6.seattleiNdies.org for more info on all of the games that you're seeing here today. There is a Steam sale happening now where you can find that link in the chat. Get discounts on some of the games that are released that you're seeing today, and even wish list those games because that totally helps out the game devs and the almighty algorithm. So if they're not out yet, please wish list those. You'll get notified when they are released. And if you want your very own 6/2023 t-shirt, head over to the store page on seattleiNdies.org to buy one for yourself. Now, we wouldn't be here without our Patreon supporters, so 6 literally wouldn't be possible without the generous supporters and sponsors on Patreon. For just as little as $1 a month, you can support Seattle Indies and help us put on great events like 6. So go to patreon.com/SeattleIndies to find out more.
And we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for our headline sponsors, Hooded Horse, which is a publisher of strategy, simulation, and role-playing games, including Old War, developed by Mohawk Games, Terra Invicta, developed by Pavonis Interactive, Falling Frontier, developed by Stutterfox Studios, Alliance of Sacred Sons, developed by Cathawk Studios, and The Way of Wrath, as well as Perfect Day Games. Perfect Day Games is a highly creative group of game developers who share passion for creating engaging and immersive games. Our team consists of individuals from diverse career paths, each bringing their unique perspective and expertise to the table. We believe that the key to our success is our ability to work together seamlessly, leveraging our collective strengths to create exceptional games.
We can't forget about our campaign sponsors: Play Everywhere, Premac Rogers PC, For Culture, Mega Crit, Epic Games, our partner sponsors, .fun Domains, and our community sponsors, Unbound Creations, AIE, Galvin Games, Seattle Composers Alliance, and 3R Technologies.
As well as our partner sponsors, .fun Domains, community sponsors, Unbound Creations, AIE, Galvanic Games, Seattle Composers Alliance, and 3R Technology. And we'll be back with some more games soon.
Hey everybody, and welcome back. We're here joined today with Pete, one of the lead developer of Throne of Bones.
Yeah, so I'm the developer slash designer on Throne of Bone. It's me working with some really talented artists that I met on the internet.
Matt on it.
I love that.
Hopefully from Six Online or
From
Seattle
all
Indies.
over. From all over. You know, the internet is good at connecting people.
That is very, very true. But when it comes to connecting, I think the biggest connection right now is Mac to this game. Because when we were talking about it during the hype hour, she was super excited about it. So tell us.
I like card games.
There's nothing wrong with that. I also
I'm with
like
you.
card games, and I think Pete also likes card games, if I'm guessing from what he's designed. So, Pete, tell us a little bit more about Throne of Bone.
Yeah, so Throne of Bone is sort of an unholy amalgam of roguelike and auto battler, where you draft these sort of necromantic minions and you assemble your undead army, and you basically have to defend yourself against anyone who shows up to your castle. Big emphasis on building, strategic synergies between your undead minions and the spells that you draft and the rituals you perform. Yeah, so I love those kinds of drafting games, especially card games.
Wait, did I just say that you could stack cards on top of cards to increase their power?
Yeah. So in a lot of auto battlers, you have this kind of merge mechanic. Get the dopamine hit of like, oh, I've just leveled up my minion by upgrading, smushing multiple together. And so in this game, when you collect multiples of the same minion, you can merge them together, and it gets it unlocks a bonus that you can give to that minion. It might be like it gets a shield, or maybe it has a ranged attack. It's just a way to sort of, improve the minions that you have. You could also get experience through one of the training activities you can perform with your minions, which happens after combat. There's different activities you can perform in your castle, which should be coming up right around here in the video, where there's like a grid of 3x3 choices. And you get to sort of do things that hopefully make you feel like you're a necromancer in your secret lair, so you can go to the forge, you can rest in your crypt.
Gamble.
No.
Sometimes you gotta just kick it with your skeleton soldiers and just gamble in the tavern.
I love
Roll
that.
bones. I mean, they are
Roll
skeletons. I'm
them
sure that
bones.
they enjoy rolling bones. So auto battlers have always been an interesting kind of gameplay mechanic or gameplay kind of style, because it lends itself to being very, very tactical, while also kind of letting you kind of almost go into autopilot once you've gotten all of your strategy kind of set up. What made you settle on an auto battler for this particular game?
Good question. I think it started for me with wanting the emphasis to really be on the drafting of like the picking which minions you want in your lineup, and sometimes that sort of tactical decision tree gets a little overwhelming, where you're like, oh, I could optimally attack this minion here, and you're playing the whole chess game out in your head. And I really wanted players to sort of stay in the flow. And just think about, what does my ideal minion team look like without having to min-max every single tactical decision. There are so one of the benefits of being a single player auto battler is I do have moments based on the spells that you collect that allow you to influence combat directly. They'll like prompt you when they trigger, just to try, like, if you feel like you're losing and you want to like nudge the fight in the right direction. But most of it is that good kind of like, I would call it like the auto battler sweat, when you're like, when you're watching your team and you're like, am I gonna make it? Am I gonna make it? Am I gonna make it?
Ooh.
And so that's
you
mostly
do, and you get dopamine. No.
Yeah, exactly. So it's mostly just to try to relieve people from having to make a ton of tactical decisions, and focus mostly on designing what they think is a cool team.
Yeah, this is really, really exciting, just like to watch the gameplay and see how it's going. Are you also like building your deck as you go with like the different minions you want, and can like kind of select who's gonna, like how your deck is ordered, or?
So that's the thing, that there's no actual deck. It's definitely you could call it a card game because it's got rectangles, it's got numbers on it. But there's no actual deck. It's mostly like you're building almost like a football team, and you're putting you have a bench, you have your guys on your folks on the line of scrimmage, and you can kind of swap them in and out between fights based on what strategies you're trying to implement. But there's no shuffling.
Sure.
Every turn after combat, you get to summon additional minions, and that shop is sort of randomized based on what level you are in the run. So as you fight, you get more experience, you level up, you see higher level minions in the shop, and that will sort of. There's always that level of randomness of like what's going to be in the shop.
Right.
See here.
Yeah.
And so
how
sometimes
did
you get what you want. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, how did the process of balancing the minions and powers work?
Yeah, it's still an ongoing process. So I have a Discord server that a lot of my playtesters are in. In addition to having a public demo, I have a private Steam playtest that a lot of my playtesters have access to. They're always breaking it. They're always finding like economic exploits where they can buy this number of minions and then sell them all back, and then they get a loop going, and then they can just max out their entire team. I'm pretty quick to respond to those things. One other thing I do is at the end of every run, a file is sort of uploaded that gives me some aggregated data about like what minions did people take, what enemies did they fight, how much damage did they take in those fights, and then I can kind of on an offline process do some sort of analysis of, wow, this minion is being drafted at like way higher rates than every other minion. Maybe I should tone that one down. Outside of balance, there's also just the level of wanting people to feel a sense of variety in every single run. And so I also kind of look for if a given strategy is good and too reproducible, that's not a good thing, because then people might feel like, well, I'm just going to keep forcing myself into the same run over and over again because I know it works, and I would love for people to explore. I'm going to go zombies this run. Oh, I'm going to actually go poison damage this run. Oh, I'm actually going to go, shielded ghosts this run, so that every time feels a little different.
I was gonna ask you if you felt like the need to, or if you felt like it was better to leave some of the busted stuff in, but since your playtesters seem to be diligently looking for the fastest, most efficient ways to break the game as quickly as possible, has there ever been any really cool combos you've seen that came out that were a little busted, but you were like, to get this to happen is so rare, I think I'm gonna leave it in?
There's definitely things I leave in for that. I mean, people popping off is something that you want your players to experience. Like, you want to feel like a degenerate, where you're like, these numbers, like normally I'm dealing 20, but now like I'm dealing a couple hundred. I actually have an event going on right now, both in the demo and in my private playtest build for Halloween, where I don't know. I know it's an unreleased game, but I still wanted to put a live event in anyway. So for Halloween only, there's a special option that like every time you're in combat and you deal excess damage, the enemy will drop candy, and it just tallies how much candy you've collected, which is basically just the overkill damage that you've done in the run. And this has been motivating people to sort of like see if they can escape the orbit of the normal balance of the game, because some people are posting like, I did 1,000 extra damage over the course of this run, and the numbers are exceeding my expectations.
Wow.
I know, but the sad thing is sometimes you do have to nerf things after someone figures out. Like I said, that there was an exploit with this one minion upgrade called Spare Parts that gave you extra skulls. And I was like, oh, this is like a nifty kind of cool thematic thing, but people would start stacking them all up on one minion, and then they'd be like, at the end of a fight, I have 256 skulls to spend, and I can just like buy everything out of the shop and re-roll and buy everything out of the shop.
Oh
and
my gosh.
And I was like, okay,
man.
like Spare Parts, like the Federal Reserve has to step in and just like stop the spare parts economy. It's going too much inflation happening.
That's hilarious. With a game like this and coming up with the different strategies and different like play styles, what was your big aha moment when things really started coming together?
I think there's been a couple of those. I would say some of the big things were just having a single player auto battler with the sort of undead army aesthetic brought more people into playing auto battlers. It just made more like auto battlers are pretty gamey, meaning like they're kind of they're not the most intuitive. They don't just make a lot of sense. They're very like, oh, it's on my turn, and then my guys fight, and then they die, and then they revive, and then I go to the next round. I think the undead theming really helped people kind of get used to the idea that their minions are coming from a shop, and even though they fight and die, they come back at the end. I also think some of the experimentation around having the player get spells that they themselves get to use and target in combat was a big breakthrough. Again, it's something you can't really do on like Super Auto Pets or like Hearthstone Battlegrounds because it's a online quick game. Whereas, if the game stops and says like, where do you want to, like, which enemy do you want to hex right now? That's something you can do in a single player game that gives people that feeling of like, oh, it's still an all battler. It's still, fast and fun. But because it's single player, like the game's waiting on me. Like I'm the only person that the game really needs to wait on. That was a big moment. Honestly, the art style has been really well received. Like I said, the artists that I'm working with online are extremely talented, and I'm always like, every time I get a piece back, I'm like, it makes me feel like the game, I need to develop a better game because of how juicy the art is. I'm like, I gotta step up on my
it's
game.
gorgeous.
I get that.
I love it.
So, how did creating test live events help keep the game fresh or create new strategies?
I mean, really, this is sort of advice to like any indie is like your friends will play your game, but your friends also have a life, and then eventually they'll like figure out kind of how the game works. They'll give you some feedback, and then people will play other games. And so I have to. I joke when I say it's a live event in an unreleased game because people want new content, and so you want to kind of in addition to nerfs and balances, you also just want to give people things to do. And even though the game is unreleased, which is I'm a solo dev, it's going to take me a bit, but I wanted to give people like a seasonal reason to play again during Halloween, because Halloween's like an important time for a game with spooky skeletons and ghosts and pumpkin-headed creatures.
Oh yeah.
How could you not?
Yeah, I mean it's the perfect game for the season. I do have one last question before I take us out. And you mentioned that you were, after every run, you were kind of collecting data. Has there been any thought towards creating like a leaderboard or something, some other kind of system to inspire people to want to maybe try to break things a little bit more in a respectable, not needing the Federal Reserve to intervene kind of way?
So actually at the 6, I implemented a feature that at the end of the 6 IRL, or whatever, that when people finished, if they won their run, they had the opportunity to enter into a bonus fight. The bonus fight would be against the enemy minion lineup of whoever had last won the bonus fight.
Wow.
And so it was kind of like a arcade high score feature where if you beat the bonus run, the little menu would pop up, you could type your name in, and then your minion roster sort of stayed on that machine until someone came by to play the demo and beat your run. That was a success. I was hoping that I would see engagement from that, and I even did have some folks come back to the booth to try and like retake the crown after they lost it. And that's something that I'm really trying to figure out a way to incorporate, like you said, as like a sort of online leaderboard where not only is it like how good is my score, but because it is an auto battler, your roster of minions like can play without you for the most part. Your spells will sort of randomly targeted, but like if you just draft a super thick zombie army and you're just like, I don't even need to be at my computer, it's just living in some online repository and getting pulled down for someone to try and battle against. That's definitely a feature I'm looking for the final release, is this sort of asynchronous friendly battle.
That's I think something I don't think I've ever seen. Like I've been to arcades where like the guy who is the high scorer is the person you compete against, but to be able to do that in an auto battler is a really unique concept. Pete, where can people find this game? Because I'm sure that people are chomping at the bit to try and figure out where they can play this game.
Yeah, so demo's out on Steam still. There's also a private playtest on Steam that if you join our Discord, you can message me and I can send someone access to. On Twitter, I'm Windmill Slev Dev. Windmill Slam Dev, DEV, and on Instagram, same thing, Windmill Slam Dev. Hoping for the final release of this game to be in Q1 of 2024, but I also want to make sure that it releases balanced and content complete. But yeah, check the demo out. Check out the Halloween event going on in the demo. Collect as many candies as you can and post your screenshot in the Discord. I think the number to beat right now is like something in the multiple thousands. So good luck.
Wow. I was gonna say I'm looking forward to doing that, but that's a really high number. Pete, thank you again for bringing this amazing game. I'm very much looking forward to it, and I might be hitting you up for that private playtest because I want to be a high scorer. I want to be the guy that people have to beat and try and see how long I can keep my name up there. But guys, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be taking a look at Towerbolt. So stay tuned and do not touch that dial.
Hello, and welcome back to Seattle Indies. Hello, how are you?
Hello, I'm doing awesome. Very happy to be here. Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, thanks for being here. So tell us about Towerbolt.
Yeah, sure. So Towerbolt is a fast-paced vertical platformer set in the futuristic year of 2390X. It has a main emphasis on speed, smooth vertical movement, and simple controls. We're kind of looking at some gameplay here, the couple intro levels here, but we'll get to the meat of kind of what this game's all about. The bulk of it is all about you're trying to climb this. You're a bolter who's this half human, half robot super soldier who's been imprisoned for 15 years, and you don't know why. And you wake up in this impossibly tall cyberpunk mega tower, and you're trying to escape. Yeah, and every floor of this tower will have a security measures, which comes in the form of a big scary laser that's chasing you from the bottom.
Yes.
And the whole idea is you're trying to outrace it on every floor. So yeah, it's very much a fast game.
We were watching this during hype hour and we're like, oh yeah, this looks awesome. This looks, oh my gosh. And so it definitely got hard very quickly. So tell us about like the level progression and introducing the different mechanics.
Sure. There's really kind of one big core mechanic to the game, and it's all around I call it bolter charge in the game, whereas the idea that you the more you jump without touching the ground, the stronger and higher your jumps become. And so in terms of the progression, when you first start the game, and as we're watching it now, you actually don't have that ability right away, mainly because it's kind of a hard thing to just throw at a player and have them intuitively understand without hey, read this Wikipedia article about how this mechanic works before you start the game. And so by intention, you're starting the game with a very basic, you have a double jump, a wall jump. The first couple levels, before you even see the laser, are kind of meant to teach you invisibly, like, oh, I can jump twice, I can jump against walls, and kind of give you a feel for the controls before you're introduced to the bolter charge mechanic.
So the first question I have to ask is, with the art style and the gameplay and the design of this game, what was one of your major inspirations for this game? Like, I have a couple of ideas where I imagine it could have come from, but I'm not 100% sure I'm right about them.
Sure. So I'll throw a couple games at you.
Okay.
The most primary inspiration is Downwell.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's a game. So it's Downwell, and then the next I would throw out would be Celeste. That's, I think, a pretty solid one that I can't. Of course, I've taken inspiration from Celeste. Hyperlight Drifter in terms of aesthetics and like the pixel art. Metroid's another one that's often thrown out there.
Gotcha.
Let me think. Mega Man X in terms of the story. I like stories with robots and the future, and I think it's cool. Does that kind of answer your question? Or
it does, actually.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah.
one of the games that came to mind for me also was N+, which was another kind of like platformy kind of game. So I was curious if that was another kind of one of the inspirations of this. That laser is giving me anxiety. Like I know,
so sorry.
I know that that's a good thing, because it's one of those things that just at a glance you can immediately know. I know what my objective is, and unless you're a masochist like I occasionally am, you have no desire to actually go and hug the giant red laser of death. Even though, like, initially I was like, I mean, maybe, like, I know that as a player, if I had not talked to you about this or not seen it, my first thought would have been, okay, so is it like instant death if I touch? Yep, nope, instantly dead. Okay. So it's kind of cool to see this gameplay mechanic kind of just like coalesce, especially with the because we're seeing the boosted kind of jumps now.
Mhm.
So I imagine it's going to make speedrunners lose their minds.
Yeah.
Yeah, so kind of one of the design and directives of this game I've figured would be that I want this game to be easy to pick up and like maybe not necessarily super easily playable. That's someone that's never played a platformer, but like I want it to be accessible. But at the same time, I want it to have a very high skill ceiling. So like people that really want to take advantage of the bolter charge mechanic and want to like be constantly wall jumping and never touching the floor, that's like the highest skill ceiling. But if you just kind of jump from platform to platform to platform, like the game ideally should be as playable in that state as well. You don't have to do every extreme skill thing to so,
I see that there's like collectibles to get as you're going through. Do those add to your power, or is it just more of something to get for like an achievement or something?
yeah, so they are very much optional challenge collectibles. So yeah, they're more or less there for an achievement. No need to get them if you don't want them.
They seem very tough to get.
Yeah, I was like, oh my god, they went for it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, so now that we have the first couple levels were kind of a intro, but now like this is kind of showing the game with the ankle weights off now.
Getting into the meat and potatoes of it.
Yeah. This is me playing here, and so like I intentionally step on that part just to show.
Naughty.
Does it speed up the laser?
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Part of the reasoning of like, I feel like an expectation you would get if you would step on that as you die immediately, but like I kind of wanted to try something different along with like how platformer hazards kind of have worked traditionally. Like
right.
So I've tried to like instill this kind of internal rule of only the laser will ever kill you.
Too close.
Yeah, and so other things you touch in the level.
This is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. Feel free to stop me anytime if you just want to like comment on something. I know it's
Sorry,
happening really
I'm
fast.
trying to stay quiet, but watching this, like my brain is going like, too close. Don't go for it. It's too far away.
I know. I'm like,
Wow.
I did want to touch on. I think it was slightly answered, but I just want to just they're not being ignored. Vampire Box, he said they love the square visual effect when connecting with a wall. Was that inspired by some of the games that you mentioned, or was there another inspiration behind that?
Yeah. So actually, yeah, that's a very good question. Yeah. So in Downwell, it's a game. So I'll explain that briefly. It's basically a game where you're falling down like a well. I think it's in the name. And the game has a lot of very flashy visual effects when you like interact with platforms, mainly to kind of tell you that it has like this this gun boots mechanic where like if you're in the air and you press a button, you will like shoot, and you have like a magazine. And so when you land on the ground in that game, you'll see this big white flash like effect that kind of lands on your character.
Mhm.
And that's kind of help give you feedback that like, oh, you've reloaded your weapon. Cool. So I do the same thing in this game, but I do it not only when you land on the ground, but on the sides of walls. And so
Sure.
like and so it was already like a big square kind of like flash effect. And so I kind of just continued that kind of visual style across like all of the feedback, just to tell you like, oh, you got your jumps back. Oh, you've landed here. You got your jumps back. Like, so that's probably the easiest answer there.
Yeah, it's lovely. I really do like that little bit of detail. It adds so much when like it's not simple, but at the base of it, you're looking at it and you're like, oh yeah, this is a simple level design, but it's really not. And then you add that extra little detail to it, and it's just perfection, really.
Oh, thank you. That means a lot to hear.
You have another quick question about something I'm seeing that I think is actually really cool. So once you clear a level, you start to kind of unlock more of the story of what's happening.
Sure.
How difficult was it to kind of include those things in such a way that you want to like reward the players for trying to complete the levels as, you know, just on their own, while also balancing adding in those additional collectibles? Because I feel like some people might kind of correlate those two things as to like, oh, well, if I collect all the collectibles, maybe I'll learn more of the story.
Oh, sure. So I think the intention with Towerbolt so far is that I think I want to make sure those are uncoupled. So like the challenge collectibles probably wouldn't unlock any new like story content. Everyone that plays through the game would probably get the same story. Like outside of like similar to how to Metroid, where you like finish the game, you may get like a different ending cutscene or something, maybe. But like, yeah, currently I wouldn't want to like change the story experience based on like if you got certain challenge collectibles or did the hard thing. That should be accessible to everyone.
Gotcha.
Well, this seems like this is pretty dope game. It's on Steam right now, right? Is it a playable demo or?
Yeah, that's right. So the demo actually just went live yesterday.
Yo, congratulations.
Nice.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, but the game is on Steam. You can wishlist it now. So like this video here kind of showed off like a variety of the floors, but the demo will have the first 24 floors, about 15 minutes of gameplay. Yeah, anything else?
Oh, no, I think that'll be it. I appreciate your time, Brandon. Thanks for coming by and showing off your awesome game.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with Video Hole, Episode 2.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Seattle Indies Expo 2023. I am your host, Alchemist, joined by Mac and Rick above me, and below me, I have Henry, Daniela, and Hollis, who are here to talk to us about Video Hole Episode 2. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I think you talked to us last year about Video Hole Episode 1.
That's correct.
So this already seems kind of different from episode 1. Tell me a little bit more about Video Hole episode 2.
You want to do the story overview, Hollis?
Sure. So if you played episode 1, you kind of know that things took a little bit of a sort of weird, absurd turn there at the end. And without spoiling too much, this whole game is kind of my cat. Hold on. This whole game is the sort of the idea we had originally had for the game when we originally made episode 1, and we just way overscoped. But pretty much the kind of thing we wanted to do was make like a sort of hub area and have like branching worlds each that were kind of the same. They've got these, you know, sort of visual novel story presentations, but we wanted each world to have different mechanics, a different sort of gameplay elements, different, you know, aesthetic sensibilities. So the demo you're seeing here now is just the first of the levels, and it's kind of the, you know, Psychonauts thing a little bit. You're like going into all these worlds that are representative of your friends, and I think we also made that comparison the last time we were on here. But
yeah, a bit of a preface. It's sort of a Groundhog's Day situation. So the first episode, you end up going to work and kind of stumbling on some sort of conspiracy thing, and now you're basically reliving the same day but in different contexts. And like Hollis said, they're all kind of informed by the characters that the levels are based on.
Gotcha. Interesting. Okay.
So this is our horror level. It's got a pursuer enemy and Resident Evil style puzzles. It's very much like a Slender itch.io horror type situation.
Pursuer enemy.
Yeah.
What?
We got game mechanics this time around, so we're really excited about it.
Oh man, scary, especially being pursued the whole time.
Yeah, not just yet, but we'll get a little bit of that in the back half of this video. But
Like that
No,
they're
don't make
playing,
me run.
they're all playing beer pong over there,
yeah,
or
Oh
liquid
my
pong.
gosh, I didn't notice that. That's hilarious. Oh my
Once playing
goodness.
beer pong until things start chasing you through the dark.
Yeah.
So you mentioned the scope creep on Video Hole episode 1 and how that kind of like informed some of the development for Video Hole episode 2. What other lessons did you learn from episode 1 that you carried into the development of episode 2?
How to make a game.
I was about to say that.
Yeah, I'd say the first one is a very scrappy production. I'm still very proud of it, but it was our first attempt. It was had a lot of learning experiences wrapped up in there, and from the ground up, we kept, you know, assets and things, but in terms of code and whatnot, we just built this thing from scratch. So a lot of general, you know, working knowledge obtained has been funneled into this next iteration.
Were there any mistakes that you made in the first one that you knew, like if there was a problem coming up in the second one, you're like, not gonna go there. This happened last time.
No.
Yeah, we kind of continued to make the same mistakes, or at least I did. My biggest thing with the first one, it was the first time I ever wrote a game, and I wrote the entire script in the engine. We use a dialogue manager called Fungus, and the first day we released it, there were so many typos, and like the first person that mentioned it like commented on the sub editing, and I was like, I'm gonna get it all organized. I'm not gonna write an engine again, and I am. So.
Oh no.
Oh no.
But I have a grammar checking tool to use, so it's hopefully gonna be fine.
There you go.
I have an important question, and Mac, you're gonna want to know this question too, because I'm sure if you would have saw what I saw, you'd have the same question. Is Gabby convincing us to summon a demon right now? Like, how did we sign up to summon?
Maybe don't ask those questions. It's like whatever, man. You know.
Just let it happen.
So
yeah, I think Gabby is Gabby might have a prank in mind. I think she's a real life of the party type, and I think she just wants to do like a Ouija board kind of fun situation, but it might not go as she planned, I'm thinking. So.
This is also a very important story beat. These characters aren't necessarily the actual characters.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sort of. This is Trevor's level. Our sort of shut-in, quiet type character. Who these are basically how they see their coworkers and you, the main character, and so. A lot of the characters' eccentricities are played up a little bit, and not always, nice.
True to life.
I think Gabby's a little bit more mean in this one, a little bit more over the top. So
a little more over the top, a little more like I've got to have the spotlight. Everyone's, personalities are sort of skewed to whoever the subject of the levels. Preconceived notions about them are. So it's been kind of interesting trying to without beating you over the head with exposition to try to, make that seem natural. But I think it'll pay off in the end, I hope.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting concept because you have all these characters with different personality traits. And it's like, okay, well, how will this personality perceive this personality? Did you have to do any research, or are these kind of people in life and how they perceive people?
Yeah.
Second one.
Definitely Gabby specifically is someone I've known for a very long time, and I've been in bands with him, and he's just not like one-to-one completely, but very inspired by this person. Jake, if you're watching this, shout out.
Shout out, Jake.
We love you, Jake.
I guess just like when I'm writing characters, I kind of just go back and will read through text message conversations I have had and try to, create an original character, out of something that's so heavily inspired, not so much by people's huge personality traits, but what's really inspiring to me, I guess, is little quirks people have,
right.
The tiniest details are what I try to build entire characters around, and I think that's easy and works for me. So yes and no altogether. It is based off people I know, but also just kind of sometimes Frankensteins of them, and also sometimes just take away little, personality details that I find interesting.
And I feel like that's what makes a character real almost, is those little details that when you fine tune, you're like, oh yeah, I can relate to this person, or I know someone in my life that's like this.
Yeah. I definitely like having characters that I feel like I've succeeded if I can make a character that, not everything they do is, completely admirable or selfless. They kind of have a lot of self-denial or anything such as that, but still, you can understand where they're coming from because we all go through that and we all relate to that in that way. So
absolutely.
That's what I'm trying to do anyway.
How many iterations did it take to create each version of the characters?
Speaking in terms of just drafting them, basically.
Yeah, drafting them, trying to figure out.
Well, basically, and one thing Henry once said that really stuck with me is the game design just kind of happens when the three of us are on chat like this, just talking about and just joking around about what might happen or what sort of situations might unfold. So speaking purely in terms of how many times I've like written conversations of the script, it could be anywhere like in episode 1, I probably painted over that like 6 or 7 times, but I think the characters sort of like evolve a little more like fluidly than that, because it's not just me. Like I mean, I do the writing, but a lot of it happens as the three of us are sitting around just like kind of bouncing hypothetical situations off of one another. So I'll like see how they think these characters will behave, and I'll react one way or another to it, and it'll like really inform, because they're kind of always still growing in my head, as cheesy as that may sound. Like that I wouldn't even ever tend to call them complete characters. They just like continue to sort of manifest in different ways, and so I suppose to answer the question, it's still iterating constantly even after the first one.
Well,
Love that.
What a great game. People can go check this out on Steam. I believe y'all have it for wishlist, or is there a demo or something? Or
We've
that people
got
can
the
get?
first episode for sale right now. If you want to get caught up and prepared for episode 2, go ahead and pick that up. It's on itch.io as well. And we're hoping to get, as you saw in the trailer, it said 2022. I was kind of like, that was a physical infliction seeing that in front of my eyes. Probably early 2024 is when you can expect it. But thanks so much for doing this. Y'all have been marathoning streaming all day, and I really appreciate it. So
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Henry, Daniela, and Hollis. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And everybody.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with some word voyance.
Hello and welcome back with Word Voyance. We were watching this during Hype Hour and very, very excited about it. So tell me a little bit about the game.
Oh man, that means a lot to hear. Thank you. I'm Ben from Famous Games. This is my friend Everett from the Lighthouse for the Blind. And this exists so that the blind and sighted people can play Scrabble at the same time. We got a message from a gentleman who said, Words with Friends is my favorite game of all time. I play it with my sister all the time. And then he lost his sight.
Oh, no.
And tried to play the game with his screen reader and found out it wasn't accessible. Tried all the other apps out there and came to us asking if we could do it. And so that is the genesis of why this exists. And I've been adding to it for the last 2 years, and I feel pretty happy about it right now.
I mean, that's just wonderful what you've been able to do, to be able to have like sighted people and non-sighted people play together and be able to enjoy a word game.
Thank you. That's also the inspiration behind everything that we make. Is it has to be as good for sighted people as blind people, and vice versa. Mm-hmm. It's kind of a thing in accessibility to do one or the other, and I would like to find ways to not have that difference so divided.
Absolutely.
So this game, if you're a sighted person like me, then you know Words with Friends, you can just drag and drop the tiles up and make your word and play your word, get your points exactly as you're used to. There's nothing new to learn. There's nothing unexpected in it. That's on purpose. And so what we do with the blind community is, if you have your voiceover turned on iOS or other screen readers on desktop, it just works. There's no extra toggle to turn on your screen reader or anything. Looks like Everett here has a short demo.
Yeah, so typically with these kinds of games, there are ads, and if you use a screen reader, which is like VoiceOver or JAWS, if you're on Windows, are the things that we use to read our screens as blind individuals.
Word Voyance.
And it's telling me everything that's under my finger. If you're in an ad on a word game like this, it completely messes up the screen reader, and you're not even actually able to get out of the ad. So this ad-free situation that Ben and his team have worked on is really, really quite nice, because it's like, how do you even play a game if you can't close it at the end of the day? Most blind people are going to uninstall it. And what we also have here on Word Voyance is I'm just opening a game here. Word Voyance works with all major screen readers, including VoiceOver, but it also works with a Braille display. So what we have here is a 20 cell 40 cell. Sorry, I need to give the display its due. But what's happening here is I've got the word grid right in front of me on this display. And this is something that blind lawyers, blind teachers, anybody who has a disability is going to be using one of these things, because it gives you an idea of the board's shape, so that you're not just hearing, R at 3-3, X at 3-2, and you're able to actually get an idea of how the board is shaped. So as I'm moving, it's giving me that information, and it's also speaking that information.
Whoa.
That's so dope. Okay, so one of the things that because I saw this at PAX, and I remember seeing the Braille kind of keyboard, and it being there was a question I had then that I can now finally ask now. Because this is designed for people who already have these devices, this is really something that just kind of bridges that gap between something that you already use and a game that you might already enjoy. I don't think there are many games that kind of take into account a Braille keyboard, are there?
You're correct. That's actually the case, is that there are completely accessible games which are just audio, so they just have a black screen, which is, again, it's not accessible for sighted people. And whenever you have a blind, like I am dating a sighted partner, so we want something to play together. And so there are completely accessible games, and then games like, other types of games where it's like we have accessibility built in, but it's so specialized that you're not going to be able to play it. So the great thing about Word Voyance is it meets you where you are, and you can play on anything from a computer, iOS, Braille display, or even a PS5 controller. So
wow.
I've actually got the game running in the Xbox web browser by going to our website, and you can play it with a controller.
What?
And it also works with the Xbox's screen reader.
I'd also like to say very briefly that accessibility in gaming is such a neat topic for any gamers and any people who are looking to sort of get into a niche environment. If you look at Last of Us and Last of Us 2, the screen reader boots up right whenever you start the game, and that is something, Mortal Kombat, for example, is a game the creator of that was beaten by for the first time in early 2000s by a blind individual. So it's very, very competitive. We want to play too, and we will if you just give us a few chances.
There's another. So you mentioned Mortal Kombat, but another thing that I remember seeing, because I'm a big fan of the FGC, big fan of fighting games.
Sure.
And during, I want to say it was Evo this year, not Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter 6 had Blind Warrior Sven went in, and I think he made it out of pools. I don't know if he made it to top 16. He might have gotten to top 16.
He was third place, I believe.
Wait. Okay, I'm
Epic.
I'm gonna have to go back and
what?
check it, because that's bananas. But the thing I kind of wanted to bring up is a lot of game hardware developers, like Xbox. Xbox was doing it for a very long time, and I think PlayStation is starting to get into it. In having accessibility controllers for people that are disabled in various ways.
Sure.
Is this something that you would look to bring to them as well? Because if it's already working with the screen reader, already can be accessed on an Xbox. I imagine that most Braille keyboards are Bluetooth, so they could be connected to an Xbox. Is this something that you guys are kind of seeing as what the next step, the next evolution of this would be?
If I interpret your question correctly, the answer is a general yes, because the approach to the design of this was, if it existed as more or less a standard for any group of people, I wanted to try to support it out of the box.
Gotcha.
A lot of people at the IRL conference were surprised to learn that the game is made in HTML, and I did that so that I could reach as many devices already. If you make a game that runs in a browser and you want to target blind users as one of your cohorts, everyone should know more or less how to navigate a web page. And
True.
A lot of games are going to use elements of web pages that already are targeted by the screen readers. And you will have to, do some testing, find out what works, what doesn't, because it is a bit of an unexplored area in design space. So reach out to people, ask to, let me try that iPhone, let me try that Braille display, and see if it at all runs.
There's also the question of aesthetics. So for example, the Nintendo Switch, right? It has the floating menus, which I'm sure look very good, but blind people tend to think very linearly. So there are a lot of controls and things that are in mainstream games that make it difficult for screen reader users. Whereas in Word Voyance, Ben's really tried to make it so that you can navigate by headings to get to different parts of the board. And it's a 13 by 13 grid for Scrabble, which is actually, I think, bigger than the normal Scrabble, or smaller than the normal Scrabble board, because it's a small screen, and you can only do so many things on it. And then blind people, we can't see the entire screen. We're only seeing line by line. So,
kind of speaking to that, what were some of the hurdles that you faced when making this game?
The hurdles all had to do with me not knowing what I was getting into. I admit that 100%, as honest as I can say it. I never once expected to make a game for blind people. It was a cold call by that gentleman who wanted us to try. And my boss said, "That's a cool idea. Do you think you can do it?" I went off, determined that I probably could, and then started reaching out to whomever I could. While developing the first betas, I was reaching out to forums and the Lighthouse, and here in Spokane we have a group called the Lilac Council of the Blind. What are they exactly?
Lilac, it provides rehab services to older individuals with blindness, so they're able to go in and help you braille your materials, like your checkbook or your drink containers or your pill containers, and they can put high contrast, on different things. So that's what Lilac is.
And I'm shouting them out specifically because they brought me in with open arms. I said, "I'm making this cool thing," and they're like, "Oh, yeah, we don't have a lot of that right now. Please come in and talk to us, go to our meetings, show us what you're doing." And they grilled me for about an hour trying to see if this thing was real. Now, does it work on this thing? Does it work in this? I use my iPhone this way. I'm half blind. I'm low vision, and it was eye-opening and at the same time very educational for me to say, I'm going to go back and change this, and this, and it's going to be a better product.
Yeah, absolutely. Just learning how people are using apps and other things to help them, and then, okay, now I need to take that back to my game.
Absolutely. And
Wow.
some things that you can find during this process work for sighted people as well, possibly better than the source material. And one example is I determined I had this cursor, both navigation and input system for putting your tiles on the board. In Words with Friends, you drag and drop, and you can do that in our game. But you can also just tap the tiles or type the tiles on the phone, or type the tiles on your keyboard, or with this Braille display, you can use these buttons to just type in the literal Braille letters and it'll input. But whereas that's almost necessary to play it blind, it made it faster and easier as a sighted person to play Scrabble. So I kept it.
Oh, wow.
It's nuts. Okay, I have one last question before we kind of head out for the evening, and this is kind of a lofty one. So please forgive me if it's like,
go for it.
If it sounds silly.
Can't defend us.
Seeing that a lot of game devs have started to try and do more things to kind of get, sighted, to get people who are blind to play more games, and seeing the work that you guys have done on this. If one of the big devs, Xbox, Microsoft, Activision, whoever, but big publisher came to you, blank check, and said, we will fund you making any game you want to get blind gamers into the game more. Pie in the sky, perfect world. Knowing that we've seen that Street Fighter can be played by a blind individual and clap multiple pools worth of cheeks, what would your game be?
Oh man, we have designs for a brawler, side-scroller beat 'em up. We
Love that.
It's one of Everett's favorite genres here, and the biggest hurdle for those is not anything that currently exists in those games, it's what's missing. There are typically not any footstep sounds or indications that you've hit a wall, or if you have to go up or down on the screen instead of just to the right. So much of our favorite brawlers that we're playing currently, the Ninja Turtles game, and River City Girls,
Streets of Rage,
Streets
yeah.
of Rage,
Streets
you
of
can
Rage
play
4.
through them,
Yeah,
and you
Streets
enjoy
of
them.
Rage 4, yeah.
You have a ton of fun.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
But if only they had footstep sounds on a stereo space, it would be a lot better to play.
Mm-hmm.
I think mine would be a version where in the sighted person is say like Avatar, where the sighted person is controlling the hands and feet of a big mech, and the blind person is using, we do not have better hearing, that is a rumor, but whenever
Right.
you use your hearing to cross 4 lanes of traffic, you're naturally going to stay alive longer if your hearing is good. So
Yes.
we do use our ears more, but a game wherein you are working and using your talents for what you can do, and then your sighted friend is co-piloting a different, that's going to change. That's going to do things that Metal Gear did and Last of Us and Tetris, like being able to have that, because humans, we're not working on teams anymore. Like even in the team games, I understand there's a lot of, oh, you're sweating and trash talk, but man, if we could get disabled players doing things that they are better at, and quote unquote, people who are normal, whatever that is, doing the things, but we're co-piloting something, that's going to be what gaming is, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that could be a beat 'em up. We could go and just like destroy Los Angeles in an accessible way.
I'm down with that. I genuinely agree with you that I think that would be one of those things that changes. It would be a watershed moment for gaming as a whole.
Yeah.
Like that would be one of those changes that we look back on 40 years from now and go, how did we ever make games that didn't have that before? Guys, thank you very much for coming and sharing this game. This is a bad pun, and I'm not meaning for it to be a bad pun, but this game genuinely opened my eyes as to how accessibility could work for gaming. And I'm really excited to see what you guys do next. So thank you for sharing this amazing game.
Stay in touch with us. We're going to keep doing stuff like this.
Awesome. We will. Where can we find you?
We are at themisgames.com, THEMIS games. There are currently 3 titles on there, and I would point people to something called Braille Concept. It's a funny little game where you can learn the Braille alphabet in about 20 minutes.
And it also flirts with you.
And it flirts with you, so have fun.
Love that.
Very down for that. Holy smoke. Okay. Wow. I'm really looking forward to seeing more from you guys. Thank you again for sharing this amazing game.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Guys, it's been a busy day.
It has.
Busy
And
day.
I think that for all of the cool things that we've seen, we could not have done this without our friends, our sponsors, and all those other people. So if I'm not mistaken, Rick, you can tell people where they can find some of these games, correct?
Oh, that's right. You can check out 6.seattleiNdies.org for more information on all games you've seen today. Don't forget, we also have a Steam sale going on with most of these games, because it is horror season, so a lot of these games are quite spooky, so they're out there right now. You can get discounts on some of the release games you are seeing today, and wishlist some of those games as well. Also play some of the demos too if they're not out yet. If you want your very own 6/20/23 t-shirt, what the Alchemist is wearing, you head on over to SeattleIndies.org to buy one for yourself. And hey, we can't forget about our Patreons. For only $1 a month, you could support Seattle Indies and help us help us put out great events like Six. Go to patreon.com/Seattle Indies to find out more.
And we also have to thank our headline sponsors. First is Hooded Horse. Hooded Horse is a publisher of strategy, simulation, and role-playing games, including Old World, developed by Mohawk Games, Terra Invicta, which you've seen the trailer for a couple times during the show today. I've checked. I noticed that, so you know about that. And that one's from Pavonis Interactive. And then Falling Frontier by Stutterfox Studios, Alliance of the Sacred Sons, which sounds like an amazing fighting move finisher. That's just me. Which is developed by Cathawk Studios, and The Way of Wrath, which also sounds like a fighting game move. In addition, we also have to thank our other headline sponsor, Perfect Day Games. Perfect Day is a highly creative group of game developers who share a passion for creating engaging and immersive games. Their team consists of individuals from diverse career paths, each bringing their unique perspective and expertise to the table. They believe that the key to their success is their ability to work together seamlessly, leveraging their collective strengths to create exceptional games.
And we wouldn't be anywhere without our champion sponsors, Play Everywhere, Pre-Mac Rogers PC, For Culture, Megacrit, Epic Games. Can't forget about our partner sponsors, Fun Domains, and our community sponsors. Huge thank you to Unbound Creations, AIE, Galvanic Games, Seattle Composers Alliance, and 3R Technology.
With that being said, we're going to take just the tiniest of breaks, and then we're going to bring everyone back so we can all close out the show properly.
Boop, boop.
And we're back to finish this out. We had 29 absolutely spectacular games that we got to see today. How was the show for everybody else?
Amazing.
Yeah, show was pretty awesome. Got to see a lot of great games by some pretty talented people.
The show was great. My bank account is upset. Like that's the nature of Six every year. I already know. You said there were 29 games.
29 of them.
I would be willing to bet you by the end of today that I'm pretty sure that at least half of them, maybe, I will have purchased. Maybe, possibly. I'm not sure yet. At least half.
At least half? That's a good amount.
At least half.
I'm trying to restrain myself. I'm trying to show self-restraint here.
I know. I'm sitting there like wish list and everything right now. I'm just like, yeah, that one. Oh, that one's already on my wish list. Dope. Just waiting for it to come out.
I'm also like messaging people. It's like, oh my gosh, you would love this game. I know you would. So if it's something that's maybe not up your alley, but you know it's up someone else's alley, please spread it. Word of mouth. Like support those indie devs. Come on.
And also support Seattle Indies because they do a lot of work. Tim does a lot of work setting all this up, getting everything going. He's a superstar.
Thank you all. I hope you had a great time. I mean, it was a long day, but it feels like we just speed ran 29 games from start to finish. The hype hour was a lot of fun. Having Trisha here to hype up the games and hype up the people, and having all the devs who came on and gave us a little bit of their time on a Saturday. A nice day out here in Seattle, and people spent the day indoors watching us talk about video games. So appreciate that.
It's deceivingly nice. It's actually really cold outside. So just because the
It's
sun's out,
47.
yes, it's not
It's
warm.
I'm cold. I'm in my basement. It's freezing down here. I got a blanket wrapped around me. I'm so cold.
Oh no!
Wow.
I've learned that in Seattle, the sun, like the cake and Portal, is often a lie.
It's a lie. I can't believe it.
Oh, it's really sunny out there. Walk outside, my eyebrows immediately freeze. My eyelashes are
Cold.
frozen in my face. It's like I made a mistake.
Yeah. Just got to thank all the volunteers, the chat moderators, the producers, Trace and Brandon and Carolyn behind the scenes who were helping track down people on Discord and get them on for their spots on time. And everybody did a great job today. It was a great show, pretty seamless.
Yeah,
Thank
you,
you.
Tim, for having us back. It's a pleasure and an honor to work with you and to work with Seattle Indies to host Six Online.
Yes,
Absolutely.
it's becoming a tradition that I'm like getting
Right.
excited for every year. I'm like, is Tim gonna message me about Seattle Indies? I want to know about indie games.
I think Mac and I actually talked about this at PAX. We were like, did Tim message you? Are we
Message me? Yeah, we're like, we're waiting for our next fix of indie games. We're like,
Just looking at the phone like any minute now. Any minute.
No,
Now,
yeah,
there's
we're-
one thing that we did for all of the devs that I would like to do for all of us. We asked each of these devs where we can find them, but where can we find all of you wonderful people?
let's start clockwise. So Tim, and then go around.
I mean, you can find Seattle Indies on Seattle Indies just about everywhere online. SeattleIndies.org is our website that has all of our meetups. You can join our Discord. We have like over 4,000 people on the Discord that are waiting there for you to give you some advice about how to make games and point you in the right directions to get your career going. So yeah, and I don't know if I mentioned thank you to Trace as well, who was a producer, but I see him in the chat, and thank you. Don't want to forget anybody. So yeah, and if you want to find me, you can find I'm at Tim Cullings on Twitter and a few other places. So follow my dumb thoughts on
Well, as for me, I don't have my @ sign at the bottom, but you can find me at Richter Scale on Twitter, Instagram. I believe it's Richter Scale as well. Richter on Twitch, and that's about it. You can find Richter on Facebook as well. He posts some videos on there.
Oh, nice.
Does a lot of things,
Nifty.
Trying to get into that voiceover stuff as well. People keep talking about my voice for some odd reason. I don't know why, how, but it's there.
There's this sweet Seattle Indies group that I hear about, and it's really cool. They make all these really, really dope games that we talk about on shows like this. And I'm pretty sure they always are looking for people who can be voice actors. I'm just saying.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we
Pretty
have a
cool
whole
place you
VO
should check out.
channel on
I'd
our
take that
Discord. So yeah.
Oh, definitely gonna check that out.
All right, guys. I'm Stephazoid on Twitch and Stephazoids on all other social media. And you'll find everything that I put out there.
And I am Alchemist Joker pretty much everywhere. Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, Facebook, I think as well. Blue Sky, like if there's a social media platform and you type Alchemist Joker into it, more than likely you will find my dumb face grinning with a hat on.
Love it. I'm in the same boat, but not as Alchemist Joker, as Mac and Cheese Please, pretty much everywhere on all social media. So if you'd like to follow me, you can do so on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, wherever videos are made. I'm probably there making videos too. Well, thank you all so much for joining us for Seattle Indies Expo Online 2023, closing it out. It's been a really great day of nothing but indie games and indie devs. There's an in-person event every year. It's like right around the time of PAX. You don't need a PAX badge to go. If you just want to go attend, talk to the indie devs, play these games before the online thing happens, you can do that.
One more thing, almost forgot that we'd be remiss to not thank SOBA, Seattle Online Broadcasters Association, who we met you all through, and Kenley, of course, and everybody else who runs the team there. If you're an aspiring content creator and looking for a community, they have a lot of meetups and ways to support and help you. So go look up Seattle Online Broadcasters Association.
Yes.
Come on. We're a great group of people. It's awesome.
It's all right. No. With that, thank you so much and have a great rest of your evening. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.